okay. Okay. Now, I did create each of you a background because if you are the main one engaging with the guest, I'm going to move you to the big box. So if whenever that happens, if you're able to come on camera, put your background up. That way people can know what your specialty is and know your name. And if they don't already follow you, I want them to follow you. So
did you send me the background? You sent me the background?
Yeah.
In my text message, where you sent it? Because I was.
It's in your text.
All right, let me get it right. I'm fucking up. Let me get it right.
I didn't press the gift button. Okay, now how do I?
Hey, guess who coming? Hold on for a second, Bar. Guess who coming on camera tonight, y'all? She's your queen
to be.
She coming on camera tonight, y'all. Her name is Fee. For the first time, we finna see Fee.
To be.
Celebration.
Y'all are ridiculous.
To be is great. To be. That's so crazy. To be is the craziest 3 notes in America.
Oh my gosh. I knew it. When I asked her, I was like, "Oh, you can't be on camera tonight." She said, "Yeah." I said, "They finna have a fucking fit."
Oh, bless.
Yeah. So I'm excited about that. But okay, so the way it's gonna work, one person on stage at a time. Continue. If you're out in the TikTok streets and you're strolling, let people know that this is the place to be tonight. We're gonna have some real conversations, y'all. We're not here to be disrespectful. This again is a much needed conversation about Black faith in the Black community. The topics tonight are investigating the claim that Black people are not descendants of Adam and Eve. That is one topic. Topic 2, if the I'll put this in the mod chat because the post is kind of small. And if y'all can like periodically type the topic, post the topics in the chat. Topic 2 is let's discuss the impact of Black faith in the Black community. And then topic 3, has Black faith been used more for liberation or social control? Those are the main 3 topics. If you want to discuss one of those topics, go ahead and hop in the guest request box. We are going to be addressing colonialism and religion, slavery and conversion, biblical identity claims, fear, guilt, and obedience, community, morality, and purpose, historical evidence, Black culture, and religious conditioning, and why many people are deconstructing faith today. I'm excited today because we're doing a crossover live with atheists who are Black, which is not popular, should I say. If you don't already know, Black Atheist Rants, can you come on camera right quick?
Yeah. You want me to come?
Yeah. Oh. If you can come on camera really quickly and then introduce yourself. I tried to put your specialty under there and the red is hard to read. I don't know if you can read that off and let people know about your channel, how they can find you and what you talk about. Okay.
Because I done set this thing up. Now I got to, okay, let me.
Oh, were you able to come in front of the post?
Yeah, I was. I just had to put it up. Give me a second.
No,
I was in the dark.
Oh, you're in the dark?
Yeah, I had to turn these lights on.
I'm sorry. We want people to know who you are. Y'all have shared the hell out of this live. I appreciate that. Be easy. Are you ready to go? Yeah, Barb was probably in the bed chilling.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, let me move you to the big box. You got your background up with your specialties and stuff. Oh. I'm ready to go, but I ain't got my.
Oh, you tell me.
Yeah.
See the thing. I don't know how to do that. No. I don't know. People be showing images on the screen and stuff. I don't know how to.
It's okay. This is what I'm gonna do. Let me. Damn, I done hid y'all's out of my phone. So I could switch back and forth. Go ahead. Don't worry about coming on camera. Bar, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll bring Easy over.
Yeah, I mean, I can come on camera. I just don't know how to switch the little.
Like, do you know how to put a photo? You know how to put a photo up?
That's what I'm talking about. No.
Oh, I don't even know how to tell you. I just know how to do it. I don't even know. I can't remember the steps. Bar, you there? Oh,
Yeah,
Bar.
I got
I
it,
was
man. I
gonna
had
say
to
Bar brushing his teeth.
look. Put some clothes on. Hold on, I got it. I know how to do it though. Let me see if it's gonna put me right. You put me on the spot. I ain't know.
I told y'all it was a crossover live. Like, the goal is for our audiences to get to know each other, follow.
Okay, I'm
follow
here
you.
now. There
you go. There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
All right.
All
Introduce
right, I had to put my
yourself.
glasses on. All right, yeah. So yeah, everybody. My name is Black Atheist Rants. I usually host TikTok lives where we basically the conversation that I dive into. It's Black people should not be Christians, Muslims, or Black Hebrew Israelites. That's usually where I focus. And so you know, I like to dive into the historicity of, you know, how Black people were introduced to Christianity. You know, Egypt, how did Egypt get Christianity? Ethiopia, how did Ethiopia get Christianity? You know, I like to tap into basically like the timeline of events that happened that led to us being Christian today. You know what I'm saying? The Doom Diversas, the Romanist Pontifex, the Papal Bulls, the Doctrine of Discovery, things that Black people don't really hear about, or they don't talk about it a lot. I try to dive into those things. Like, you know, I say this often, but people don't know who Desiderius Erasmus was. They never heard of, you know, people know about the Vatican, but they've never heard about where the seat of Christianity was prior to the Vatican. You know, Black people always bring up Egypt and Ethiopia, but when we start to dive into the historicity of how they got Christianity, it's coercion, it's violence. And so, you know, I just try to, I like to do an external critique of religions and how Black people were introduced to them. That's my main focus. And the reason is because if you don't know history, you don't know anything. You know, I'll go on record and I'll say this. You read the Bible front to back 3 times, and then you'll still know nothing about the world around you. You won't know nothing. That's not a history book. That's mythology. Mythology is not history. And so I just want us to know the when, the where, the how, the why, the who. You know, that's my main goal. If I can get you, because I believe that if I can get you to start to educate yourself on the dates and the time frames, then you maybe that'll unlock this version of you that isn't. I'll give you an example. The other day, we was having a conversation about Lucifer. People are scared of Lucifer, but they've never heard of Saint Jerome and the Latin Vulgate, which is when Lucifer first gets put into the Bible as Satan. Prior to the Latin Vulgate, there was no Lucifer. People don't know that. People don't know that hell and heaven are syncretized. They're made up. During the medieval period is where the concept of this fiery the fiery lake that you're going to reside in, these fear tactics start to develop, but they really get heightened during the medieval period. People don't know that. Black people don't know that. Black people never heard of the it's called the Great Migration period in Europe. This is where there was an influx of like the Germanic people coming in, the Bulgars coming in, and the Roman Empire started to disperse. And this is where you see the word God go from a plural verb to mean, they switched the definition of the word God. They switched it from a polytheistic plural word, and they turned it into what you have today. Black people don't know that. And I'm saying, well, maybe if you learn these things, you'd understand that what's in these religious books do not line up with history. And when you start to study history, it gives you a different account, a different record. You know, the anthropology, the anthropology of religions and these deities. That's a crash. That's a crash course for understanding who made this stuff up and why. That's what you need. And so that's what I try to preach. That's what I try to teach.
Look at him putting that preach word.
hey, yeah, gotta, you know, that's my sermon. That is my Sermon on the Mount, history. If I can teach you a date, a time period, maybe you'll be like, wait a minute, this is not made up, because Pastor Barr just showed me the time period where that was created, or this is not made up, because we know we can trace this back to who made it up. You know what I'm saying? I tell people this all the time. If your God got a name, I can tell you who made it up. We can trace you. If your God has a name, we can trace it back. You know what I'm saying? There's only two types of gods. There's the God of the gaps, and there's cultural mythology. That's it. There's no other gods. If you're just saying God, then you're talking about the God of some gap that you're filling in. But if you put a name on it, oh, I got you. We can take you right back to the BC or the CE, wherever you want to go. Give me your God's name, and we can take you to the time period when it first came about and who made it up. That's what you need. You can't believe in it when you know, oh, that's Southern Levant mythology. You can't believe in Zeus when you start to dig into who made up Zeus. Dionysus can't be real when you, you know what I'm saying? That's what I try to do. I'm trying to give you history. We got to be historians. We need to know who what's that guy's name?
Don't give all your information.
My bad.
Before we ain't gonna have that's the end of the
you
show.
too nipping not to hear me. You better.
You nipping not to hear me. That's pimp shit right there.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you. Hey, stop me before I get it. You know, I'm a ranter, so it's like as I go on, I get better. So you have to stop.
That was good information. That was good information. Thank you so much.
Stop the bus before it pull off, because
no, we know that we're going to learn a lot. I'm looking forward to learning from you tonight. I appreciate you so much for being here. If you're not following Black Atheists, make sure you do that during the show. And we're going to introduce Be Easy. Go ahead, Easy.
All right, y'all. Forgive me. I got a cool poster too, but I don't know how to put it up. So,
if you click on your picture, that should be some type of setting to. Or look, I ain't gonna hold you. I just figured it out just now too. So I don't know. I ain't the expert.
I don't remember how to do it.
Say okay. So it's showing me. Like on the
camera on, right? Yeah, once you turn your camera, like when you hit that camera button, bro, you're gonna see at the bottom like effects. You're gonna hit that effects.
Yeah.
Scroll the green
That's
screen.
what I did.
Scroll over the green screen, and then you're gonna put when you hit the green screen, you're gonna probably gonna be the first option on green screen, and then you're gonna pick your picture, and then it's gonna be behind you like that. Down.
It's like when we. Okay.
You're in there.
Okay.
Yeah, you're in there.
Okay. I gotta find the green screen.
But we can't do the one like Thinker do, because Thinker's the host, so she can make herself a box.
Yeah.
In the thing. We can't do
That's
that.
What I was like, damn, am I doing it wrong? I know how to do it.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
we just don't have that option.
Okay. So okay. Let me find the green screen. All right. So can we do this then? Because I'm gonna find the green screen, because so can Bash or Figo, and then by that time I would have located the green screen to put, because I want my I want to be in the cool kids club. Yeah, I sit at the table. Okay. All right.
You're on mute, Bash.
My name is Pinkbeard. I'm named that because my mother, Mama Bash, is 1/4 flamingo.
Oh my God.
No, but what I'm here to talk about today is specifically my specialty is really kind of like the philosophy of religion, really. Not necessarily. I mean, I can talk scripture with you. I can talk a little Hebrew, a little Greek with you. That's not really what I like to focus on. I like to focus on specifically the thought patterns that make up religions. One of my favorite authors to read is Daniel Dennett, who specialized in the philosophy of religion. And actually he specialized in the psychology of religion. And I like to talk about like just how these thought patterns affect us and how they influence us, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to talk about today specifically that West African diaspora Black people are not descendants of Adam and Eve. We are, biblically, we are just not that. This book is not about us, to us, for us in any way. I'm going to keep it simple.
You bash. Well, Pink Bear, I appreciate you so much. Also, he is a former Black Hebrew Israelite, and he sacrificed a cow. Be easy. I'm that you on mute.
It was a goat. Don't do me like that. It was a goat.
It wasn't a cow.
It wasn't a cow. But I have sacrificed the goat in my life.
You can't question his gangster.
Oh yeah. Oh nigga. What I believe, I do, and that's on everything. If I believe it, I'm gonna do it, and I really did believe that at the time. But you know, you live and you learn, and then you get loves.
All right, Fee, you ready?
Hang on 2 seconds for me.
Okay. Easy, have you found the green screen?
Okay, so I figured out everything. I figured it out, but because that's what I just switched phones. That's why I dropped it and it come back up. But on my other phone is where I saved the picture and stuff, and it's not transferring my iCloud yet. So
okay. I'll introduce myself.
Okay, yeah.
While you do that, while you and Fee get together.
So I gotta come back on my other phone.
All right, hold on. I gotta figure it out.
Gutenberg gang for you right there.
Huh?
I said that's Gutenberg gang for you.
All right, y'all. If this is your first time here, thank you so much for being here. I know several people shared the stream out across other social media platforms, and hopefully more people will come in. I like to talk textual criticism. I do like to talk scripture. I like to talk about the history of the ancient Near East. I like to talk about context of the scriptures, the cultural context. I like to understand why believers believe the things that they believe, bridging the gap between let me say this. I don't give a damn about a person believing in a God, because for me, I think the most important thing is what you think a God is telling you and the impact on that belief in society. Because what you do to me matters more. So I'm more pragmatic in that way. Although I am atheist, I like to talk about morality. I do a lot of observations and culture and deconstruction. So that's what I focus on. And so if we ever get into scripture claims that Black atheists twist scriptures, misinterpret scripture, don't understand scripture, those are the times that I want to really dig in and understand from your perspective why you say that. I want to know why you think that you can read using Holy Ghost eyes, and what the heck does that mean? I want to know so much that I did learn Hebrew, and I am learning Greek next, so that I can know like I know. Despite what another person tells me, I have my own ability and my own knowledge, and I'm able to stand on that shit and back it up. So that's who I am. Thank you so much for being here. Easy, you ready? You had it.
You see, I got. Check it. Snap. Snap.
Oh no, you had it up, Easy. It was that. There you go. No.
All right, check me out. Why is
you gotta hit save. You gotta hit.
Oh. that makes sense. Hey, what? Okay, hey, check me out, y'all. Hey, Curtis here. She made us 2 cool ones, man. I'm about to check me out. Man, appreciate it.
That John is tough.
But, hey,
real,
yeah,
that touch of real.
Ain't gonna lie to you, boy. Mine look better than yours. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You think so?
But,
it's the gold. It's the gold. That's what it. If it wasn't for the gold, because the red is, man, it's doing something for me. You know, I love that red on that black, man. That's cold right there.
Oh, okay. We set tripping right now. Yeehaw! Appreciate that. But man, yeah, y'all, you know, hey, yeah, I'm be easy, and you know, and my thing is like I love this topic and stuff, and like someone, I'm gonna say this real quick, and you know, someone asked me the other day, you know, like if I don't believe in this stuff anymore, you know, like why do I go so hard against it, you know, and just hey, I'm gonna get cutthroat with it. Like honestly, I hate Christianity now, and it's and one of the main reasons for it is because you know to be a Christian, you know, is to participate and promote YT supremacy, and you know, like to us in our community, you know, like the our image of God and you know Jesus, our Savior and stuff, looks like a stereotypical YT man, and so in us, our mindset, you know, when we interact with YT people, when we think about YT people, when we talk to YT people, we, you know, subconsciously, without even realizing it, we submit to a level of inferiority to YT people because to us in our brain, like they are of the same image of God, of our Savior, and we're not. So they must be better, you know, and we don't even realize that. So that's why I like when they can, you know, they or others can do stuff to us and we're so quick to forgive them. But anytime we interact with each other or if we do something to each other, it's World War III, you know, and, you know, them introducing, you know, Christianity to us, you know, enforcing it on us was one of their greatest moves on the chessboard, you know, and to make a long story short, and you know, and to me, I'm, you know, Bar and I, we're just alike, as you know, like we love talking about the historical origins of things and how this religion, you know, was forced upon us from colonization and everything. And with me, I like, you know, I love talking about like I've put in the sweat equity. I know Jesus Christ was not a real person, you know. Paul was not a real person. Most of the characters and events in the Bible, Old and New, was mythology. Most of the characters were not real people. Most of the things did not really happen. And, you know, so like I often say in my lives, like, you know, Christians are so quick to, you know, place all other quote unquote spiritual systems and reliefs and stuff in the box of mythology, you know, but it's the same way with Christianity. If your characters are not real, it's just a myth, you know, and I, you know, I just think that people should believe in true things. You know, let's step into the realm of reality and get out of the realm of make believe. You know, while we're looking in the book to, you know, pray to that Savior to improve, you know, our life conditions or whatever, you know, other cultures are up in those laboratories and, you know, doing the physical things that they need to do to create and manifest the world that they want to live in while they're here. Whereas we're just praying about it and we just think that, hey, after we unalive, you know, Jesus is going to take care of it and, you know, give us a better life. No, man, no. So, you know, I'm going to leave it like that because I was talking about Bar and I see I can, you know, I can start ranting too.
No, like I said,
so, man, but thank you for
you got a lot of information, Easy, and I look forward to learning from you as well, and looking forward to having some good conversations. Theology, are you ready?
Thank y'all so much.
Are you turning your camera on right now or later?
No, not right now. I will when I get home. I'm still not home yet.
Okay.
I don't have a specialty like the rest of the musical. Probably. I did read it. I don't know how to.
He said that's I don't know how to. I think theology. You're just straight theology. Like I swear, the human brain is all you. Like you encompass everything: critical thinking, logic, science, evolution. like I was gonna put former J-Dub on there, but I didn't want to box you into just J-Dub conversations all night.
Oh, that would have been fine. And I think you're like I was gonna say my specialty is befriending brilliant people online who let me come up on their panels and run my mouth. Like I think that's my niche. But I think that our community has got to understand the benefit of critical thinking. Like Bash says all the time that, true things are useful. And I think for so long as a community, information and knowledge and the ability to think about how we think and identify the benefits of moving towards things that are true and helpful to our community was kept away from us, right? We couldn't read, we couldn't have access to higher levels of education. Like that was just kept from the Black community for so long. And I think that the thing that was looked to as some sort of salve or balm is this belief system. And it's not gotten us anywhere. So I engage in these conversations because I think that we as a people are brilliant. Like we are creative. We are just a very powerful group of people. And I think the way to tap into that power is to do so through things that are true. And if we're constantly focused on ideas and ideologies and dogmas that have been forced upon us ancestrally, and it just kind of shoved down our throats through indoctrination of families who have been tied to this belief system for so long, we are holding ourselves back. We are being the very chain that we're trying to break. And I think by having these conversations, we're helping to push that needle just a little bit farther. So I'm excited about the conversations today.
Well, you already know I love having you here. I don't think that it would be such an amazing community if you were not. And I'm looking forward to learning from you tonight as well. If you're not following Theology, make sure you go ahead and do that. Fee will be a co-host on the Atheist Experience with me on May 26th.
24th.
24? Why the fuck do I keep putting you on the 26th?
You put us on the 26th every day. It's the 24th.
It's the 24th. My ass
you have people on Monday be like,
I ain't gonna show the fuck up.
I'll text you.
Oh my gosh. May 24th. Fee will be a co-host with me on the Atheist Experience. Make sure you put that on your calendar because I will after tonight. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it started. Lawrence, if you are in the chat, and if ever, of course, Lawrence comes in and out. Lawrence is the Lawrence of the community, and Lawrence does what the fuck Lawrence wants to do. So, of course, as I said earlier, Lawrence may pop in and out. Black Atheist Rants is streaming on YouTube. Somebody paid a super chat to ask that question. He is streaming on YouTube. Thank you so much, Astronova, for the $20 super chat. Ties to you. Thank you for all the wonderful work you do. I appreciate you. And Paula Williams, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Lord, I'm happy to be here. And here. Oh, I like that. All right, y'all. If you're in the guest request box, the topics one more time are: let's discuss the impact of the Black faith in the Black community. Topic 2, Black people are not descendants of Adam and Eve. Topic 3, has Black faith been used more for liberation or social control? And let's go ahead and get it started. You must be 18 and up tonight to participate in the conversation. Oh, goodness. Don't start with that wait list shit. Everybody on the wait list. Everybody on the wait list. All right, y'all. We are talking to skeptics. We're talking to believers. We're talking to people deconstructing, people of all Abrahamic faiths. If you are Muslim, if you are Jewish, if you are Black Hebrew Israelite, if you are Christian, maybe you don't identify as a Christian, but you identify as a believer. If you are spiritual, if you are deconstructing and maybe you don't know what you are just yet. The conversation is open to everyone across the diaspora. So you must be someone who identifies as Black to participate in the conversation tonight, because again, the conversation is specifically for the Black community. We don't mind everybody watching and participating. but we are interested in speaking to the Black community tonight. Also, don't be scared, because that is the thing that is tripping me the fuck out. We hear a lot of hearsay about Black atheists on this app, about the conversations that we have, but it seems like when we try to bring those people to the table, there seems to be some apprehension. So don't be scared to participate. Larry, are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? Larry Ballard? Larry, are you in the request on purpose? Okay. All right. And Bash, I know you said that you have to go. Go ahead and talk a little bit about, because you're the one who came up with the topic and wanted to dig deeper into Black people are not descendants of Adam and Eve. Give these people a little bit of time to get their nerves out the way. I know it's a lot of mind power on stage. Remember, you are at home. You are behind your phone screen. You do not have to come on camera if you come up. And it is a safe space as long as you are civil and respectful to the rules of the space. Go ahead, Bash.
Okay. So the premise of what I'm saying here is that members of the African diaspora, West African people, are not mentioned in the Bible at all. They're not mentioned as children of Adam and Eve or Noah. I mean, we can pretty much, if we follow the biblical narrative, then we know that basically all of creation began over after Adam and Eve, after all of the Nephilim were gone, or at least claimed to be gone. And then we get to the table of nations in Genesis chapter 10. Do you mind if we read this just so we can, can somebody read this for me?
Yeah, I'll read it for you.
Yeah, I want to go to the children of Ham, and then we'll go to the Zondervan's Bible Dictionary, and then we'll go to a couple Bible dictionaries just so I can make the case that West Africans are not in this particular group of people. If we get to Genesis chapter 10, I want to say this is the last one. I just want to read the children of Ham. That's really all I want to read ultimately.
Okay. And of course, if you are someone who believes that this is a correct genealogy that does lead to West Africa, you are free to come up and have a conversation with Bash about it. The Genesis 10, starting at verse 6, the descendants of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. That's all you need? You want the descendants of Cush too?
Keep going. Read all these.
Okay. The descendants of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabata, Ramah, and Septeka. The descendants of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush became the father of Nimrod. He was the first on earth to become a mighty warrior. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore, it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh, and the land of Shinar. From that land, he went into Assyria and built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Ir, Calah, and Resen between Nineveh and Calah. That is a great city. Egypt became the father of Ludim, Anamim, Lehabim, Napatuhim, Patharuzim, Kalushim from the Philistines come, and Captorim.
Keep going.
Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Archites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Zemarites, and the Hamathadites. What? No, the Hamathites.
The goddamn what? The goddamn what did you say?
I'm sorry. The Hamathites. The Hamathites.
I said, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
I'm sorry. It's the Hamathites. The Hamathites. Afterward, the families of the Canaanites spread abroad, and the territory of the Canaanites extended from Sidon in the direction of Gerar as far as Gaza and the direction of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim as far as Lasha. These are the descendants of Ham by their families, their languages, their lands, and the nations.
I want to start by saying that throughout most of the Old Testament, all you'll find is that the Hebrew people had an enmity with all these people, right? I'm sure you heard Sodom and Gomorrah in there. You heard the Amalekites, you heard the Amorites, you heard the Canaanites. These are all people that the Hebrew people would have an enmity with just for the literal fact that they exist, right? These people were offered as slaughter, blah, 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 just for the literal fact that they exist. Right. So technically, I want to make a secondary claim. One is that West Africans are not descendants of Adam and Eve. Two, that the entire Bible is anti-Black. It's anti-African. If we go to a Zondervan's Bible dictionary, actually, let me pull this up for you. Hold on. I'm going to change my background real quick. Hold on. Save. All right. This is the Zondervan's Bible dictionary entry. Would you read that for me, please? Thank you. Can you see that?
Yeah, Zondervan's compact Bible dictionary. Zondervan's. I'm sorry. Ham, not the Negroes. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So this tells you that all the dark races, the African nations that aren't Negroes, they claim are children of Ham. But all those dark races that are not the Negroes become the enemies of Israel for no other reason than that they exist. So not only are we not the children of Adam and Eve or the children of Noah, our relatives are just born enemies of Israel. Right, and that you heard about the people of Gaza, you heard about the Palestinians, you heard about the Girgashites, like all the people that Israel would seek to destroy for no other reason that they exist. So not only, again, are we not children of Adam and Eve, because they don't mention in the West African nations there. I should probably mention this. You notice how they said that this was about 96 years before the flood that Ham would have been born? The flood is claimed to be around 1440, somewhere around about 1640, I'm sorry, somewhere around 1640. West Africans have been settled in West Africa for well over 78,000 years, right? Well over 78,000 years, which means we cannot be children of Ham. Again, we are not only not children of Ham, not children of Noah, we are also not children of Adam. This book is not about us, to us, for us in any way. Okay, that's what I wanted to lay out.
All right, thank you so much. Keyshawn, are you up here on purpose or on accident? Keyshawn? That Emily, that damn porn bot just keep on coming no matter how many times I block it. Math Whiz? Math Whiz?
Oh, accident.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. If you are someone, again, you do not have to be a believer. We're not here to just talk to believers. If you are a Black atheist, if you are a Black skeptic, someone who identifies as spiritual, if you are Muslim and Black. I'm shocked at y'all because most of the time y'all want to get at our fucking heads, especially mine. And the day that I put together a panel to talk to you about the impact of faith, Black faith in the Black community, I don't know. I honestly think when it comes to my live, I don't know, nerves start to creep up on them. They were tagging the fuck out of me earlier in Mama Bash's live and Auntie Charlene's live. So don't get scared. When you come up here, you might not even have to talk to me. You would probably talk to Fee or Black Atheist Rants or Easy or Pinkbeard.
And I'm really nice. I'm really nice.
Yeah, he is. He's probably the nicest one up here.
I'm nice too, y'all.
Yeah. Says the guy with rants in his name.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
We all nice. That's why we like to keep, Lortz and Ariel and stuff around, because they yeah.
I'm a nice person. I just don't deal with lies very well.
I smile.
And gaslighting.
I'll let you lie and gaslight. I'll let you get away with all that shit. I'll let you do all that shit. I'm gonna let you get your shit off. Cause it ain't gonna change the fact that you're wrong. I'm gonna let you get your shit off.
That's what I said. Like, today is the day for us to hear their perspective, right? For them to, I know a lot of them like to talk about their testimonies. Today would be that day. Like, if you think that facts don't matter because experience and testimony do, and you think that that's what we should be focusing on, like, at least come with a logical reason for that, because we're going to come back with logic. It's, a serious conversation about the impact of this historically and today, the impact of this Abrahamic religion in the Black community. Because if we look at the numbers, Black people across the diaspora are more religious than the entire public. If we line that up with the wealth gap, the education gap, the home gap, the healthcare gap and discrepancies, the shit we dealing with today with the gerrymandering and them literally in Alabama, Bash, did you see this, asking the Supreme Court to reinterpret the 14th Amendment.
Oh yeah. I'm watching it happen. I'm watching it happen and I'm pissed.
Yeah. And so where is the Black God, and what does the Black God do for the Black community today? Historically, we know about liberation theology. We know that it's been used to galvanize when we were fighting, during the Civil War, during Jim Crow, slavery. Like, we know that, but we've had to use it right alongside of the same oppressive systems that were oppressing us in other areas while we fought just for the right to exist. Right. And so we kind of had to make friends with the beast. And so the conversations are really important to have. So don't be afraid. Come up and let's get this started. Like, especially like if you're somebody that actually cares about the Black community. This is not about shitting on you because you are a believer. These are real conversations, much needed conversations, difficult conversations. So I hope that you're able to come up and participate. What's up, Everton?
Hi, Thinker.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Give me 1 second.
I have to say them over and over because it's really small. But the topics are discussing the impact of Black faith in the Black community. Black people are not descendants of Adam and Eve. And has Black faith been used more for liberation or social control?
The last one, Black faith being used for liberation or social control.
Okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Something that I've observed is that when I look at the global Black diaspora, we do have a more, I don't know if I want to say spiritual connection or understanding of our universe. And I think that religion came in and corrupted that into a dogmatic ideology. And we don't know how to separate the two, if that makes sense.
Can you share with me what you mean by a spiritual connection?
So from my studies and understanding, when our, like the diaspora, when they look at the universe and the world, they viewed it more so as systems. And like, for example, the EFA system is about pattern recognition, binary numerology, how the brain works. It's like just basic tools and introduction to different concepts in science and psychology. But then I feel like somewhere along the line, with all of our spiritual teachings, colonization came in and they became religions. And then it became about worship and behavior modification and less about trying to figure out our environments and how to build using our observation and what we discovered from just doing basic scientific experiments or repetition or etc.
Okay. And so are you saying that Black people should go back to that and that will make a better impact in the Black community than the current religious systems that are used today?
I never thought of it like to go back to. I think that we should remove the religious aspect and just stick with the trying to understand our environment part of what we used to deem as our spirituality, because that's what produced our civilizations. That's how we discovered irrigation systems and indoor plumbing and how we built and etc.
Okay.
I think it's more of a useful tool than the religious aspect, which is the behavior modification and the deity worship and all of that extra stuff.
So, well, like, what's the reason for calling it spirituality? Like, to me, it sounds like you're talking about science and psychology and
because that's what they called it. They didn't call it science or technology. They called it spirituality.
Okay. And so how do you see the current Abrahamic faith that the over 97% in America of Black believers subscribe to, and then 99% on the continent of Africa? Do you see the Abrahamic religions having more impact towards the liberation of the diaspora or more of social control?
I think it's more so for social control, and those Abrahamic aspects have seeped into the older traditional African spiritual aspects as well. So now you have an homunculus of a old and new thing, but it lost its progressive aspects or its ability to build and help the people move forward. So they're no longer trying to figure out their lived environment. They're no longer building with it. They're no longer advancing their civilizations. They're just praise and worshiping things.
Yeah, I know it, especially on the continent, when I talk to believers on the continent, a lot of them know and have observed that when younger people become Christians on the continent, they become docile. And some of them have shared that they prefer them to be docile because it means that they're not being criminals, but they don't become productive members of society. And I don't see how that's a good thing. But I try not to speak too much on that because I'm not on the continent and I have no idea what level of criminality the young people are doing there. And they might see, like, if they're out murdering people, to them, to have them docile believers might be better. But it is interesting to me that is the impact of a young mind. And that's what's being reported from believers on the continent, that it literally strips them of their ability to be productive citizens of society, which is what Africa needs, right? More people who are able to critically think, who have knowledge and education, who can think outside of the box to help them, take advantage of their resources. I was talking to a believer from Kenya, and he said that it is their fault that Europeans came in with their God and took the gold out of their ground and sent the gold back to their nation so that they can eat and become wealthy. He said it's the Kenyans' fault because they didn't know what to do with the gold. And then he said when they introduced them to their God, they learned that they're not supposed to do anything with the gold anyway, because they're supposed to store up their treasures in heaven. And like, I was like, to hear that,
Wow.
yeah, come from the mouth
Yeah, I
of,
heard that shit too. That hurt me bad, bro. That hurt me bad.
I'm Jamaican birth, but I grew up here in America. And in the island, we have our spiritual practice called Obia. But Obia is actually, it was made illegal by the British government for the island to practice, but people still practice it in secret. But most modern Jamaicans view it as demonic or evil. But Obia was one of the tools that was used to liberate our people from colonial rule, because with the practice of Obia, you also have to understand plant medicine and herbology and the terrain and other aspects of survival. So the tenements of the spiritual practice is to understand your land and your environment. And a lot of modern Jamaicans do not understand their land and their environment anymore. We have a plant in Jamaica. This is not its botanical name, but we call it donkey pew pew. It looks like an eyedropper, and it's really good for helping your eyes to heal. And it actually helps with cataracts and glaucoma. And most Jamaicans who are suffering through that don't even know that plant exists on their island to help them, because they're not actually partaking in their traditional spiritual customs or practice. So they've lost that knowledge of what to do with the flora around them. So it's been like global. We've just lost our knowledge of our environment because we deem it demonic or witchcraft or evil. And I don't understand how a plant could be witchcraft or demonic.
Can I throw this out there? I just want to just as a, like, sometimes we use these words like spiritual, but you did a great job at saying that it's really about pattern recognition, right? And I often say that spirituality is just pattern recognition, right? You're recognizing certain patterns, and that in any pattern there can be statistical junk, right? Like if you get into statistics, then you'll know, okay, yeah, that's just junk. That's noise. That's statistical noise. That really has nothing to do with the actual pattern. And there's a way to determine that. And when you get into your harder sciences, you find it out, and you try to eliminate the statistical noise to try to like hone in on the actual active agent, if that makes sense, right? So whatever that plant may be. And keep in mind, I don't know much about that plant, right? Let me start by saying that. If that plant is helpful for a thing, then there is at least one agent, or maybe more than one agent collectively, that help that thing, right? And now while the spiritual practice may say, hey, do you recognize this pattern, right? A harder science would say, hey, why is that pattern happening, right? What is it about this plant that does X, Y, Z? A spiritual practice may say, hey, you got this problem, take this thing, it can work for you. And it may work. By no means am I saying it doesn't work, because most of the medicines that we currently use are just concentrated forms of some plant, right? So plant medicine is basically all the medicine that exists. There are some other medicines, but most of the medicines that we take are plant medicines. We just concentrate whatever that active ingredient is. We concentrate it to get more of that and less of the statistical noise, right? acetaminophen. All these are just plant derivatives, right? I think I want to make sure I say this like with as much grace and okay. People who live on land, people who live off the land, who may not have necessarily branched into the harder sciences. Let me say it this way. Most indigenous religions are what I call XYZ. You don't know how much of it we need to take at with intervals, blah, blah, blah. So just take this thing, right? And it'll help you. Well, it may or may not help because, you know, you need further study on the thing. You need to blah, blah, blah. I think, which is why I call our indigenous religions kind of proto-sciences.
Can I interject there?
Of course. Yes.
I think there's a slight Western bias in what you're saying, because the people who would be administering there,
of course, yes,
this medicine, the OBIA practitioners, they actually study it as an academic scientific process. So they know the science behind it. They know the components and the compounds. I think what you're failing to understand is the people they administer it to would be the ones who don't actually know why the plant works, but they know that it works. And then as word gets spread about the plant, the population learns about it. So they know the function of it, but they don't know the science behind it, but the practitioner does. It's the same thing with medicine today. We know Tylenol works for pain and headaches, but we don't actually know the chemistry behind it because we're not the physician.
That's literally what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, okay, both art and science, I call art and science the great altars of humanity, right? Art and science, the reason that I call them the great altars of humanity is because in art, if I make a new piece of art, I submit it to the world, right? I submit everything that I've learned about music I'm a musician, I'm a songwriter, right? So whenever I publish a song, I put that out for the world to interpret, for the world to dissect. Anyone can go and dissect exactly what it is that I did. You could do it. You can know the beats per minute. You can know the key. You can know the key tension. You can know the resolves. You can do the theory on it. You can know it. Like
so you open sourced it.
All music is open source. All music is open source, right? Because it comes with a language of open sourcing. And even if you don't know the language of music, sound is a language in and of itself. So you could literally just go and recreate the sound, right? Chemistry is not quite as open sourced. It can be, but you need to know the language of it. And most of us aren't fluent in chemistry, right? Most of us aren't fluent in virology. Most of us aren't fluent. And these are just languages. Don't get me twisted. They're no different than the language of music.
Why is ours proto though, when we do the exact same thing?
Let me tell you why. Because they aren't open sourced. The reason I call it proto is because it's not open sourced. If it were open sourced, it would just be modern science, right? Because all modern science submits to peer review, right? Prior to peer review, all of us practiced proto-science. All of us did. I don't like the term pseudoscience because pseudo says it's not real. I'm not saying this isn't real. I'm saying it's in the developmental stages. Modern science submits to the altar so that everybody gets a chance to study it.
Have you gone into study the botanical knowledge of Obeah?
Well, if I had to look at it through Obeah, then the answer is it's not open sourced. Right?
I feel like that's just an excuse to not study the thing, but then to go around and judge it.
No, I'm not judging it. Hear me out when I say it could be the absolute best idea of all times. Let me start by saying that. I am by no means criticizing it. I don't know enough about it to critique it. Does that make sense?
But what I'm asking is, why not just learn about it, then critique it?
If it were open sourced, I could.
But you could just find a practitioner.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Any other science, I don't need a practitioner. I don't have to find a practitioner. If this were any other kind of chemistry, I could just go to the open source of chemistry. I don't have to practice anything else other than what is the chemical. I don't have to follow any.
But the reason why it's not open source is because the British government made it illegal.
But chemistry isn't illegal. Chemistry is not illegal.
Yes, but the practice of obia to apply that type of chemistry was made illegal.
I guarantee you, any plant on any island, any plant can be studied chemically.
Correct.
Yes.
But then if you apply it in that manner, then it becomes illegal. Like, I feel like we're not understanding the colonial aspect of why the thing isn't like a modern thing, even though it's the same thing.
No, I do understand.
So if somebody was to practice regular chemistry and use the plant in a chemical manner, and someone came behind and said, oh, that's an obia practitioner, now that chemist will be jailed for practicing chemistry, even though somebody else is calling it a different name, because they recognize a similarity.
Let me say this. I own 40 acres of a certain plant that is not federally legal in America. Does that make sense when I say that? While that plant has certain medicinal uses that we know of, like we're very aware of the fact that particular plant has lots of medicinal uses. Federally, while some states have accepted said plant, as a federal government, we just knocked it down to what they call it. What they call it, like a category one, right? So that we can begin to study it, right? Because, but the chemistry of the plant is well known, yada, yada, yada. But because it was colonized to say a certain thing about the plant, we couldn't use the plant for certain things. Right. So we couldn't even really legitimately study it as just therapy. Am I making sense so far?
Yes, I just don't think it's analogous.
Let me go through it. Let me tell you why. The reason that plant was criminalized was because of who used it. We still together? There's another plant that comes from South America that gives people a lot of energy. It was criminalized for the exact same purpose, not because of the chemistry, but because of who used it. Are we still together?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, all right. What I'm saying is the reason that I'm calling this a proto-science, and proto-English is a real language. I'm not by any means calling it pseudo. I'm calling it proto, right? In order to turn it into open source science, there are some barriers that we have to go through, right? And those barriers are good for people who don't practice the spiritual system, because the knowledge of the plant is not confined to what you think about the practice. If the plant works, whether you practice the thing or not.
Correct, but this is the aspect I think you're not taken on, since the implementation was given a name and that name was banned, then the act of even learning the science became a taboo subject. So right now you have people who have access to a science but may not know it because of past fears of being called something, even though they're practicing basic chemistry or botany or etc. So now you have an island full of people with flora that is there and is present. They don't know 100% how to use it, or if they know how to use it because they still have ancestral knowledge, they don't know the chemistry behind it because that part of it can be affixed with a negative connotation. So they avoid it altogether. So then it becomes it's just now a dead science to them.
That's exactly what I was saying about the plant that I grow. Literally, everything you just said, word for word, is exactly what I'm telling you about the plant that I grow.
Yes, but in yours, the plant is the problem.
No, the plant became the problem. The plant used to be used all over the place. The plant became a problem because of who used it.
Yes, but the knowledge of the plant isn't banned. I don't know.
Yes, it is. They literally won't let you study it. They literally wouldn't. We just made it Schedule 1 just a couple months ago. The only thing that this current president has done that I even remotely agree with is that up until just a couple months ago, you could not study this plant. It was a Schedule 3 controlled substance. It was up there with other things that I can't even say because they'll block the live for.
But you can ask for permission to study the plant.
No, you can't, because it was a Schedule 3.
Hold on one second. So no labs, no scientists, no government agent, nobody have ever studied this plant?
No.
Legally?
No. What we've done with it is we've taken basically like the spiritual use for it. Basically, we say, oh, if you can't eat, take this, right? But we haven't been able to study why it works. So we basically treated it like a religious plant. We've treated it like...
Are we talking about Mary Jane?
Yes, we are. And I grow this. I have 40 acres of it that I use through the state of Oregon. But if there's one thing I know, it's this. No, there are studies that we can't even begin to start on with this because of who used it. Because of who used it. The same thing is true about another plant that we used to make Coca-Cola out of. Right? They banned it, and it was specifically because of who used it. Right? Not because we had studied it and deemed it to be bad. It was just, hey, them people using it, and they getting a jump start on their work because of it. They thought, oh, them people from down there, they working harder than us because they have this.
But this is saying that marijuana was banned.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. MJ was banned in 1937, but research shifted towards more therapeutic use and chemotherapy in the 1970s and 80s. In 1985, the FDA approved synthetic versions.
Yes.
And etc. So
listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. We use it like a spiritual plant for therapeutic use, things of that nature. Are you hungry? Here, I know this works, but we haven't been able to do the open source. Why does it work? Right? To get into the pure chemistry of it, because it has been a Schedule 3. Not saying that we haven't studied it at all.
Okay, well, that's how I interpret your statement.
No. I'm saying we're using it the same way that somebody in another place might use. You ever heard of a hape root?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So we're using the same way people use a hape root. Hey, this works for this. Hey, take that. Right. But we can't go through the FDA approval process. We can't get into the real nit-grits of it because the people who used it, they said, no, we can't let them do that. Right. So it couldn't be open sourced. Now we literally just moved it into Schedule 1, where now we can actually get into like, okay, why does this work? Let's do these kinds of tests. Let's do this. Is it the cannabinoids? Is it the terpenes? Is it blah, 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 blah? Now we can really get into it. We can put some real money into it, really try to figure out how it works. Right. But before then, it's just like, oh, well, this might help you with your hunger problem. Here, try this. Right. Which is more of a pattern recognition kind of thing. More than it is okay, this is how it works. You see the difference?
No, I get what you're saying now, since the premise isn't, it's never been studied. So yeah, we're in agreement there.
Yeah. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. Of course, if on a basic level, the people who practice opiate have studied it. Right? Like anybody that's taken it, we can count that as a data point. Right. But when we get into the mechanics of it, when we break away from the how am I trying to say? When we break away from the spiritual practice of it and get into just the pure chemistry of it, right? Yeah. Of course, once that's banned, then it's like, okay, now we can't even look into that plant.
Correct. So it hasn't been able to evolve into just the science part.
Yes. And that's why I'm calling it proto-science. Does that make sense now? That's why I'm calling it proto-science. Because if I give you something and it works, that's a piece of evidence, right? That's a hypothesis. That's an analysis. That's a prediction, right? Right. So I'm starting in the scientific process for sure. I'm using the scientific method for sure, but I'm not able to really dig into my findings because such and such, that's been banned by such and such. You can't study it that way, blah, 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 right? And a lot for several reasons, one of which just may be who uses the plant, right? Who got access to it. One of the things that I noticed about the specific plant that I grow, once a bunch of rich people started buying up the licenses of poor people like me, all of a goddamn sudden, they dropped the schedule. That's a fact. I happen to still hold on to my license, but it's a bunch of small town farmers that live in South Oregon, North California, places like that where they still growing in the sun, not these synthetic, and nothing against people who, however you grow is how you grow. That ain't my business. But people who are really using the land to grow, they don't want you to do that. Right. But once the very, very wealthy came and started buying up all those lands, then they're like, oh, you know what we should do now? We should drop the schedule on that. Let them study it. Right. So now we go from the proto-science of that particular plant to a more specific science of that particular plant. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was trying to say.
So if we circle it back to the spirituality that you were talking about, what exactly was the point that was being made? Were you saying that?
It was to reference back to, I guess, more so the conversation about the religiosity of Black people, in a sense, and why we do cling so much to religion as a tool for us to deal with the world, environment, situations, and etc. And my point was, from what I have witnessed, or pattern recognition, because we do come from what I've read in our history, a lot of spiritual practices and ancestral spiritual practices. When religion came in, it was easy to assimilate into that, even though it did make us lose our scientific understanding of things, and we kind of fused the two into a weird homunculus of a concept. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
so instead of us actually like trying to figure out atoms and gravity, we just give everything over to a God and, well, we don't know how people are made. So, but I'm like, no, you can just do research and study.
Exactly. That's why, that's along the lines of, that's why I said earlier when I was introducing myself, how, people of other cultures, they're in the laboratories, and et cetera, trying to create and manifest the reality that they want to live in. Whereas now we're just praying about it, and hoping God gonna fix it or, reward us in the afterlife. So yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
I totally understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I've been trying, one of the things I want to do is to do what Pinkbeard is saying, which is to take it out of the proto state and just release the information on the plants itself. So right now I'm back in school to get my degree in horticulture to be able to do that with a degree behind it, because I do have the Obia side covered. I just don't have the Western side covered, which is the degree.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not just talking to you, I'm, talking to everyone on the panel and in the chat. I know, we always talk about Africa, as a monolith. I know it's thousands of different quote unquote spiritual systems or religions or whatever you want to call them. But I think with all of them and the traditional ones and stuff, whatever they worship, I think they know and they understand that, it's just like energy principles and centers and different aspects of that nature. You know, they know that they still have to put in the work and do the things that they want. Whereas Christianity, you know, these religions that was given to us, you know, it's the complete opposite. It's a 180. And I once saw it was like a little video cartoon thing, you know, and I've said it before on my live before, I know, but it was a guy and his friend. His friend was in the pool and the guy was, you know, sitting on the edge, you know, with his feet in the water. And the friend that was in the pool, he started drowning. And you know how, you know, like when people are drowning, they'll go under and come up, you know, as they're fighting, you know, and like he would often go under and then he would come up, you know, he's trying to fight to stay afloat. And every time he would come up, he would say, "Oh God, help me." You know, and then he would go down and then he would come up and he would be like, "Oh Jesus, please save me, my Lord." You know, and that process kept repeating itself. And then finally, some people from off the side jumped in and saved him. And when they pulled him out, his homeboy was still sitting there with his feet dangling in the water. And they asked him, like, "Hey, why didn't you save your friend? You saw him right here drowning." And he said, "Simple, because he didn't ask me." You know, and that hit hard as far as, you know, like with Christianity and other stuff.
I have a question. Well, I'll let you respond and I'll ask.
Okay. I fully agree with that. It's something I don't understand fully either. Why I don't have a full thought on it, but I do understand what you're saying. I have observed it. I don't like that aspect of the situation. I just can't fully I can't grasp it. So it's hard for me to come up with like full words on why we've adapted that mindset.
Oh no, I feel like I don't, when it comes to like spirituality, I don't think everyone, well, I would speak for myself. I don't need spirituality. I don't need anyone, I don't need anything extra. Like if this plant does this thing and this is what is what is used to do, this is the benefits of doing it, this the pros, this the cons, lay that out for me and I'll go with that. I don't need and I'm not knocking people being spiritual. I'm saying like not everyone, and this actually has nothing, like it's just my sidebar comments. Like spirituality is it's not, no one's spirituality is universal or all encompassing. It's not, these are cultural, these are group based, tribe based, exclusive. I can't do nothing with that. I don't need to search with, I don't need a deeper understanding of spiritual meaning. I don't need any of that. You know, I'm a good person because I choose to be a good person. When I do something for somebody else, it's because I want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't need that. There doesn't have to be an explanation outside of me of why I just did something that made another person feel fuzzy and warm on the inside. That's just me. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't like spirituality. It's like, it's selfish in a way because people are spiritual and they're calling on I don't even want to call it a higher power. They're leaning on something outside of themselves. And when push comes to shove, in anyone's spirituality, you got to work. There's no spirituality, there's no spiritual system where you can just do no work. You have to do everything that needs to be done. We got to do it. We got to be a team. We got to stand together. We got to build the, spirituality. I don't know. I just, it's like it's adding extra steps for me when it's like, is if 1 + 1 is 2 and then that's what we're going with. I don't really need well, and in this code we say 1 + 1 is 2 because I don't know. I don't need it. I don't need it, but I do when it comes to African spiritualities, because of the miseducation of Black people, because of how they have been demonized. I take it upon myself to look into them, to study them, to look into the historicity of them, to try to see, okay, this people or this group of people, this is not a God that they're talking about. They're just, like what you're saying, pattern recognition. I do my due diligence, and I'm going to make sure I look into that history. But even then, I don't need anyone's spirituality. But I do study them. But it's like they're still subjective. They're still exclusive. They're I'm the things that I desire or want. I don't need spirituality to do those things. So I'm just not a spiritual person. But I feel like when people say that they're not spiritual, and I'm not talking about you, Everton. I'm just talking about the spiritual community. When I say things like what I just said, people will be like, "Oh, you like, bro, I hold the door for, just the things. I do the things that don't, but it's not spiritual. I just do it because I'm trying to coexist and live in this bubble with all of you people. And we get, you get more bees with honey, and I want to coexist. I want people to scratch my back. I'm gonna scratch your back. We need to help each other and come together as a team. I don't need spirituality to do that. And I think when you are too spiritual and the enemy comes, it's like, oh, they believe in a higher power, we'll give them one. Uh-oh. Who can give you need something? You need something outside of yourself to help you keep on keeping on. I'm about to give you something, and it's got my face on it. And I'm gonna add a theology and a doctrine on that face. Not only are you worshiping me, but even your liberation theology is for the advancement of my culture, of my religion, of my system to oppress you. And I'm like, this is what happens when you need something higher. You need some other stuff. Now you out here worshiping a dude that didn't exist from the Middle East. This is the domino. They knocked down the first domino, and it just keep going. Now we out here doing this. And I'm just saying, like, I don't demonize people's spirituality, but I do think we got to get to a point where it's like, no, 1 + 1 is 2, because if you put two things together, you take one and put it together, that's 2, and that's all it is for right now. We ain't got nothing else for you. I don't have nothing else for you right now. If you need some extra steps to get to why you should feed the hungry, hey, that's your bad. I wasn't raised like that. Or maybe it's not about your upbringing. Maybe it's just the way you see the world. I do the exact same thing that the spiritual community is doing, or whatever they're calling on an energy force to get them out of bed. I just get up.
I do want to let Fee ask her question really quickly. I want to say, like, I think spirituality opens the doorway for competition and hierarchy within the community as well. So then we're taking on the characteristics of supremacy culture so that we can gain proximity to white supremacy or societal statuses. So we look to oppress each other by saying, I'm more spiritual than you. You need to pay me so that you can get access to exclusive knowledge. Or, I have the secret so that you can have a more fulfilled life. Like it definitely opens doors for, in community competition, hierarchies, and exploitation. Go ahead, Fee.
I just wanted to ask, you said earlier, I think to Bash, that you have the obvious side of it and you're going for the horticultural, understanding the chemistry side of it. What happens when you learn the chemistry or the molecular compounds and the active ingredients of a specific plant, and your spiritual practice claims that it does something that you can't justify from the chemical side? What takes precedence? Because to Finger's point, there is a certain level of hierarchy when it comes to these spiritual
practice. You sound, we can't hear you. You sound.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, my bad. What happens when those two disciplines come in conflict with each other? Meaning you learn about the chemical makeup of this plant and you realize that your spiritual practice is claiming to do something that the compound doesn't justify that it does. So what because my point is that there is a hierarchy in this, specifically in these closed systems. You have people at the top that are I guess, purported to have this knowledge of a practice or this knowledge of this hidden knowledge that comes with these spiritual practices. So what do you do then? Do you follow the chemistry? Do you follow the science? Do you accept what it shows, or do you hold on to those spiritual belief systems that you can't explain?
I follow the science. The only reason why I adhere to the spiritual part is because that's what I was introduced to first. So I said, let me try to actually go back and learn the fundamentals using the science and see why our people created the ritual behind it. And that was my goal, to understand the purpose of the ritual versus just doing the science. And what I came to understand is that a lot of people don't, not everyone is going to be interested in learning the science, but they'll partake in the ritual because that's the easier step. So I guess, I don't know if our ancestors thought, well, by any means, who wants to learn the science can learn the science, and we call those the practitioners, and who just wants to use or apply the science, we'll just give them the rituals, and you take this amount of this and you put it in that, you wait for this amount of time, and then you apply or whatever. And I'm just trying to, I've been trying to understand why we have all these different spiritual cultural dynamics, and break it down and reconstruct it and just leave the science. My focus is the science. I believe our people are very intelligent. We have created science and technology. We've encoded it. And what I'm trying to do is just to decode the mysticism behind the things that we used to do and leave just the raw data. Because I haven't really seen anyone do that. And I have this thing where I keep asking spiritual people, why have we adopted a Western colonial religious elements into spirituality when spirituality was about problem solving? Someone has an ailment, we figure out how to solve that ailment.
But if it were only, can you guys hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If it was only about solving problems and healing ailments, then why is that hierarchy required? Why is it a system of exclusion as opposed to inclusion? I think if, like, to Bash's point about the fact that it's proto-science, I agree with that. But I do think we can't ignore how it has been utilized, like in these communities. It's not been this shared panacea that's available to anybody. It has been a closed practice, and I think that needs to be recognized.
Well, I think that's because the European elements came in and made it as such. From the research I've done, none of it was ever a closed practice. It was available to the culture and the community. And then as outside influences came in and the religious dogmatism came in, it changed what it used to be into something else. And I'm not saying just European influences, there's Egyptian influences that I realized that Egypt had also a slight supremacist tinge to how they did things. I was reading this article where I'm not sure which period of Egyptian history, I have to do deeper dive, but they used to go into sub-Saharan Africa and steal from them, take their resources, bring it back to build their nations and their culture. And that was because they thought they were a higher class of people than those beneath them. So and a lot of Black folks takes their concepts of culture from the Egyptians. So then they're taking in that supremacist ideology. Then the Europeans came in with religion. And I just think that we have lost the original observe your environment, figure out why things work aspect of what we used to call spirituality. Because when I was reading up on one of just Ifa by itself, it's a type of philosophy, and it also involves binary numbers. And I'm just like, oh, that's fascinating. I just thought it was about worshiping some Orishas. So as I dug deeper into the origins of it, I realized that Orisha worship came with colonial worship, with the concepts of deities and gods and etc. The original point of the Orishas was stories to talk about relationships, community, dramas, conflicts, and it was also a way to embody, like if you wanted to have attributes of a certain Orisha, that's what the ritual was for. It's a way to train your mind into altering your personality or giving you that Orisha's confidence. Then they became gods and deities and were praying to them and giving them fruit and shit like they could eat.
Isn't there an initiation process though?
Yes, and I don't know when that started. I feel like that's a colonial thing, because then it became banned and then it became underground, and then people started to market it. And not in the sense of capitalism, but in the sense of, well, since it's banned and it's underground, you have to pay me to obtain the knowledge. Because prior to that, anyone could partake in the knowledge. We commodified the knowledge. Is that a better terminology for it?
But how are you ascertaining that though?
Just by reading the history and how the teachings were versus how it's being done now. I noticed there was a cultural difference in the understanding of the spirituality pre-colonization versus post-colonization.
I mean, I guess I'm a lot like Bar in that I don't need an ancient spiritual practice to tell me to be a decent person, right? Like if I know that a solution helps someone, then I'm going to be willing to help that person with that solution. And I guess just from a logical perspective, I think about it through this lens. If humanity progresses in all different disciplines, science, religion, ethics, technology, all of it is forward moving. Why would we assume that our progress hinges on spiritual practices that we have to guess at and kind of put together like a jigsaw puzzle that is actually looking backwards? Like that's the piece that I don't get, because for those of us who are more secular in the way that we engage with people, in the way that we think through things, even our customs, traditions, and practices, how is it that you think that this spiritual practice that you've identified has been colonized, has been, sanitized and whitewashed in a lot of ways? Why are you looking to that for forward progress when it's clearly very behind us?
Well, I'm not necessarily looking to it for forward progress. Growing up in a Western environment, I had no historical context of what Blackness or Black culture was. I was taught we did nothing. We were apes and monkeys and etc. So I was trying to understand the history of Black people globally. I came to teachings and how very to early form of science, physics, and etc. And I said, well, if Black children could learn this, they could understand that we contributed to the foundation of human civilization instead of what we were taught, which is we have no contribution. We were just savages in lands running around naked. So again, to me, to understand your history is crucial because everybody else understands their history or was allowed to keep it.
But that's our history in reality, not through spirituality. Like, well, that,
yeah, but it's attached to us.
What's
it's a part of the history, the spiritual stuff. All I'm trying to do is to get a fuller picture of Blackness.
How is that different from what Black Hebrew Israelites are doing, or Black Christians who say we are the Israelites, the chosen people in the Bible, like trying to find their identity and their history? Like within the Abrahamic religions, Black identity is tied to these belief systems, and they do research, and we have the pseudo history and pseudo Africa to tell Black people that, hey, this is your history? Like, how is that different? The need, not the information, but the need to be tied to Ifa or voodoo because of Black identity.
Can I say one quick thing here? Because I feel like I'm hearing something that I think might actually be important. So, sometimes I feel like I believe that if in the study of like anthropology, religions are important, right? Like if I want to study the history of a people, what those people thought about nature and the divine serves a real purpose, right? I feel the same way even about the Bible. Like one of the reasons that I don't just like burn all of them is because I feel like it's important to the history of the world that we know that Christianity existed, right? Or that it exists, and you know how people thought about certain things and how they use these doctrines to do good or bad, right? Like a lot of times people come up and be like, oh, well, Christians started out these hospitals and blah, blah, blah. And that's true, right? I don't want to, I can't erase that part of history. I also can't erase the part of history where Christians ate babies. You feel what I'm saying? So historically speaking, I think that those things are really important. Are you going? What are you doing? Okay. I think those things are really important, but to teach I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. To teach the practices may be regressive, right? To teach that it existed at a time, I think can be really, really important. Going to Everton's point, hey, these people use this thing at this time to get here, right? Like I know that we found penicillin from leaving a cheese sandwich out too long, right? I'm not going to suggest that you keep leaving your cheese sandwiches out that long, right? That's something, but that is a way that we discovered a thing. And I can't deny the fact that that is an actual way that we discovered an actual thing. But I'm not going to teach my children to leave your cheese sandwich out too long. Does that make sense when I say that? Like the analogy that I'm trying to make?
Yeah, but that's all that I'm doing. I'm just researching the information, cataloging it, creating a summary, and let whoever reads it take away what they want to take away from it. I'm not suggesting anybody become a practitioner.
Yes, I believe that those need to be cataloged. I think that that's important because you don't want to erase. I don't think it's wise to erase yourself from history in any way, right? And however you got to that point, even if it's messy, right? I think that's important to keep a memory of that, right? The other day I was telling somebody about how my grandma always, when I was a kid, she would give me like $2-3 every now and then, and she'd say, "That's to keep the hanks off you." And literally, I had no idea what that meant until I watched Sinners about a year ago, and I was like, "Wait, Grandma, what's a haint?" And she's like, "Oh, it's an evil spirit that get on you when you're having a bad day." And I was like, "Well, Grandma, I never knew that. Where did you find out about haints?" And she said, "Oh, my grandma taught me about that." Bro, not one day in my motherfucking life, right? Like I grew up quite Christian, like quite Christian, you right? But to connect to my great grandmother that way was really powerful to me. Like just that one sentence was really powerful to me. Like, oh, that's something that my great grandma said. That's beautiful, right? Now, not that I think that haints exist, right? But to have that as a piece of cultural reference, I think is really important. I hope I'm making sense when I say all this.
But I think also too, it's important to note that, like, if you read the former enslaved narratives, not all of them believed in haints, not all of them believed in African spirituality. Some of them came from cultures that saw it as useless. Everybody, came from the same mindset or school of thought.
Correct, but it's also you still need to finish the picture. We have a fractured history. So all I'm trying to do is to fill in the parts that was never given to me. And it's different than religion and Christianity because that shit was made up. We know the origins of the religion and Christianity. Our spirituality is cultural. It's a cultural practice. That's why it's different dependent on your tribe, your region, etc., etc., etc. And the name, there is no name for it except for if you give it Obia or Ifa or whatever. But I think those are just new classifications. I don't know what they called it. All I can call it is what the language that's allowed to me to call it. I'm just trying to learn myself and my culture and then bring it into modern understanding. And let's say, hey, should we keep what makes sense, get rid of what doesn't make sense, and go forward with it? But I don't believe I totally in like gods and deities and all of that. I just want to understand what benefits this thing gave to our ancestors to allow them to get over certain trials and tribulations. And mine is slightly different because Obia was used in the islands as a liberatory practice. So I wanted to learn how that worked and how did it help. It's not the only factor, but it's a factor that I was never introduced to. So I wanted to learn about it.
Bash said something. I want to touch on it. He said, I was waiting so long that I forgot what he said. But he said, like, people need to know Christianity existed. That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. And I 100% agree. But I do think that more Black people, we need to know more about Eusebius than we do like the story of Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark. No, I think more Black people need to know who Eusebius is versus knowing, oh, this was, because when we look at any other god but this one, they go straight to, oh, Zeus was a Greek god, Baal was a this god, the Anunnaki, those are Sumerian gods, or the Ogun or Orisha, those are. When we're dealing with every other god, immediately we go straight to the cultural, the historical context, the anthropology. Oh, that's a god from X region. That's a god from this. And when it comes to the God of the Bible, people are, well, we're reading the Bible. No, do the same thing with this God. This is a God from the Southern Levant. Ain't nobody's interpretation of the Bible gonna change that. And so I think more Black people need to know that the first 400 to 500 years of Christian history is made the fuck up. Literally the first couple centuries is straight fabricated, all of it. From who wrote it, to the people, to the stories, to the events that it's made up. We don't know, we know John, we know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We don't know Eusebius, the father of church history, who made all the extra biblical history. He made it all up. Comes from this guy in the 4th century. Black people don't know that. So I do think we do need to know that the religion has existed, but we need to know the external history of this thing so we can understand it's made up any way you look at it. But for so long we've been, well, why did God put Adam and Eve? No. During the time of antiquity, this God is a southern Midianite god. I just want us to be even playing field, because when people address other deities, they go straight to the people who made it up. But the Canaanite god, the Sumerian, this God needs to be treated the same way. So I do think, yes, people should know Christianity existed, but they need to learn and be educated on the things like that would be easy to touch on. Or it wasn't no Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. Jesus wasn't a real person. We can study the history of a religion without ever reading that theology, because there's an external timeline of events that has taken place that's not in the Bible. Eusebius ain't in the Bible.
Yeah, but he's not in there. I think you're overlooking the fact that people are dealing with an indoctrination, and in order for them to come out of the cognitive dissonance, like, you can tell them that Eusebius all day, but if they're indoctrinated into a theology, that you telling them about Eusebius ain't gonna matter. They already don't care that King James was gay and they believe their God is against homosexuality. They're not going to give a damn. Like, the thing that we need to tackle is critical thought, and they've been indoctrinated into illogical thinking. And so you gotta help them see first that the thing that they is calling truth is illogical, and then you can get into the history. They just gonna throw that, like they're gonna throw that right out of their head. Like we ask them all the time, like, do you even care whether the people who wrote this, like, have you even looked into their lives? Do you know who wrote? Like they believe that Moses wrote the Torah. And then when we go through the timeline with them of when Hebrew first existed, and that it's impossible for Moses to have written the Torah, they don't care. They don't throw the Bible away after that. They adjust because they're indoctrinated into the actual theology.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I agree. It's like that level of like, well, I guess it's, when I look at how people treat the Abrahamic religion, I'm talking about the people that believe it too. When I see just in general how we treat the Abrahamic religions, it's like they have like it's like an Abrahamic privilege where you don't even have to hear the word Midianite, the Southern Levant. You'll never have to hear it. They like I'm just to the point where I'm like, I don't know how to
I mean, a lot of them lack critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
Right, and so they're not.
I can't do it.
Think. Like,
I commend y'all because I can't sit up here and ask about Adam. I can't do it because I know they
saying Eusebius to them. Like, honestly, first off, there's many Eusebius, right? They could go and take what you say about Eusebius and research, and then find a different Eusebius and then throw it right over their shoulder. They're indoctrinated into and fearmongered into these theologies, and that's what you're gonna have to break down first before they ever give a damn about the history.
I think they because I believe that they know how to critically think. They just don't apply it to religion.
No, they don't.
They don't. They don't know how to. They don't know how to critically think. Religion has hindered them from learning that ability. You know,
because it becomes dogma.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the book literally tells you not to critically think. You know, walk by faith, not by sight. You know, so yeah, they don't. My bad, Fee.
I was just gonna say, I think
so
even
how do
if
we?
I was just gonna say, I think no, you're good. I think if we critically think through even these spiritual practices, if you're saying that our ancestors were tapping into some sort of power, then that same power left them stranded. That same power did not come to their aid. And if you're saying that the collective idea of community, collaboration, working together, figuring things out from a systematic perspective, we can do that now without looking back. So even with that, I think if we think through it critically and we're trying to move our communities forward and we're trying to figure out how we can, take care of each other and make this planet better and, do all the things that we want to see done. I just don't know where we're going to find that in the rearview mirror. And if we're critically thinking through it, then we can use the tools that we know today, look at the lessons that we've learned from how things have gone in the past and figure out how we can propel ourselves forward.
Like the religions, the Abrahamic faith was used to reinforce these power structures in society. And so, like, just saying, hey, your God is fake, that's not going to get rid of the indoctrination of patriarchy, the indoctrination of white supremacy, the indoctrination of what do you call it? Is it ageism? When adults think that they have power over a child, it's just ageism.
Is it reverse ageism?
I guess so.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but and it's something that we don't address, especially in the Black community. The way we see our children as like they are to be seen and not heard. They have no autonomy, right? And religion did that. And so, like, we can tell them all day that their God was made up. Eusebius was a liar. Eusebius, believed that it was okay to lie in order to further the religion, but they still don't know how to critically think. They don't know, like, their literacy and comprehension is low. They are still indoctrinated into patriarchal ideals that is founded on their religious indoctrination. right? And that is what we have to break down, that from the theological perspective. Like when I first started deconstructing, I Yahweh, okay, who gives a fuck? I never talked about Yahweh in church anyway. But Jesus and Christ was deep down in my heart. And it took for fucking ever to get that thing out. Even though I was saying I'm not a believer anymore, that was still there. All right, like, so it's gonna take more than just saying, hey, your God was made up. Well, I think that that's an important part of the conversation, but I don't think that is the only part of the conversation.
Because like it's not even just that, like telling someone that their God is made up. It's like there's literally, there's physical, historical evidence that it's made up, and it's like I'm pretty much like, okay, look, you can literally follow the trail, like follow the. I would just say, let me use the term paper trail for lack of a better term. You can follow the paper trail of every religion, every deity, all of this stuff. You can literally trace it back. And I'm just simply saying, hey, look, when we trace it back, this is what we find: X, Y, Z. This is if you start in the year
we do
X.
That in here all the time. They don't give a damn. It's faith over fact.
They don't. Yep.
They don't care.
Because from my experience of trying to, like, I guess, read the Bible to them, it's like, I don't know. I just feel like they, the Bible is their, that's what they run to as well. It's like if you bring up a scripture that shows something doesn't make sense in X, they'll just bring up another scripture because it's full of contradictions. In every verse, you could literally almost find a verse that contradicts it. They'll just pull up the other verse that, well, even though the story of two people populating the entire earth don't make sense, all things can be done through Christ, and Jesus, God is all powerful, so he can do whatever he wants. This is where
critical thinking comes in, and logic. Like, the conversations have to go deeper than that. And one of the things that we do in here is we don't allow them to drag us across the whole Bible. If we're focused on a point, we stay on that point, which is why the conversations get heated, because they're used to just flipping and flopping and dragging people all and gaslighting and dragging people across the Bible. We don't do that. And we focus on historical culture, archaeological data, right? Linguistical context, to help them break out of that cognitive dissonance. That the thing is that you can't ignore or skip that step, because they're still going to have that cognitive dissonance where they're going to look at society and still try to hold two contradicting beliefs about the world around them, regardless if you tell them that their God was made up. Go ahead, Fee.
Absolutely. I also think that we have to remember that for people who have been indoctrinated, facts are going to be filtered through their identity. Like, we don't have that filter, because I think as folks who have deconstructed from religion, people who are critical thinkers, those of us who are willing to, I say all the time, hurt me with the truth before you come for me with a lie any day. But for a believer whose identity, whose family, whose sometimes their support system, their financial system, all of these things, I don't know that they realize that they are engaging in this cognitive dissonance in the way that they're filtering these facts and these pieces of information. So sure, they can read this information about whoever it is in the Bible, like years, dates, they can have it probably in Jesus's handwriting. But because it is tied to so much that they value, i.e. who they are, it's where their worth comes from. There's so many additional layers that have to be worked through from the standpoint of who they are internally before we can get to the information that they're rejecting.
Yeah.
And then they usually ask that question that Timely Rain is asking right now. Well, what's next? What's the alternative? What am I supposed to believe in next? What are y'all suggesting? Because they're so used to groupthink. They don't know how to think for themselves. And that's the thing that we are, helping people do, like teaching. A part of the customer avatar for this religion was unlearned. Like Celsus wrote in 248 AD that they targeted uneducated, foolish, confident men. If you had any education whatsoever, you could not join the cult. So they wanted people who wouldn't question, who didn't have any type of formal education or logical thinking, because they didn't want people to poke holes in whatever theology they had taped together. And so if we're still seeing that customer avatar heavy today in 2026. And so when you're talking about 2,000 years of demonizing knowledge, demonizing critical thinking, demonizing skepticism, demonizing logic, they will literally tell us that their God is illogical. And they won't care. We have Black Christians who literally will say, if God tells me that I have to go back into slavery, I will go. They're taking away the God ain't gonna take away the mindset.
No.
Like that, they need we need to reinforce critical thinking and increase critical thinking.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
What about those who have higher education and like Divine Nine people, the Black fraternities, sororities, lawyers, scientists? Because a lot of them still are Christians, subscribe to the religion, the book, and the dogma, but are very educated.
Well, I'm talking about they still lack critical thinking when it comes to this God.
Bingo.
And I'm talking about what the early avatar was for Christianity. That still has not changed. Later, they did start allowing educated people to enter the cult. And then if you were educated, then you were promoted to like a leadership. If you look at the early Black Christian movement, like what our ancestors who were enslaved, the God that they were introduced to is a very different God than what we know today. Half of them never heard of Jesus, half of them never heard the word God. And the only things that they were taught was obey your masters, don't steal, be obedient slaves, and love God or love Jesus. That's it. Like if you read their narratives, they don't know shit about this Bible. They don't know. One interview was like, I ain't never heard of a Jesus. Like they were not taught the way that about this God the way that we are taught today, and they call that the silent church. And then it was reinterpreted through Black liberation when Black people started to see that they could use this God to galvanize for Black freedom, for the abolishment of slavery. And so you start to get different interpretations, hermeneutics used on like the Sermon at the Mount, in order to get Black people to see Jesus as a social justice warrior, to fight social justice issues. And then so they also have this loyalty to the God through that as well, because we cannot deny what the religion has done for our ancestors who were in slavery as they were fighting for freedom through that reinterpretation of this God and through the civil rights era. So we can't deny that. And so it feels like a betrayal for them to even think critically when you are asking these questions. They could be well educated, but when you begin to poke at what helped our ancestors through slavery and through civil rights, all critical thinking goes out the door, because you're betraying ancestors, you're betraying tradition, you're betraying the culture.
I mean, just think about how intertwined religion is to Black culture. I don't know that we think about the things that our norms, the call and response, the things that our shared experience, what makes our culture. In having these conversations, we are chipping away at that very foundation, and that's terrifying for a lot of them. So yeah, there are people who are secularly educated. There are people who are brilliant in their respective fields. But that doesn't change the fact that cognitive dissonance can be present on certain topics. And I think religion is one of them, because you have to realize how much is interwoven in that one idea, like this one idea of God, this one idea of Jesus. It carries so much historical and cultural baggage for Black people. That's why I think the cognitive dissonance in this realm is something that is going to be really, really hard to break through.
Yeah, and Everton, and just because and just because you're quote unquote educated, through the school system and stuff, doesn't necessarily all the time transfer to the ability to critically think. It just means you're very good at reading books or articles and answering questions. You're very good at remembering, recycling information. That's kind of different from critically thinking, especially when you're presented with scenarios and questions that you didn't even know to ask or think about. And it is terrifying. And and like, because I get it, and like the historical origins of things and stuff, for the most part, too most people, like, they don't care about that, and it's kind of boring to them. So and especially when they've been ingrained with the Bible since birth, and so everything is the Bible. So you have to, I get it. You have to be able to pick passages out the Bible and stick with them, and then transfer them to real world scenarios and stuff. Just like they do the same thing when they're trying to use it for selfish reasons and for their gain, pastors and everything. So you got to do the same thing with, it's kind of like coddling a baby.
Yeah.
There is a South African doctor by the name of Dr. Nandifa Magudama, I think that's her name. She fell in love with a guy who is in jail named Tybo Bester. And he literally manipulated her through using God. God sent you to me. You are the best of God. I pray every day, blah, 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 because she was a believer. And when I tell you, he took her ass down through there. She was a celebrity doctor, had multiple businesses, very successful. But because he kept using God, to convince her that she was there to help him and believe that he was innocent, he was able to get this control over her to the point to where she ended up helping him escape prison.
Escape?
Yes. She went to the morgue and was, getting bodies from the morgue, signing her name on them so that they could find a body that they could burn in the cell so that the prison guards would think he burned in his cell. And then she went back to her house, her mansion. They just lived in the mansion. She left her kid. When they found out that he was not dead, he convinced her to leave, to flee, and she left her kids behind. Like even in court, she up there, like she done fixed her face up. Like she done got caught. She done ruined her fucking life. She done fixed her face up. He walks in the courtroom. She's smiling at him, and she grabs his hand because God put you in my life. And this is a doctor.
Yeah, that's why I can't wrap my brain around that. That's crazy.
I mean, that the shit that this is what I was saying at the beginning of the conversation. I don't think the Black church has actually taken an inventory of what the indoctrination has actually done to the mental health, to the cognitive abilities of our people across the diaspora. I was watching a balloon pop today. A girl literally popped a balloon because a guy said, "Yeah, I believe in God. I'm not religious." And she popped a balloon and he asked why. She goes, "This is my everything. And if a man is going to lead me, he has to let Jesus lead him first. I want to be led by a man." And I'm like, what the entire fuck?
Now that you say, it sounds like a mental illness.
It is. And it don't matter how educated you are. Hell, I was educated and I was a fucking missionary. I was preaching this shit. And it wasn't the fact, it wasn't me learning that the God wasn't real. It was me reading the Bible. It was me studying it, studying the history, trying to validate the claims that I was told about who Jesus was, about who the Israelites were. Like looking at the history, looking at archaeology data, like learning that a lot of these stories were mythology. I think that the thing that really convinced me was the fact that the Israelites being in Egypt as slaves was a lie. That just the fact that they were in Egypt as slaves, learning that was a lie.
Yeah, that's the one. Because if the story happens in chronological order, and the very first major event is not even real, it's like, well, where do we go after this?
Yeah, it wasn't even about the chronological order for me. It was just about the lie, and that's what made me go deeper. I'm like, holy shit, that ain't true. And that's what made me go deeper. Like the order doesn't even fucking matter to me. It's the claims of the religion itself, right? Like I've always questioned shit, and I think we also have to pay attention to when we were children and we were critical thinkers and we were asking questions because shit wasn't lining up. When we were kids, what the fuck happened to us? What did our mothers and our grandmothers do for asking questions?
Yep. Because they put that belt to ass.
Belt to ass. You a demon. Satan the Lord rebuke you. Right? Like we got in trouble for asking questions. So we did it. Our generation of indoctrinated millennials and Gen Zers, like we were beat, so it was beaten to us so bad that we don't even trust our own decision-making abilities. We don't trust our own minds.
Wow.
Yeah, that literally happened to me multiple times. I remember one time when I was younger, I went to my mom and I said, well, if God said, that thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not unalive, then
you can say kill.
How come police? Yeah, I know you can. It's just hey, trauma, like oh crap. But yeah, so I said, if God said that, then how could police officers do it? And nothing happened. And she just didn't know how to answer that. And then I got a whooping. And literally while she was whooping me, she said, "Don't question God." She kept repeating that, "Don't question God."
Yep.
And man, I never questioned. I never see. I was in there all the way. We didn't do no questioning. It wasn't none of that going on. I'm talking about I was full fledged. It wasn't a doubt in my mind Jesus wasn't real. You couldn't have told me nothing like this. I never ever thought to question my faith in Jesus ever. I did not know that atheists were a thing until I was in my 20s. I never heard of that. I never knew. I was, man, you talking about under a rock. I'm like Patrick Starr. Like I never heard of none of this stuff. And then out of nowhere, somebody just, because I've always been, I was the kid growing up that I just would always ask 100 questions, and I never questioned my religion though, ever, never, ever. Man, somebody sat me my deconstruction, it motherfucker was like 30 minutes. As soon as I heard it, I'm like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that this stuff might not be true? I immediately said, well, I'm gonna withhold belief until I figure it out, and I took myself home. And I got on my computer and get to digging. I'm like, nah, I'm good. It ain't take me no time. But prior to that event, I'm talking about, I was jumping jacks for Jesus for real. I was in the play. Listen, growing up, I was at church every single day, every day. Like people say it, but we was in that motherfucker I still listen. I have these flashbacks where I can smell the gymnasium of the church we went to. That's how we was in that motherfucker every day. I just, I don't know.
And you get and that's another large reason of how and why we're so attached to it emotionally and stuff without even forget knowing about the history of it. Without y'all know, most Christians don't even read the book. They don't know what's in the book. So so since birth, your mom and your dad, that those your parents, those are your gods or whatever. Everything they're doing and stuff, you imitate them and stuff. And then growing up, you're imitating them, and then they take you to this building where everyone is crying and shouting about this God and stuff. And so you just automatically start doing the same things and shouting the same things that they're shouting, not really understanding it, and after a while that just becomes your identity. And without even reading mostly what's in the book. And we know, like us, we don't read the book. We know the same couple of scriptures that pastors recycle every other Sunday and then turn them into motivational speeches to get your money. That old stereotype, you want to hide something from a black person, just put it in a book. Hey, to a certain extent, man, it's kind of true. Like, because we got to get out of that mindset. I'm gonna say this and like, I know it's a while ago, Dreadful said that, hey, on here, he, one came up to the live and he got him to deconstruct right there. When he introduced the Leviticus 25, passage to him, 44 to 46, and he saw that and he was like, oh no, I can't get down with a God that literally condones this. Nah, I'm out.
And that's not the case for every black Christian. You would think so, but no, they don't. They fight hard not to see that the same institutions that was established in ancient Israel is the same institutions that was established through the transatlantic slave trade, because they really believe they're in relationship with this God. And I think that one thing that we have to keep in mind is that everybody's deconstruction journey isn't going to look like ours, because everybody's relationship with whatever deity they believe in didn't look like ours, right? And you're right, like they don't read the book because they're being told that they've outsourced the reading, the critical thinking to people who they think have more knowledge or more anointing than them. And so they are being told narratives through the eyes or the lens or understanding of other people, of pastors, of parents, of missionaries, evangelists, along with fear mongering and promises of blessings, right? And so that what they understand is completely different than what we understand. And what they've tied their identity to is completely different than what we've tied our identity to. So we have to keep that in mind as well.
I also think we have to, that's why these conversations are important, because like to Bar's point, like you wonder, like, how could you not research these claims? Well, none of us know what we don't know. So there will be some of us who, as soon as we hear it, we're like, oh, I didn't think about that question before. And it sends us down a rabbit hole. So it's important to have these conversations, to ask a person, a believer who is pushing back against the critical thought, who's pushing back against the concept of questioning God. What would be different than, how is this any different than you about to, buy a house? You would get it inspected. You would have that house looked over with a fine-tooth comb before you made this investment into purchasing this home or a car or even a relationship. Like, you look into a person's history, you look into the claims that they're making about who they are, in the same way you look into the claims made about the reliability of a car. How is this any different? And why would you not go to even more extremes for something that you have built your entire identity and life around, and your actual post-death eternity hangs in the balance for, right? Like, I think those types of just logical questions will be the only way to chip the armor of those whose armor can actually be chipped, because there will be some who won't
Like there will be some people, like Harriet said, she had to leave some people behind. There will be people who will never deconstruct. There will be people who will never have civil conversations about the issues with this book, or even accept that it says what it says. And we have to be willing to accept that as well.
I agree. It wasn't an easy thing for me. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not like Bar. It wasn't easy for me because I did believe that I was in relationship with this God. I did believe that I was special to this God. I did convince myself that this God was answering my prayers. I spoke in tongues. I preached. I did all of that stuff. And so it was not a easy deconstruction process for me. I was disappointed. My heart was broken. I had a lot of anxiety as I was deconstructing because I had to learn to trust myself, because I had been raised to second guess my own decisions, because every time that I would get in trouble. I would get yelled at. I would get called demonic, rebuked as Satan. And so I grew up, asking this God why he created me with a mind that asked logical questions, that was asking the type of questions that was getting my ass in trouble, that was creating contention in my household, that was making me and my mama not get along. So I had to overcome all of that. Deconstruction is it's more than just, saying that the God isn't real. And I think one thing that irritates me a lot, besides non-thinking people, ignorant people, willfully ignorant people, is I don't like it when atheists say that the Bible isn't valuable or necessary, because the shit is being used in our society right before our eyes, and a lot of people fucking miss it. And then we are, instead of us being proactive because we know what our oppressors know, we are reactive because we think we think reading is unnecessary. A lot of us don't know shit about Reconstruction because we think African American history is a waste of fucking time because it's already happened. History is boring, but they're fucking using Reconstruction right now before our eyes. And like I said, I've been saying this shit since 2020. That when they're saying that the black households medium income by 2035 will be -$0, and I've been screaming this since 2017, and you see them laying off black workers, black federal workers, and replacing them with white workers. That's the same shit they did during Deconstruction. And black people can't find jobs today. That's the same shit they did during Reconstruction. And what they're going to do is push you to that -0, to where you'll be working for white people for a little bit of nothing, or you'll be like that. What they're using is the Joseph Egypt narrative of the economic turnover, so that whatever wealth you have built up, they're going to switch hands, because you can't earn $1 anymore. You're going to be hungry, so you're going to end up selling yourself for any motherfucking amount of money, and working for them for fucking pennies, so that the power goes back in their hands, the land goes back in their hands, the wealth goes back in their hand, whatever you think that you've built up. But because we don't study their fucking playbook and we think it's a waste of time, we are always playing catch up.
I've been asking Christians that come on E's panel, what are they going to do when the powers that be switch the religion into something different? Because they have a separate, in my opinion, they have a separate set of understanding that they teach in their congregations than what we teach in ours. But I'm seeing that, like you said, they're gearing up for something. Well, they're gearing up for a change in the economy. And I've been asking the Christians, the Black Christians, what are you going to do when they take away access of this deity from you?
I don't think they will. That's the thing. They don't want Black people to deconstruct because it's what's keeping their money. Black people have $1.6 trillion or $7 trillion worth of buying power. And when Black people say, oh, they hate us because we the chosen, or they hate us because we got souls and they don't, or they hate us because we got melanin and they don't. No. You are their money. You are their money.
That would be like benching your greatest. That would be like benching LeBron James. Why would they do that? This works for them. It is very effective for them. And I don't know that there would be anything that's more effective. So even if they switch up how they use it, the utility of it for controlling our community, it doesn't need to be edited at all.
Yeah, I was just thinking like it's literally on autopilot. They don't have to do anything now. We're gonna do it. We're gonna alienate it, ostracize. Oh, you ain't Christian, or you get treated like you said you ain't black or something. Yeah, that's it's on autopilot for them now. They don't have to do anything. Why would they tell us we can't do this no more when this is like, I mean, it's the work is literally being done. They just sitting back collecting.
I would say you guys are correct. I was thinking more so as the society changes, the values change, the white structures change, they implement more of the robotics, the automation, the AI, reality would look kind of different. I feel like right now they have this plausible, oh, God does everything mindset. But as technology increases and genetic engineering and all of that stuff becomes more mainstream, whenever that happens, I feel like the only people that's still going to be subscribing to this would be us. But the power structures that created it are going to be functioning differently, utilizing the new system. I don't know if that's making sense.
No, I agree with you. And that's part of the reason that they're saying that the average black household will have negative $0 median income. But what do we always hear from the black community? Suffering is what?
Holy.
Exactly. They're just gonna look at it like it's a part of their journey.
I didn't even think about that because it's been my concern. I keep asking them, you're going to be left behind. Like everyone is going to modernize and like go into new economies, and you guys are going to be stagnant.
But yeah, we running around here singing, talking about I'd rather have Jesus more than silver and gold. Man, no. Run me my coins, man. Run me my silver and gold.
run me my shekels.
It was a black man who wrote that. It was a black man who wrote that, who got us singing, I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold. And we shouldn't even be surprised that a Christian from Kenya said that, hey, it's Kenyans' fault. We didn't know what to do with the gold. The white man did better with the gold. And God told us that we're supposed to be storing our treasures up in heaven. And then we got black men writing, I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold. No fame or fortune, no whatever. I don't know the fucking song no more. But like, we're literally reinforcing that shit in our own community.
I still know it.
I also think that on a certain level, it's already happened because white churches have a very different Jesus than black churches. So when you say what happens when it evolves for them, it already has, right? Like we may see a few steps in that direction from the black church, where you have those that are more inviting to queer folks and members of the LGBTQIA community. You're seeing women preachers, but you see this deviation already happening. White people utilize this belief system in a very different way than black people. And because of the fact that it's become so interwoven into our culture and our identity, it's really, really going to be difficult, if not fucking impossible. Me and Thinker talk all the time about how hopeless this work feels sometimes, these conversations feel. And we know they're not, right? But it does feel that way. But I don't know if that thought will ever be taken out of that stew.
White people were given their God from a place of dominance, blessings, right? Wealth. And we were given our God from a place of discipline and survival.
That's a bar right there. That's a bar.
I done when I got a little older, I started being around more white people, and I started going to white church. White church is not that's different than black church. White church, it felt like a rock concert.
Yeah,
it's a production. It's theater.
It's upbeat. It's like a Katy Perry concert. It's upbeat. Like it's like a disco. Black church. It's not the same. I be ready. Man. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. I'm telling you.
I'm
White church,
going up to y'all.
I never understood it because I had a different, like, slight. They tried to force Christianity on me when I was in my like early teens. So I had a decade plus a few years of just living with no religious system whatsoever. And then when they put me in the church, I'm like, this don't make sense. This makes sense to you guys? And they started to call me an atheist. But I'm like, I don't even know what that is either. But this book does not make sense. How do you guys subscribe to any of this? And I didn't really get in trouble for it because my family, it's weird. Like my second stepmom's family is super religious, but my family don't really care about nothing like that. So I feel like we were cosplaying religious people for her benefit, but her family tried to force it on me. And I kept saying, none of this makes sense. Why do you believe this? How can you believe this? We're all from the island. We have our own systems. What is the purpose of this? Who gave this to you? So I've never understood it. And then the songs were very depressive. And I kept asking them, why would you want to be viewed as a wretched person? I don't even understand what that's about. And it would be the most uncomfortable Sunday rides going back home because I always got in trouble in Sunday school for asking basic questions.
And it literally causes us to, and you know, when I say us, I'm just talking about black people in whole, not literally us on the panel and stuff, you know. But it literally causes us to like worship white people without us realizing it. You know, like we know now, like if we go to all black churches throughout the country and stuff, and just simply take the pictures of white Jesus down and the other white figures and stuff from the Bible,
well, they lose their mind.
Yeah, if we just replace them with black people, yeah, they're gonna stop
lose their mind. Look, you might not make it back here alive. Real talk. No, for real.
No, seriously, yeah.
Brother.
It hurts me deeply. Like, you know, like every year, like my mom, you know, she almost 80. She, you know, sweetest lady ever. But, you know, it is what it is. She deeply indoctrinated. And she told me that, you know, she don't know what's mostly in the book. It's just, you know, she was taught it and stuff. And, you know, coming up through, you know, the 60s and all that, we know how times was and stuff. But like every year around Christmas time and stuff, she loved to decorate her yard and stuff. And she put up all of the little, they're like kind of big statues, and like you can put lights inside of them and they light up and stuff. And she put out the nativity scene and some other characters and stuff from the Bible, and of course they're all white. And I remember one year I went and I asked her, like, Mama, why don't you, if I can find some, you know, these same images and stuff, but just with black people, would you let me take them up and just put the other pieces down with the black people? And, you know, like I damn near had to get out of Dodge. She started throwing pins and stuff at me. You know, she like, hell no. Like,
you see, they tell us, you know, I was told you got to suffer like Christ did. But see, when I went to the white church, everybody got on jeans and Skechers with the short sleeve, plaid shirts with the cigarette pocket. They was saying that Jesus suffered so that we could have all the XYZ that we got. You know, black church, now the joy of the Lord is your strength. You supposed to suffer, bear your cross, nigga. Yeah, take your lashes like he took his. With the white church, they don't be falling out on the floor crying. No. You that's just like a mosh pit for real. Like it's literally like a rock concert. Everybody got the number one dad shirts. They got a short sleeve shirt tucked in with the jeans. The black church, everybody got on suits like a funeral. The white church, they're dressed for a tailgate.
New Balance everywhere. Huh?
They're comfortable as hell. And stay in church 45 minutes, and we be in there all goddamn day.
All damn day.
Man, look here.
You know what's so crazy?
White church is 30 minutes.
You know what's so crazy though? Like a lot of African believers that I talk to say when they first came to America, they were asking, why do white people don't go to church? And I said, that didn't like make you raise an eyebrow that, you know, they over there in your land telling you that you need this God, it's essential. And then you get over here and they don't go to church. They go to football games on Sunday. Like that don't make you raise an eyebrow?
Wow,
that's diabolical work. That is diabolical.
And the ones that do use this God in the same way that Black people use this God ain't got shit. They poor as hell. They are the ones that are on the same socioeconomic level as disenfranchised folks. So if you see that this is what follows allegiance to this God, and the only people that it benefits are the ones that have convinced you that you need it, I'm not sure why we're still having this conversation.
Because they start telling themselves, oh, this is another reason why I think Black Christians are more comfortable talking to white atheists in these spaces, like these debate spaces or discussion spaces. You'll see them line up to talk to white atheists because they think that white people don't believe in God because this ain't their God. Because they start telling themselves, oh, they don't go to church because we're the chosen. They hate us because we're the chosen. This is our God. It was in Africa first. Like they start telling themselves a different narrative. So it doesn't matter.
I seen a post on Threads and I had to screenshot it because I'm like, the lady in the comments of the post was like, people still think God is white. And I'm just like, oh my God, if only she knew. But it's so true. They think that they are worshiping something separate. Like, no, you're worshiping the Father.
I have a hypothesis about the Jesus. And the Jesus is whenever you have more than one Jesus, just because I don't want to say Jesus is kind of like octopuses, you just don't say that, so you call it octopi. The Jesus exist as cultural relics, right? Because that's all a religion can ever really be, is a cultural relic, right? A religion is just a cultural technology. It gives a face and a name to your culture, right? It's so no different than like where I'm from. If you really mean something, you might put it on folk number, or you might put it on Boo, or you might put that on Baby or whoever, right? And Baby represents the truth. He is a egregore of truth in your neighborhood, right? Or if I say on my mama represents the truth in my neighborhood, right? So you know, you're not supposed to lie if I put it on those things, right? That's important. Not that you won't lie if you put it on those things, but as an egregore, it represents certain values of your community, right? And every one of the Jesus, or the many Jesuses, I don't like that word. Let me go back to Jesus. Every one of the Jesus represent the culture that created that Jesus. And the Black Jesus does exist. Black Jesus is an egregore of Black culture. And Black Jesus carries with it a lot of anti-Blackness, but also a lot of Black pride. Black Jesus represents the bulk of our struggles, and which is why when we sing the Black Jesus, we sing in desperation, and we scream, and we yell, and we cry, and we lay out, because Black Jesus represents that amount of help, right? Our songs carry a certain sense of urgency, right? I need you right now, God. You know, like it's a very like, hey, you know my struggles and you will help me, right? White Jesus doesn't work that way. White Jesus is explorer, colonizer Jesus. White people sing songs about going into distant lands. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters, right? It's exploratory Jesus. It's, you know, let me go colonize some more shit, Jesus. But that's because it is a relic of the community itself. And sometimes, and because they have the same name, Jesus, we treat it as if we are worshiping the same deity, but we're not. These deities have completely different personality types. They want completely different things. And the fact that we learned Black Jesus from white Jesus means that a part of that relic is white supremacy. Did that make any sense? I know I said a lot right there. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
It did.
Absolutely. Yeah, spot on.
There was a guy last night who said that there's 2 Jesus in the Bible.
There's
and I was
6
like,
or 7.
Yeah, I was like, how is that a thing? So we asked him to elaborate, and then he was taking other characters and turning them into the Jesus. And I'm like, but that can't work that way. But in their mind, we call them Build-A-Bear Christians. They just build in their own version of the religion.
Well, I mean, there are like 6 or 7 different Jesuses in the Bible, but there's like billions of Jesuses on earth, because everybody is reading this text and building their own Jesus in their mind. But the writers of the New Testament did the same thing. Paul's Jesus is the early writings of Paul, his Jesus is very different from the institutionalized Jesus of the pastoral writings when they were organizing the religion. Then you have the Jesus of Matthew, who is very different than the Jesus of Mark. Luke's Jesus is the social justice Jesus that most Black believers cling to. And then you have John's Jesus, which is a different Jesus. Like they all have different agendas, came for different reasons, teach different things. Like they're, even today, like when you talk to one believer, they don't believe the same thing as the next believer that's going to come on stage.
Yeah. What he said was he believes that the Jesus that was crucified was switched out with the real Jesus. So the real Jesus survived and was never crucified, and he became John the Baptist. And that's where he lost everybody.
He was drunk. I've heard this theory before, but not that way. It was John the Baptist. Not that it was John the Baptist, but
that's where he lost us. And I was like, but that person has a whole like origin story and everything. How did you make that correlation?
Well, it don't matter. At some point, like when you because religions are social relics, and like your culture kind of leaves you room to play with this. Unlike most other stuff, like hard sciences, you can't really play with it. There's certain rules that you just have to go by. Theologies can be very, very loose, kind of like philosophies, right? Like you can take any position in philosophy, and then your whole point in taking that position is that you can't prove it wrong, thus it is right. That's why, like a lot of those philosophical conversations, all they really saying is you can't disprove what I'm saying, thus what I'm saying must be right, and that's not how truth works in any way. But so you get these kind of little sub pockets of ideologies that are meant to kind of super empower the listener, and one of the ways we feel super empowered is by knowing a secret, right? Like, because we feel like we are privy to some little secret about Jesus that the rest of the world don't know. I.e., like, all my BHI friends, right? Like, oh, see, I know this one little secret about the Bible that you don't know, and that makes me special. But, bro, you can take that secret, write it on paper, and take it to the bank. You're going to be just as broke when you leave as when you came, right? But it makes you feel empowered, right? And when you are practically powerless, you seek to find power in things like that, where you can just kind of make yourself the source of power, or at least attach yourself to the source of power. That's why I was really trying to fuss about the fact that this book does not concern West African people at all. That, like, this is not your source of power. This is not your source of origin, right? So that we can begin to develop an origin story that is first and foremost realistic. That can really empower the minds of today to search out information that can be useful, because only true information is practical, right? So that the minds of the day, but there is a certain I don't know, like just perceived benefit in like a cultural fairy tale, right? Like there is I can't get away from that. That's actually true. There's a certain like cultural fairy tales are important, right? Like they galvanize people, they encourage people. But not, I feel like at this point it's hard to make one because we're so scientific in nature. Like it's like I can't make up a god right now to give y'all, like that would be crazy, right? But there is a certain benefit to having a cultural fairy tale because it does teach parts of your culture that you don't have to beat into people, that you don't have to like say out loud. You know, it's just kind of understood in the culture. Like Christianity is white supremacy. It's just understood in the culture. I don't have to say it. It just behaves that way. But I think we're just past the time of creating new cultural fairy tales. It's a weird place to be to me.
Everton, I am gonna move on and bring up another guest. Did you have anything else that you want to say before I drop you down?
No, that's okay.
All right, thank you so much. It was a great conversation. I appreciate you for getting us started off and participating. I know we kept you up here for a while, but we got to cover a lot of things, and so I appreciate you.
No problem. Take care.
All right, have a good one. All right.
Everton is such a strong ass name. A nigga named Everton knows something. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never met a nigga named Everton that didn't know something.
That right. It sounds like wealth.
It sounds like you're in trouble when here come Everton. Oh fuck. Put the shit down. Everton coming.
All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, an atheist, a skeptic, if you are a believer in Islam, a Hebrew Israelite, Judaism, any type of believer across the African diaspora, we want to talk to you. If you are a skeptic, if you are agnostic, if you are an atheist, deconstructing, we would like to talk to you. The topics for today, the mods have been periodically putting the topics in the chat for me so that you guys will know what the topics are, because I tried to be fancy and my letters are so small. But topic 1 is, let's discuss the impact of Black faith in the Black community. We want to know, like, have you taken an inventory of what this faith has actually done for or to the Black community? Topic 2, Black people are not descendants of Adam and Eve. Topic 3, has Black faith been used more for liberation or for social control? Those are the 3 topics. When you come up, please let us know which topic it is that you are wanting to discuss.
Yeah, they just want to talk about is Jesus God or not. They want to argue about that.
Yeah.
It's
growing up when I was a believer, I hated history. It's like it got to be the most boring thing. Oh, I hated reading and I hated history. But leaving religion, and then once you start to like go down these rabbit holes, you just get to reading. The way all this stuff developed, it's like history is actually one of the most fascinating things to dive into, because it explains so much of like what's happening now, or how did this happen to this, or when do we get like that, or what. It's like if you would just start at a point and work forward, you literally walk up to the doorstep that you're trying to understand what's behind that door. Why is it like that? It literally started somewhere, and it'd be like growing up, you hate to read. Oh, what's all this history stuff? But it's like, man, it's some of the most fascinating stuff. Now I can't tell you the time I'm having digging into like Islam and how it came, and the Christians, and then the Muslims, and then the Ottoman, the Turks, and then you get Arabs taking over from the Christians, and then you get the Christians coming back and taking it back, and then the Christians start fighting each other over what they took back from the man. It's like, wow, all of this stuff develops, and it plays a part in how the religions of have been used on us, have played a role in us and affected us. It all this go together. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, you can't separate these and like the stuff that's happening with Black people. You cannot. It go together because it's literally a part of the causes. Like the transatlantic slave trade ain't just let's just wake up and start enslaving. Like, no, this is a Christian. That is a mandate. That's a mandated endeavor by the church.
Facts.
to separate the transatlantic slave trade from Jesus that's not right. That's not right. Because it starts with them Christians. You don't get a trans-Saharan / Arab slave trade without the Arabs taking over and fighting with the Christians, and you don't get a transatlantic slave trade without Christians being literally, they had no choice but to do it, because the Muslim empires was putting belt to ass, taxing them, cutting them off from trade routes. They got to start doing, and they got to find another way to make money. We need something else, because the Ottoman, the Arabs, the Muslims, all this is theirs now. The Doom Diversas comes out in 1452. The very next year, in 1453, the Muslims took it's called the Hagia Sophia. You look up the Hagia Sophia. That's where the seat of Christianity was in Constantinople before they moved it to the Vatican. The Hagia Sophia was like the what's the word I want to use? It was like, think of like what the Vatican is today. That church, the Church of the Holy Wisdom, was that prior to the Vatican. And in the year after the Christians said, hey, go into Africa and enslave all non-Christians, the year after that, the Muslims took their Church of the Holy Wisdom. You don't think that goes together? Those are not separate historical timeline. That go together. It's because they're fighting.
Look, Bar, I see Duke.
Let me make an announcement right quick. If you are in the request and you want to come up and you want to talk about one of the topics, go ahead and hit request. I think it's interesting that like you all are here. I see you responding, whether you are deconstructing, a believer, Muslim. Like I see you in the chat. You're asking for sources. You are disputing what the hosts are saying, but you're not requesting a. So don't be scared to come on stage. It's just a conversation. You will still be breathing and alive when the conversation is over. Go ahead.
We don't bite. But no, I was just saying, I saw Duke in the comments, like when Bar was saying what he was just saying, Duke, I think he posted it twice. He's like, you saying all that, what's your source? And it just baffles me, because when they read the Bible, they don't ask for the source of that. They read it and take it for face value. So every time someone says something like that, when you're talking about anything that's against the Bible, oh, what's the source? What's the source?
The source of the doom why should I have to give you a source about the doom diverses?
Like, sir, that is the source.
That is the fucking source.
But they don't look up like that. Then you ask them what is the doom diverses? It's gonna be crickets then.
Well, I don't think Duke is black.
His name is Duke. Yeah,
Duke's mayonnaise.
I know you're black.
No.
Duke, come back another day, Duke. Today's conversation is for the black community.
Yeah, I'm not, like, when I speak, I try not to say things that you can't go and type in, or you can't go and find a book on. The Hagia Sophia is real. That's a real thing. But see, most Christians don't know about Constance. They know about the Vatican and them evil Catholics. They don't know about Constantinople though. And the Hagia Sophia was where they had it's the word bishop. Is that the word I'm trying to? Is it bishop? It's not. It's the
bishopric.
Oh, he was. His profile, it looked like a white man on the profile. I pulled up the profile picture.
Oh,
if he is, send your request again to I don't have anything against white people in this space, but today's conversation is specifically for the black community. And so I just want to make sure that we're not that we're talking to black voices today. But am I crazy? Does that PFP look like a white man?
He said in the comments he's black.
Yeah, it does look like a white man. No, you're not crazy.
My profile, that's me holding my wife. My bad.
Oh, it looked like you got long brown hair. You know the 70s haircut that a lot of white men used to wear. Yeah. It looked like you got long brown hair.
Business in the front, party in the back.
That's what it looks like.
You got one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Like, I don't know what's up with my eyes. Oh my God. Okay.
No, I was here earlier and I left and I came back in the middle of Bar's statement and I was like, oh man, I'm just trying to learn. I'm deconstructed. You know, I'm in and out of these spaces and I'm just trying to learn more. So that's why I came in and I heard, like say, I caught the tail end of it and I was like, man, where can I get this information? That's all.
Information on like what specific, because I talked about the Arab conquest, I talked about the Hagia Sophia. I mean, what because the doomed verses is like the infighting, the fighting between the well, I said so much, I don't know. Just give me one thing.
You was talking about the Arabs and how Islam and Christianity were kind of going back and forth, and then you had talked about how Christ was connected to the slave trade, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I want to read up on this. Like, I'm just trying to learn. So I was like, yeah, where can I get that information? Probably the way I asked it probably did seem pretty aggressive. Like, where's your source? But I'm just trying to learn.
Yeah. So the doomed verses is it's a religious I would say decree or mandate, basically from the church. The doomed verses comes out in the 15th century. Now this is prior to what they would call a Protestant Reformation, where you see all of these Baptists, the Methodists. It wasn't none of those. No, those didn't exist at this time. So it was the mother church, and then it was everybody else being persecuted by said church. You know, the Catholic Church all the way up until the Catholic Church all the way up into when white people started to learn how to read the Bible for themselves. They were the mother church. They still are, but you know, the Protestant Reformation happened, and you know, they basically everybody dispersed and they did their own. They went off and did their own things. But when you look at the doomed verses is the religious authorization from the church to the Europeans to go into Africa and reduce everybody to slave. All of the non-Christians, all of the Muslims, because black people had already been converted to Islam because the Arabs came first. All of the non-Christians, all of the Muslims, and all of the pagans, or you know, people practicing African spirituality, reduced them all to slavery.
And then watch this, Duke. And you ask like, ask them like how Christ is connected to the slave trade. Yeah. Like, follow the timeline. Like in the mid 1500s, back then, like the kings, they were under the tutelage of the Pope. You know, the kings had to answer to the popes and stuff. And King James, the translation of the Bible translation that black people love so much. So like King James and Queen Elizabeth, they wanted more power and they didn't want to answer to the Pope anymore. So they branched away and started their own little separate sect of it, and that's when, he started to commission some other writers from Oxford University and some other universities to, including Shakespeare. Shakespeare had a hand in it as well, with writing their translation of the Bible. But like with the Jesus thing, do you know the name of the very first slave ship? Duke?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it was Jesus. The very first slave ship, the name of it was the good ship Jesus. And it was captained by John Hawkins, and King James and Queen Elizabeth hired him, for that purpose. And how they got those slaves to willingly march onto that ship was they went, with an interpolator and stuff, and they preached to them. about Jesus and everything. And once they preached all this stuff to him, his glory and the miraculous works and stuff, they asked him, did they want to meet this Jesus? And of course, all this stuff they're learning about this character. Of course, I want to meet him. So they willingly marched to the good ship Jesus, to go meet Jesus. And then, of course, once they were inside, the rest is history. So I'm just giving you, we're just giving you a few scenarios so you can see how this stuff connects with.
Think of will you do me a favor? Will you clip the right when Bar started this part, like right here where he said the doom, and just make the doom verses doom, like just make that into a song for me. Because I feel like that the doom is gonna go somewhere. I feel like that's a good sample. That's all I want.
But yeah, Duke. Somebody put it in the chat. They beat me to it. I think was that Chelsea or something. I thought that was Chelsea. Somebody put it in the chat. But the if you go and look up what's called the doctrine of discovery, that is the groundwork for colonization, transatlantic slave trade, and the colonization of the Americas. All of that is it's religiously backed with the doctrine of discovery, which is the papal bulls. Dum Diversas, Romanus Pontifex, and the Inter Caetera. All of that together, all three came from the church. Like, people try to separate white supremacy and racism from Christianity. You cannot do that because it starts with them enslaving people based on them not being Christian. And then that turns into, well, because all these black people done converted to Christianity now, we can't discriminate on the basis of them not being Christian because they're all Christian now. What else can we? They're black.
They got a Duke. They got.
We get the slave codes at
Duke. They got a term like white tea people called manifest destiny, where they said that it's their God-given right that was given to them by God to go all throughout the world and colonize and take over lands and stuff. It's called manifest destiny.
But but what Black believers lean on is it was Christians. This is what they tell themselves. It was Christians who abolished slavery, right? So Christians came to the realization that what they were doing was wrong, and Jesus helped them get to that realization. And what they don't know is that it was a very small portion of Christians who actually fought with abolitionists to abolish slavery. The majority of white Christians fought to keep slavery. And this is where the Southern Baptist Convention was first formed to fight against the abolishment of slavery. In the General Assembly in 1861, the pastors throughout the South got together and gave a speech at the General Assembly preaching that, this was slavery was ordained by God and it was their God-given right. And that motion was passed unanimously to not abolish slavery based on the fact that it was slavery was biblical and it was white people's God-given right to own slaves. They talked about, the harsh slave owners and how they, mistreated their enslaved people. And they condemned and denounced them, but they literally said in the speech, it's not fair for those in words to have to, pay the price for those that are harsh. And that motion passed unanimously. So a lot of Black people think that it was the entirety of Christianity that, just came to their senses and realized that they were being cruel to Black people who they saw as human. Even when slavery was abolished, they still didn't see Black people as human. I mean, think about the fact that the church and state segregated. And the first position in society that a Black man could hold that gave him any type of credibility or notoriety was a pastor.
Mm-hmm. Amen. And then think of when they bring up the whole abolitionist, I call that putting the cart before the horse, because we're going to ignore hundreds of years of Christians being the driving force for all of this. We're going to ignore that and just skip to this little small group of white people talking about they don't like how cruel the slave masters are. You're going to skip the church making this legal. You're going to skip that these European empires came and enforced it. You're going to skip all of that. All those white people. Let's skip all of them. Let's skip to the 10 motherfuckers in the corner with no pool. No. All when you look into the Protestant denominations of Christianity, because everybody looks at the Protestant denominations as, well, we're better than the Catholic Church. We had to branch off from them. They what they did, we don't agree with it. We different, we better, we had to upgrade. The Protestant denominations, all of them supported this. Literally.
Yeah. And again, like believers, especially Black believers, do not give a flying fuck about that. Because they've told themselves that Christians abolish slavery. What's up, Maddie?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Be Easy. Hi, Fee. Hi, Bar.
Hey, Maddie.
Okay, good evening, y'all. I wanted to come up because I did want to talk about the topic, but specifically like kind of geared toward the younger part. It's if I remember it correctly, it's about how the faith affects the Black community. I feel like in the younger group, we're still so like far in it. It takes away our ability to hold ourselves accountable. And it's even in the older part, but because I'm around younger people, I'm hearing it from younger people more. But it's always like, if they fuck up, oh, the devil made me do this. No, no, you made a bad decision. That wasn't the devil, but anything good that happened is always, oh, the God this or oh, the God that. And I remember telling my mom all the time when I was in college, like, and I made a good grade, my mom would be like, yeah, God got your back, baby. Your mama and your grandma, we pray so hard over you. I just used to be on that phone like, girl. And this is before I told her I was deconstructing. I used to be so irritated when she would give what I'm doing and how hard I'm studying and staying up late to this God. And that's often what it does. It takes away our accountability in like what we have done, like what we have built. Like it's so annoying, and you see it so much, like especially since you guys were already talking about slavery. When we look at slavery, we always say like, nobody helped us. And they'll be like, oh, what about Harriet Tubman? Motherfucker, it was more than 80 slaves in slavery. Like, and that lady was doing that on her own. And she was bopping people across the head if they was not in line. Like, that was not God. Who the fuck? What about everybody else who was stuck there that Harriet didn't even get to? Like, it takes away those people's accomplishments and what they work for, and it turns it into, oh, it's the God's doing. This is what God is doing. Okay, so when are we going to be able to do some shit? Like, when are we going to get our coins and our claps for what the fuck we're doing? Like, why every time we do something that's good, it's immediately hand off to this God? Like, we can't never say, oh yeah, this person did a great thing. It's always, oh, God blessed them and talked to them and told them to help me. What if they're a Satanist, motherfucker? What if what if Buddha told them to help you? Like, you don't know that. You're just taking away like the goodness in somebody else's heart or somebody else's drive to do something, and you're turning it into, oh, it's the God. And then I'm gonna let one of y'all speak because I'm kind of monologuing.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the whole narrative that you're born in sin and you are worthless, and anything that you do good in the God, your righteousness is still a filthy rag. And so if also you are to give up your life, lose your life for this God. And if you apply anything to yourself, then that means you're putting yourself before the God and you are making yourself an idol. So everything is the God. You aren't allowed to give yourself credit. And then if you remember, like when we're in church and we were singing or preaching or praise dancing, they would always say, the Lord show blessed you today. The anointing show was on you today. Like they can't just say, girl, you sang that song. They have to give credit to the anointing. Like you could not have done that without this supernatural power coming in and touching your vocal cords.
Yeah.
And that kind of indoctrinates you into that behavior of giving something outside of yourself credit for the things that you do, even getting up out of bed.
Yeah, I agree. And then also, like, I don't know why people don't understand. White people have been destroying everything we built since the beginning. I mean, they were burning down cities, drowning whole cities, hunting us down anytime we create a space for ourselves. That's like we had the Black Nerd Convention. Motherfuckers coming up in there being racist or getting mad because they can't come. But y'all are the reason we created it, because anytime we go to any of the other spaces, y'all are being racist as fuck. Like, bitch, if I want to dress up as an anime cosplay, I can do that because your white ass is doing it. Like, anytime we're doing something for ourselves, they're taking it and they're ruining it. They're ruining it. The whole reason they're letting us keep Christianity is because it's putting us right where they want us to be. We're worthless without this God. We ain't shit without this God. And we need to be sorry and hopeful and like pray that this God would take us under our wing. The whole premise of us having to be sorry and hoping that a God will take us under his wing is bullshit. Like, why are we hoping that the God would do this? I mean, if he created all of us, he should already be taking care of us. That's bullshit. And honestly, it's still like, to me, it's still like I really hope Massa approves of me type of mindset. Like, it's weird as fuck. I don't like it. It's odd. And it literally just keeps us, I feel like, in a repeating state of we're useless without a big white Jesus helping us. That's literally what this is now. It's no longer like a Hebrew Jesus. This is a white Jesus that we're worshiping. This is white people. We're putting up these figures up in our yard. My Mimi used to put figures up in her yard too that was white until my mama told her something about it. And then now all the figures are black. But they literally used to be white around Christmas until my mom said something. But like, this is literally their religion. And it wasn't even their shit. They fucking took it. Like, they took it and we're sitting here worshiping it. It's always like, we're always begging to be accepted by something that ain't us. Like, we're always trying to be the first Native Americans, the first, like, Jesus was black. We're the first Jewish people. We're the real Hebrew Israelites. No, why are you, Bar say it all the time, why are you steady claiming some shit that ain't yours? How about we go claim our ancestry and what the fuck we used to do in Africa? Why aren't we claiming that spirituality? Why aren't we learning our languages or trying to figure out whatever language we spoke before they got over there and they colonized Africa so bad that all the motherfuckers over there now is Christian or Muslim? Like, why don't we try to get back to that instead of trying to steadily fit into somebody else's shit, if that makes sense?
Give me a second. Can somebody do me a favor and check from a backup account and let me know if we're on the FYP? Because I'm seeing nerd after nerd. Go ahead.
Somebody else can speak now. I'm chewing on my tender. Hold up.
I don't think we are. I didn't think so, because there's no way in hell we haven't had anybody come in here and type nigger. No, like, honestly, like, there's no way in hell that we're on the FYP. Because I like, it's weird that we're not getting anyone to come up. But that says also there's 500 nerds in here. And y'all could come up because this conversation is not just to talk to believers. So y'all too could have come up and participated in this conversation because it's about having the conversation with everybody. But I think maybe doing a reset to get us on the FYP, because I think we're in a bubble right now, and just an attempt to see if we can get some conversations going. I'm gonna let Maddie finish her conversation, but I'm gonna do one restart, okay?
Yeah. Thank you, thinker. And then I also was thinking about when it comes to like literature in my English class. I do online now. I don't really go like on campus anymore because the campus I go to, they let anybody on there. Like they basically was letting the Ku Klux Klan on there because we're open campus. And it's really stressful. But in my English class, we did a test and she only gave us like 5 minutes to write about a topic we're really passionate about. And I chose if we applied Black Christianity logic to literature and the way we write. And that's really hard to explain. It was really hard for me to figure out the topic, but I feel like I conveyed enough. She literally gave me a 100 on it. She's a Black teacher herself. So I was saying like, how if we applied the same logic we have with Black Christianity, that you would have a lot of people ignoring sources, coming up with things, misinterpreting documents, and trying to say outright that something is one thing when it's clearly not when you look at the history. Like you would just have a whole bunch of nonsense in our literature that leads to nowhere. And that's all a bunch of hoorah. And I got a good grade on it. And I really think that's true. Like even when the white girl from, I forget what university she was at, she had wrote that hateful ass thing that was literally supposed to be backed in the Bible. But you had Black people defending her. And it's stupid as fuck because that was not a good essay. And you could definitely try to write a good essay for that and provide sources. She couldn't even quote her own Bible, which we already know Christians suck at that anyway. And when they do quote it, it's always misinterpreted or they're adding their own inputs and thoughts into it. Like they were backing her up saying, yeah, this was a good essay. What the fuck y'all English grades look like? Because if I would have turned that into any of my teachers I had last year, they were both white and Christian, they would have also gave me a fuck. They would have gave me an F. To be honest, like they would have gave me a F, and there wouldn't be no redoing it. Nobody in the English wing would have agreed that it should have been redone or anything like that. Like it was just horrible. And again, because of this literature, I feel like because of Christianity and what it does in all of our different denominations and how our denominations choose to ignore certain crucial things or choose to make apologies for certain things that are said in this book, it's honestly destroying our literature and the way we communicate and the way we're writing things down now. And I think that's really going to affect us in the long run because we're going away from facts and things that can be backed up. And now we're just throwing shit out there. And sometimes it's sticking to the wall. I don't know why the fuck it's sticking to the wall because it's still wrong, but you'll have multiple people jumping on it. And I think it's going to create like a lot of, I just feel like in 100 years when somebody's looking back on this, hopefully this religion is dead and gone. People are going to be like, wow, they were stupid as fuck. Like there's no way that they went this for, or what they're doing is going to work. And we're going to be stuck in that falsifying and ignoring facts and just creating our own realities. And I don't want to be stuck in a fantasy. I want to be in reality. I want to stay to what this book says. And I want my people to get out of the faith. And that's it.
Well, I agree. Yeah. I agree.
All right.
Anybody have anything?
Thank you, guys.
Nah, thanks for sharing, Maddie.
All right, give me
Thanks,
a second,
guys.
y'all. I'm gonna
Bye, y'all.
Bye, Maddie. I'm gonna do a reset, but hold on for a second.
Okay.
I love that topic too. That was a great subject for a paper.
I don't know why TikTok does the first time you go live, it only goes to your followers. And y'all did a good job sharing it out, feeding the beast, all of that. I think it's crazy that we've been in this corner all the entire live. I'm also gonna make another post to make the topics bigger. Mm-hmm. Let me see.
Yeah, TikTok has been on some bull lately.
Yeah.
Hey, ever since it transferred, man.
I mean, I have to do a reset damn near every night. It's ridiculous. But also, I think people would rather just talk shit about my ass than talk to me.
That's true also.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, they was talking about you in the chat on my YouTube channel. Some random person was like, "Some you lacking logic."
Let me guess.
Or something.
Let me get. I'm acting what?
That you were lacking logic.
Oh, that's. But they don't ever come in here to challenge me. Like, I mean, as long as they're running from me, I guess I'm still winning. Right? I'm like Jezebel, where they're hiding. I thought that's what they were going to say, Elijah Johnson. But yeah, like it makes me wonder about like the Jezebel story and like what Jezebel possibly could have been cutting off, because like cutting off in the story doesn't necessarily mean she was killing them. She could have been stopping them from practicing, right? And so it just reminds me of that and how they run and hide. And they rather talk shit about me in other spaces and tag me when I'm on other people's lives. But when I'm live, they hide in my chat or they watch from the hallway. And like, and the worst thing that I do is yell and I'll cuss a motherfucker out for disrespect. But I don't think that's what they're hiding from. I think that they don't like the fact that they want me to have the conversation with them about whether their God exists or not, and I don't give a fuck. Like that's not the important part to me. The important part to me is the impact, like what the fuck this belief system is doing, and how you are acting with this belief system, how white supremacy is acting this belief system, how I believe the God is the God of white supremacy. Because to me, the God is an idea. Like I'll tell a believer in a minute, your God is real. It's an idea that lives in your fucking head. It's a concept.
I was just about to say, I think that's probably why we're having such a hard time getting people to come up, because this isn't theoretic. Like this, I have that little saying that says the God can only do what you imagine. And once you take it out of something imaginary into something that's like practical and real, that you then you run out of things. Like you can't run into like a philosophy or interpretation or you got to just deal with reality. And if it's one thing we've noticed, believers in reality do not mix well.
which is why we are suffering as a community, because they refuse to look at, they refuse to see what's happening to the community. Like, they don't care enough. They rather let the community suffer and die and hang on to their imagination and their testimonies and favor that they believe they have, while having to get on TikTok and ask people to watch a video to the end and do all the things so they can pay for cancer treatment.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. And I think like if we were just discussing like, what did Adam do in the garden? You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably get a lot more people who wanna talk about that. Or, what's the transcendental argument for God's existence? You get a tree of people.
God, yeah.
Yeah, because they can bullshit their way through that. They don't actually have to know shit. Yep. They can just say a bunch of words. Like that guy that was on Mama Bash Live earlier,
Jesse,
man, lost his shit because I asked him to summarize what he had just, the definition he had just read. He don't know. He didn't understand a motherfucking word he said. And I knew the moment he said regard, I knew he didn't understand shit he read.
The way he said it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the fact that he just kept reading the definition over and over again. Like they want to pretend to be knowledgeable and pretend they have intellect. And they've been able to do that for the fucking longest. And like, they're not used to talking to people who have knowledge regarding the space. They're used to leaning on their pastor's knowledge. And the pastor isn't there to fucking tell them the truth. The pastor is there to keep you in the seat.
Facts. And if you think about the fact that, like, when you, like, Christianity, specifically Christianity, you have to think about the fact that you go from being a sinner destined for hell to a immortal good being in an instant. Right? Like, you didn't have to learn anything. You didn't have to know anything. You didn't have to necessarily do anything. You could literally believe yourself into righteousness, which makes you an instant subject matter expert. And I don't think there's anything else on the planet where you can go from being a novice, like a complete noob, to an expert that fast. Right? So
not anything real.
Nothing real. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing real. That you could just go from being like, oh, I don't know anything about this. I'm a, just the most horrible human being ever. And now all of a sudden it's like, I know everything. The Spirit gave me all the answers. Like, you just become a subject matter expert out of nowhere. Yeah. That's crazy.
But that's what they like. That's what they like. All right, y'all. I am going to do a reset. I don't know if the people that are in the guest request box are in there on purpose. Y'all always do this to me, right? When I say I'm going to a reset. You too, unfortunately, I have to do a reset with you as well, because I need to change out the post. And I cannot do that while I'm screen recording. So I'll be back on both in just a second. Y'all come back now, you hear?
See y'all.
outthink the GOP. And so now they're asking the Supreme Court to reinterpret the 14th Amendment. Like, they don't get that mad over votes if your vote doesn't count. And like, I just want to know if the Black church is like praying and believing that Jesus is going to come in and like stop the nationalists.
I mentioned this TikTok creator, and I cannot remember her name, who's doing a series on the deviation from liberation theology in the Black church and how it was not a fading, it was very systematic. Where white evangelicals, prosperity gospel preachers were kind of paired with or mentoring specific Black, up and coming Black preachers. So that you started seeing this shift from after the civil rights movement. Like, we know during the civil rights movement, during many of the revolutions in communities, the church was the hub of that, right? It was where we could congregate. It was the only place we could galvanize. So I think that you're right. Like, we have to recognize that nobody is taking that away from the Black church, but that church and that church's function in our community is not what it is today at all. Like, at all. When you have people talking about the fact that they're Christian before they're Black and their allegiance is to a God that they've never seen over the ancestors that quite literally shed blood for them. So yeah, those two churches are not the same.
I agree. Y'all, please remember that your shares have to be authentic. 145 shares the first 5 minutes of the live. TikTok is going to suppress us because they're going to think that I'm using a bot. I don't know how did y'all get 147 shares within the first 5 minutes? Somebody shared the fuck out of the live. They're going to suppress the live because they're going to think I'm using a bot. I got 5 friends. Look, y'all, y'all are excited. I don't know if we're going to break out the hole on this one. I think that's what got us in the hole on the first one.
I didn't know it did that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's how they check engagement. If they think that you're using a bot or spam, they're not going to recommend you. They're going to downrank you. We restarted the live to get out of the hole, but I'm still only seeing nerds. And I don't know if the AI picked up on like oversharing. Because we haven't been live for 10 minutes yet, and we had 166 shares. The goal is 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. We almost 200, and we ain't been live 15 minutes yet. I don't know if somebody can check. Yeah, I appreciate y'all's zeal. I appreciate your excitement. But if it looks fake, TikTok is going to be like, nope, not recommending them. It wasn't 260 people in here when we was at 142 shares.
Damn.
It was not.
Mobilizing.
Miss Ann?
Chelsea.
Chelsea?
Yes, thinkers, Chelsea. But I'm here. I just want to thank you guys for keeping this conversation and this dialogue in the algorithm in so public, because I believe even in my profession, I've seen a lot of people want to be Christian just because of those community spaces. And like Fee was saying, we can recognize the church for the relic it was with the deacons of the fence. But as of today, people are grappling with low racial self-esteem, low self-esteem, period. Because, I want to be Christian before I'm Black, all of these things. And we've gotten so far away from what the church actually stood for. So I just want to thank y'all for talking about these things.
You're so welcome, Chelsea. I appreciate you for being here. I'm sure you're having these same conversations out in the real world as well.
Oh, I got cussed out yesterday for being and it is a taboo. It's something that is so different to be a Black Christian. But yeah, I got cussed out in a law office for being, atheist. Oh, you look so good on paper. You can do X, Y, and Z and everything like that. And they kept on bringing up religion. And me with my mouth, oh, I'm not religious. I don't believe in that. Oh, it's because you were hurt by X, Y. I'm sure. Like, no, I don't believe in that because of X, Y, and Z. These were Black people. And they were so astonished. And I could see, like, okay, my chances of networking with this office is gone down. We're at zero. Like, no, so it provides a lot of communities. It was more so networking, but pretty much I'll say that, like, pretty much it was like, oh, let me feel her out. Like, she's one of the best candidates. She can do X, Y, and Z. She has a photographic memory. She can do all of these things. She's a Tulane graduate. Let me see. But they kept talking about God, and she kept noticing I was like kind of wincing. And I expressed like, no, I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious. That was okay. She said, oh, maybe it's because of church hurt us, X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, it's because of this, and this. I'm not comfortable with my Christian counterparts being the triple K. So why would I want to align with that? Like, it's all image obsessed. It's all to align, appease white tea supremacy. Like, I can carry all these degrees just like you and not have to adhere to this religiosity that does nothing for us as it stands today. Yeah, that didn't go well. But it's community, and it's people, it's a lot of stigma because people do believe in these fairy tales, and it's a part of their person. Like, it's intertwined in their being. They're not engaged in their critical thinking skills. So if anybody comes to challenge them about something they have embodied for so many decades, they're going to be offensive.
Yeah, I agree. And it's quite sad because they would rather hire someone with less experience, less skills, less education, just because they believe in God. And then they will swear up and down that it's not a fucking cult or a club. And that's how I see it. Like, it doesn't matter the life that they actually live, the harm that they cause, the shit that they advocate for, as long as you believe in Jesus. Like, we see it in here every night, right? Like, a believer will come up here and curse us out. They won't say shit about the believer cursing and being racist. But the moment we respond, the moment we say a curse word, they'll say, why are you so angry? Well, you can't have a conversation without cursing.
That's a form of gaslighting. They think they're morally superior. I'm telling you, they think they're morally superior. So if you challenge what they're saying, it's like, oh my gosh, because the woman was okay if I would have just acquiesced and said, oh yeah, it's because of church hurt, or we're talking about Mother's Day, oh, it's because of my mom or something like that. But when I went into depth of why I don't align with this religion, I could see, like, through her body language, like, no, baby, you would not be at this office. You would not be here. This is not your colleague. If you know somebody to know her, just don't mention it because you're out. Like, you cannot network with these people because you're too much of an outlier. You're too much of a liability because you're not in the sorority or, like they are, and you don't believe what they believe. So it's about image. If you don't believe what they believe, how can you represent this firm? How can you represent this company? How can you provide, safety plans or self-care plans to clientele? No. So it's an image obsession, and it's community. And a lot of times in the Deep South, it's the difference between having a job and not having a job. It's a cult.
Yeah, and they hate that word cult. They swear up and down that it's not one. Because God gave them free will and he doesn't want robots. So there's no way that they're in a cult. Yeah. It's sometimes it feels pretty hopeless because I think that they would rather go back into slavery than, even not just discuss the God. Like, I think they would rather go back into slavery to ask a question about the morality of the God. the validity of the narratives, the historicity, they would gladly go back into segregation. And I wrote a song called Black Before Anything. And in the song, I say, some of you Black voices echo it like it's not insane, because there was a conversation about going back into Jim Crow. And Black believers were actually saying, if that's where Jesus wants us to go, I'll go. And I'm like, that is fucking insane. I don't know if they hear themselves when they say this shit, if they really mean the shit when they say this, when they say that shit. But like, looking at the fact that a lot of them aren't showing up to vote, despite what we are dealing with today, despite all the galvanizing to get them to vote, I think they actually do mean it. And I think that they see it as a part of their suffering and a part of their Jesus coming back.
But it's frightening to see. Even I campaigned for Jasmine Crockett, and I was talking to my relatives, like, no, it's in God's hands. Chelsea, you got to let this go. It's in God's hands. You can't be, campaigning for this. I'm like, y'all are so complacent and remedial. Y'all are okay of, working your little Walmart Dollar Tree job. They know Walmart Dollar Tree. I love walking in Walmart with my little head wrap on, looking a mess. But it's just like, they are just complacent with just the status quo. Like, it is a DEATH cult, because they want no significant change. It's just hopelessness to me, from what I can observe. It's like, no, I can't change anything. I can't do anything. This is what it is. I'm just stuck. And I love what Maddie was talking about earlier, about you can't even give any praise to yourself and validate yourself for your labor and hard work. I just, my degree was conferred with my master's on December 31st. And I don't really post about it in my pics or anything like that. But I remember making a post, like, I want to thank me for believing in me, X, Y, all of these things. I thank me. That didn't go well over with some of my relatives. Like, what you mean you did this? Who woke you up this morning? My alarm clock. Well, how you do this? I said, I have a caffeine addiction. Like, that's me. Like, we were going to throw you a party, but you talking like this. You need Jesus. You need help. Baby, I'm 37. I don't need how does that, I validate me. I'm doing these things on my own. Like, I'm grateful. I can recognize my 12 bodily systems, the faculties of my mind, and apply that knowledge. Why in the hell do I have to attribute all these things to a fucking ghost?
I would have said, if Jesus did it for me, why the fuck you don't have a master's? That would have been this is probably why motherfuckers.
It wasn't in God's will for me to have a master's. That's what they would say.
I would have said, honey, he don't love you like he loved me. That's why I would have made their asses like, I swear this is why motherfuckers don't like talking to my ass. Cause ain't no fucking way. And then what you mean we was gonna throw you a party? Motherfucker, this is why I have the masters. I can throw my
Some
own
people need
party.
that community. I'm good being by myself. I don't have to go with the in crowd to feel validated for myself. That's what that low self-esteem comes like. They have low self-esteem. They need some sort of groupthink or herd mentality. Even if it's dead wrong, they feel better by being in a group, in a crowd. That's why a lot of them can say, oh, I know it's grape in the Bible or assault in the Bible, but that's God's will. That was just like they scapegoat these things. It's like a mental mind fuck, or they have to mind fuck themselves to be okay with this magical thinking and this fantastical mythology. Because when I read it, it sounds like I'm reading Greek mythology. It's all bullshit. It's just a story. I can go read Anne Rice Minoff and get more substance from that than reading the fucking Bible, because it's when you read it, it's bullshit. Talking donkeys, all of these things. Baby, I don't need a party. I can throw myself a party, but thank you. I don't want to be in community with people who want to scapegoat all of my labor and all the things that I, do to, something outside of myself, a eggrower, like a ghost. Like, even Bar, I will come on Bar's panel late at night and I'll be typing away. That's me. I had to stay up. I had to do these things. God wasn't in that.
Exactly. I agree. Well, Chelsea, thank you so much for coming up. Did you have anything else you want?
No, I really like Thee's voice. I love Thee's voice.
And I think you come on really late at night. I never
Wait,
catch
y'all, did I
you.
just vape on camera?
No,
I didn't. I didn't.
I
Y'all
didn't see
sure?
it. I don't know. I didn't see. I wasn't even looking at the screen. TikTok will let you know. I miss my Chinese spa too. I'm so sorry, Chinese spa. We had some good times. I don't know what TikTok is doing now. Every day is something. Every day I'm barred or, restricted. I don't know what it's doing, but I love your voice feed. And I'm so thankful for you, Thinker, and Black Atheist Rants for really, having these conversations in the forefront. But that's all. Y'all have a great Saturday. I'll be listening.
Thank you. Same to you, Chelsea.
I think that's why I had to turn my camera off, because I sat up here and puffed up. I mean, just right in the camera. I guess because the background distorted it. Like, let me turn this goddamn camera off.
I can taste the sweetness in my mouth. I know I fucking did.
When
Anissa? Go ahead, Black Bar.
No, I was just gonna say, when she brought up Fee's voice, I started staring at the purple circle, so I didn't see what was going on over there. I ain't see nothing.
Anissa?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just trying to get my dinner. It's a late dinner tonight because I just got home. But I've been listening for about an hour before you reset it. And I just want to tell the atheist people, if you don't take nothing from the Bible, take how to be a good person from the stories. And I know that there's a lot of people that don't believe, and the Bible has been rewritten over and over and over again. But I just tell atheist people, just take being a good person from the Bible, because there are stories on how to make things better for your life. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we can all learn lessons from those stories on how to go about things. That's all I tell atheists. Just take how to be a good person. Yes.
Hold on. Anissa, we read the Bible every day.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't need any story in that book to be a good person. And actually, I don't see any story in that book that actually teaches people how to be good.
Well, I've read some stories that could help you help you become a better person, or help you out of certain situations. If you don't want to believe all, like Job, keeping yourself together under bad circumstances.
Anissa, one second. So Job had a wife, correct?
Yes, he had a wife, children, everything.
Hold on. Right. And I am a woman.
Okay.
And so when I read the story of Job, and actually study the story of Job, I see that Job's wife was not cared for in that story at all. A god decided to place a bet with his mortal enemy and kill Job's kids, take his income, his home, and he didn't care what that did to Job's wife at all. I see a story about a woman who suffered, who hurt, who lost, and according to the English translation of that story, let's say she had a moment where she told her husband to curse God and die. That woman has been demonized throughout history and her pain ignored. And what that taught me was that this God did not care about women the way he cared about men, and that the faith of men mattered more to this God than the faith of women. And then the more I studied about Job's wife, I learned her name. Her name is Sidis. I read her story in the Septuagint, and the Septuagint has a longer version of her character. And in the Septuagint, she actually became a maid, and she started working. She started going door to door, seeking work so that she could take care of her and Job's finances. She took care of Job while he was sick. She hurt for her children, and she did not say to Job, curse God and die. In the Septuagint, she says, say some words to God and die. She said, we're sleeping outside. She said, I've lost my children. You've lost your lineage and your health is fading. She said, I go door to door every day to find work. And she said, and I long to close my eyes, but I cannot sleep until the sun goes down. So everything that this God put on Job, she had to carry on her back, and the world ignored her. The world demonized her because she was a woman. The world said her pain didn't matter because she was a woman. And when I, after studying it in the Septuagint, I went to the Hebrew scriptures and read it there. And because I wanted to know why the Septuagint translated it as "say some words to God and die." And what I saw in the Hebrew is that she actually says, "Barek mutamut," and which means bless God and die. She says, "Barek Elohim mutamut," bless God and die. She does not say curse God and die. Right. And so I wondered, like, why did they translate it in the Masoretic text as curse God and die? And what I found from women textual critics and theologians who wanted to look at it from an unbiased place is that in that time of the Targum being translated and the Masoretic text being translated, is a woman could not be seen as more pious than men.
Okay.
And so Job had to be, it was about the piety of Job, and he had to be presented as the more righteous and more pious character in the story. So they translated it as curse God and die. Okay. And then as scholars started to, you know, realize that she never says curse God and die, they came up with a reason. Well, I think the reason that it was translated this way was because the word curse can't be next to the word God. Right. Except we see it next to the word, we see it next to the tetragrammaton in other parts of the text. So that doesn't line up. We also see the word break throughout the story of Job. Right. And it's not translated as curse. So that translation just does not make sense. It's very misogynistic story when it comes to women. Now, I get looking at Job and seeing that, you know, he suffered and he went through a lot, and the belief that Job did not complain, which isn't true. Job complained like a motherfucker. And if anything, Job did curse the God.
I never heard that part. That he did.
But he did. Like if you read it, chapter 9, 10, and 11.
His friends were telling him to curse God. That's what I've read. And his friends and his wife.
His friends never told him that. His wife told him to. Okay. But the Satan says to the God in the story, if you stretch out your hand and take everything, touch all that he has, he will curse you to your face. And Job does that. Job calls him unjust. Job says he's a friend to the wicked. Job says you've taken your sword and cut open my kidneys, and now my bowel is out all over the ground. Like Job tells him, leave me alone so I can go to Sheol. Like he literally does curse this God. He says, you are immortal. You don't know what it's like to be mortal. You just pick on mortals just because you can. You laugh at calamity.
Can I tell you something?
1 second, let me finish.
Yes,
Job does do exactly what the Satan says that he's going to do. But that's not even the point. The point is that I know that a person can read a story like that and say, wow, Job went through so much and God blessed him at the end of his life, and which the Black community has taken that story and they have turned it into double for your trouble. You going through something, don't worry about it. God's going to give you double for your trouble. And that is a bona fide ass lie. Okay. Just because you go through something in life does not mean that you're going to get it back or get double or get something better. That isn't true. And then the to be telling people who lose children, you in your Job moment, I think it's pretty fucked up that a God killed 10 kids just to prove the faith of another person and then say, well, he gave him 7 other children back more prettier. Like, so that tells me how much your God devalues the human life and how much we have been indoctrinated to devalue the human life. And the way that we have been willing to demonize Job's wife, Sidis, without knowing, with only having one line about her. The only thing we've ever known about her is that in her moment of suffering, in her moment of grieving 10 children, in her moment of losing all of her friends, her businesses, her home, her income, her whole entire life has changed. And being ignored by a God, she told her husband, I cannot see you sick anymore. I cannot hold all of this on my back anymore. I love you. Curse God and die. We said, fuck that bitch. And then we take that same attitude that this book has taught us. And in the moment somebody says, did you see that dress Sister So-and-so had on? Honey, I heard that she was a hoe. Everybody turning their nose up at Sister So-and-so because Sister So-and-so got a rack, or Sister So-and-so got a little meat on the backside, and you jealous. So you ready to hate Sister So-and-so, and you don't even know her name because you still calling her Sister So-and-so. Or the moment that somebody make a fucking TikTok video and say, Thinker does Thinker such and such, everybody wants to hate Thinker because such and such said such and such is jealous of Thinker or hates Thinker. That is the attitude that Job's story has taught society.
Okay. Well, like I said, I do understand your point of view. But like, I just feel like it's the stories in the Bible that could just help a human being to be a better person. That's all I was saying. But I do understand your theory, how you look at, how you view it. I respect that. I respect everything you just said. And when you say it the way you said it, it looks like God just plays games with people. The way, my cousin and I were talking about God last night, and she said that why is God doing all these things to people and the devil never did anything? He just manipulated, or he looked like the bad guy. She said, what if the devil is good and the God is bad? So I heard her. But we have to determine these things for ourselves. We got to take that gamble for ourselves. If you think God is not real and da-da-da-da-da, I prayed to him. I asked for certain things and he delivered. So
did you have to do anything for your God to deliver, Anissa?
Keep my faith.
Did it just show? No, Anissa, you had Anissa, like whatever it is that you pray for, it did not just show up.
I had to work for it.
Exactly. You had to work for it.
Yes.
Like you praying to your God for the very thing that you are still going to have to get up out of bed, go to work every day, budget your money, fix your credit, go to the grocery store, cook your food. You are the one doing it. You're just giving a God credit. Like, had you said that prayer and never got out of bed, Anissa, the thing that you pray for would have never shown up. And you don't need a God isn't blowing in your nostrils every morning. And a God isn't your battery pack for you to walk throughout this earth, for you to clock in. That is your energy that's doing that. Now, whether you are using the God for hope or for motivation, that's a different story. But a God ain't.
So where do you think we all came from?
God isn't doing it. You came from your parents.
No, I get that. But how did we begin? That's what I want.
From a single cell organism. Like, human beings did not start as the sentient bipedal humans that you see today.
Okay.
Like we evolved to who we are today over billions of years. Like, we didn't even have a language system for when we were
I know that,
when we were
excuse me.
We didn't even walk on two legs at first.
Right.
Like, we evolved to that.
Yes.
Like, we originally were animalistic and had a communication system of clicks and sounds. We had no self-awareness of life or death or right or wrong. And we evolved to that when we became Homo sapiens, and our brain size increased. Like, it took, like, there wasn't some God in the sky that was molding us from dirt, like the Bible says.
Okay.
Billions of years to get here. And then, quite frankly, the God that you believe in, I think, is a doorstop to the evolution of humans. I think that we should be more evolved. We're our minds and our cognitive ability is still in first century Rome, in the late Bronze Age, because this God, like what kind of God do you serve that don't want you to evolve past the time period of barbarianism? These people used to kill their kids because a female was unvaluable in that culture. And so if the head of the household did not want any new females in the house, they could just throw them in the river, and it was legal. If the wife had a baby and the baby was female, they could just throw her in the trash.
Even
They
in
could sell her
China,
into slavery.
even in China, you're right.
They could,
you're right.
yeah, but your God, this is the culture that we're reading today, and that we're saying has all the answers for us and in this age in 2026. Your God has not even updated that book to fit the culture that you live in today.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense, but yet believers believe that a God, that they can just say some words to a God and then all of a sudden he's making things happen in their life supernaturally, while ignoring all of the hard work you have to do.
Okay,
what sacrifice?
Okay, I think a lot of things that he had to ask, well, the sacrifice is to see how much faith you have in him to make your life better or to show your love for him. Maybe these were sacrifices.
That don't sound like a narcissistic, abusive relationship to you. Like if the man that you were dating came to you and said, "Hey, I need you to sacrifice your food for a week, so I know that you are faithful, so I know that you really love me." Is that love to you? Like if you don't expect that from a man, why the hell do you expect it from a God?
Right. I understand. But I was just thinking about, maybe he did that because he wanted to see how much you love him to be able to be blessed.
Why would you expect that from a God if you don't expect that from a human? Like you would think that a human was unloving if they did that. If you told them, "Hey, I don't have enough money to pay to get my medication," and that human said, "Well, you're gonna go without until I see if you deserve to be blessed," and you get sicker and sicker waiting on that human to decide whether or not you are worthy enough for them to help you get your medicine, would you call that love from a human?
No.
So why do you call that love from a God?
I get it. But I just feel like the reason why he do the things that he do is because what they say, how people describe heaven. It's no pain. It's beautiful. The streets are gold. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, maybe you need to do certain things to be deserving of my riches, my heaven. So that's probably
what is your God like? Why do you think white people would give you a book that will help you find a God, that will help you find streets of gold when you die, when they don't want you to have gold while you are alive? Like why do you think that they gonna help you get gold in eternity when they have come onto your continent and stolen your gold here? Can you access gold here?
No.
Then why do you think that they're giving you the roadmap to gold when you die?
So what do you think death is? I want to know from your point of view.
Death is death. Plants die. Animals die.
So you think that there's nothing afterwards? You think you just die out? There's nothing. There's no afterlife. So how do you, I don't know if you're an atheist or not, but
I am an atheist.
Okay. What do you think death is after we die? Do you just go to sleep?
Anissa.
I want to know.
Anissa, I'm going to answer you right now. Okay. If you closed your eyes right now, can you go and see what the loved one that passed away in your family is doing right now?
Honestly,
can you go into death?
I want to be honest with. Can I be honest with you?
I want to make sure you understand what I'm asking you.
Yes, I know.
Can you go into death and tell me what your loved one is doing right now?
Okay, I can't go, but they come to me a lot. A lot of my family.
I didn't ask that. Can you go into death and see what your loved one is doing right now?
No, I can't.
No, you can't. And the reason why you can't go into death and your loved ones come to you is because your brain only knows what you know. This is all you know is this reality. You can't imagine anything out that you have not experienced. No human being has ever gone into death. So the stories that they tell you about a hell, they ain't no human ever gone into no hell, gone to death and come back. The story they tell you about Jesus. Here, the thing that I don't understand about the story of Jesus is your Jesus is supposedly God who incarnated into human form so that he could have the human experience like you and save you from the punishment of sin, which is death.
Okay.
So he dies, and then in that sense, he goes to hell and gets the keys from death to defeat death, and then he resurrects in human form, and that's him defeating death. He was dead 3 days.
Yeah.
And you believe he defeated death, yet you still die and you stay dead until, and then you have this belief that you will stay dead until he decide when to wake y'all back up. And that could be billions of years. That could be trillions of years. That could be 1,000 years, but you still dead. Jesus don't know what it's like to be dead for 1,000 years. Hell, Jesus don't know what it's like to be dead for a week. Jesus don't know death the way you, a human, would know death. So there is no way that any human being on earth is going to convince me that they have been into hell or heaven and come back here.
I've been to hell. My sister.
I think you just heard. I'm gonna let you tell your story, but what I said was no human being is going to be able to convince me that they have been to hell and come back here. And then the crazy thing, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let you speak. The crazy thing is your God says in this book that there is a fixed chasm between there and here. He said it is fixed, but somehow all of you keep crossing this fixed chasm that your God says exists. And the reason y'all are crossing it is because you're doing it in your minds. But the reason y'all keep asserting that you're crossing it is because y'all don't read this book. Go ahead. And to the other hosts, feel free to chime in whenever you need to. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say a couple of things, right? What if you are wrong about God and he really do exist and he really loves you and you die and you see all this? I would rather die knowing that I try to understand and respect the Bible than to not respect it at all. But if you go into this not say, oh, God don't exist, that's why I told you from the beginning, if you don't take nothing from the Bible, be a good person. That's
Anissa,
all
I am a good person and I don't need the Bible to do that. And Anissa, if your God existed and he loved me, then it's his fucking fault for not showing up and letting me know that.
Okay.
That's his fault. And if I die and he is real, good fucking riddance, because I don't want to go into eternity with a God that I have studied, with a God that I have questioned, a God that I do know. From this book. I don't have any desire whatsoever. I don't like white supremacy here.
So you don't have a problem.
Hold on, Anissa, let me finish speaking, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't fuck with white supremacy here on earth. I don't fuck with rapists. I don't fuck with genociders. I don't fuck with thieves. I don't fuck with misogynistic ass men. I don't fuck with pedophiles. I sure as hell don't give a damn about spending eternity with them or their genocidal ass God. So if I die and he is real, then the decision that I made when I was alive will remain the same.
Okay.
But what I want to ask you,
I love your honesty. I love your honesty.
But what I want to ask you, Anissa,
Okay.
is if you die and your God is real and your God is in hell, you are before his throne, and his throne is fire and brimstone. The angels around his throne are burnt. And you say, wait a minute, I thought you told me that I was supposed to be in heaven if I worshiped you. And he says, I told you I was a deceiver. I told you that I would deceive you. I told you that I lie. I told you, hold on. He said, I told you that my throne was around fire and brimstone. Like, what did you think? You were told by other people that was the devil. But had you read my book, you'd have known that was my throne. What you gonna do then?
Could I be honest with you? Me and my cousin had that same discussion my friend and I had the same discussion. He said, what if God is the devil and the devil is God? And it's backwards.
And say he was the devil.
Right. No, I'm just saying.
My question isn't, that's not my question.
I'm saying I understand what you just said. If it's backwards.
What did I just say? No.
You said if God, basically what my cousin and I were she was talking about with me last night. If I worship the wrong person.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Listen carefully. If you die and your God is real and you get before him and the place you go is actually hell because your God's throne is centered around your God's throne is fire and brimstone. The angels around your God's throne are burnt ones. And you say, wait a minute, God, I thought I was going to heaven, to streets paved with gold. And he says to you, well, I told you that I would deceive you. I told you that I would lie. I told you that my throne was around fire and brimstone, but you assigned those characteristics to a thing called a devil. Like you voluntarily signed up for this, but you didn't read the book. You took the words of other people. You right where you're supposed to be. I'm who you chose.
Right.
Then what?
Well, the way you're putting it, I'm going to do more research to see
read the book that you're telling me to read, Anissa, because everything.
No, I'm not telling you to read. No, I never told you to read.
You said to take good. You said to read the stories and take good things out of it to be a good person.
Yeah, whatever
I'm saying to you.
No, whatever story from what I read. Yes, ma'am.
What I'm saying to you is, just read the book that you are telling me to read, because everything that I just said to you is in the Bible about your God. I didn't make that up.
No, you didn't. All I was saying, it was stories that I read out of the book that made me feel like, you know what, if nothing else, because I do feel like this is man-made and rewritten and da-da-da-da-da, right? Excuse my voice. It's allergy season here in North Carolina, so my voice is a little hoarse. But I do feel like if nothing else, I want to be a good person to everybody. I want to be able to overcome obstacles. So a lot of the stories that I read in the Bible, it helped me overcome obstacles or be a better person and walk away from certain things. That's all I'm saying to you. How to walk away, how to, maintain your human decency. You get what I'm saying? So, and I know my brother, he's an atheist. He don't believe in God at all. I get it. I get why I don't. I get why my cousin questioned certain things about the Bible. She's trying to do Bible study. I get it. But at the end of the day, don't we all want to be good humans?
I don't know. I don't know if we all want to be good humans. Anissa, I talk to believers every day who condone rape. I talk to
What do you mean condone rape? I've never talked to anybody that condone rape.
But I'm telling you what I do. I don't have your experience, Anissa.
Okay, you're right, ma'am. You're right.
I talk to believers every day who condone rape. I talk to believers every day who condone slavery, who condone genocide in the name of their God, who say that they would kill their child if their God told them to. I talk to believers every day. Anissa, you and I cannot talk at the same time.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Can you go on mute for me?
I could just be quiet. I was just getting some ice for my glass. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Bar, I do see you off mute. I think you have something to say. I'm gonna say this real quickly. I talk to believers every day who say that if their God asked them to, they would sacrifice their child because of the God testing Abraham. And you ask me if I see if everybody wants to be a good human, I cannot see people wanting to be good humans who would turn the other cheek when people of the LGBTQIA community are stomped the fuck to death. when they are pushed to their deaths because of the words that come out of the mouths of believers, when they are excommunicated from their homes, when they are told not to bring their lifestyles into the church and excommunicated from churches, the place that y'all say is supposed to be the hospital. I don't see goodness in that. And I don't think every human being wants to be good. I think a majority of the Black community wants a God, not goodness. Go ahead, Bar.
How do you say it? Is it Anissa?
Anissa.
So I just feel like you're not listening when thinkers speaking to you. I don't think you're listening. I think you're listening more so to respond versus like actually trying to understand what's being said to you.
Okay, I hear you.
Right?
Okay.
Because when you first came in, you said that, turn the fan off. When you first came in, you said that we should take the stories out of the Bible. To be a good person, we need to, you said if you don't believe in God, at least use the Bible to be a good person. That's what you said, right?
I did say that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your example you gave was Job, right?
Right.
Okay. And Thinker explained to you why even when you look at that story and you understand from a woman's perspective, it's not a good story being told.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I hear you.
And you as a woman, if put in the same situation as Job's wife, how would you feel about this situation where you're telling your husband to, you don't like to see him sick, curse the thing that's causing this to you, so we can just unalive, so we can just stop, right?
Okay, I hear you.
So how do you feel? Okay, let me ask you this. If God asked you to well, man, I don't want to use this as an example.
Oh, be honest. Be honest.
If God came to you and said he's going to unalive, you have children?
No.
You don't have children?
No, sir. I don't have
Okay,
any.
that's fine. Do you have nieces, nephews?
Yes. Yes.
God came to you and said he's going to unalive all your nieces and nephews, and he wants to put you through this test to see if you really love him or not. How would you feel about that? Is that something you'd be okay with?
I've lost a lot of people already because God took them home. I was never okay with losing my grandmother or my auntie or anybody. I prayed, I cried. I remember my aunt just died recently, and I was on my floor praying to God that he wouldn't take her. But I had to come to realize that it was her time to go, and and he probably need her more for a special reason. We all have a time frame for this world, and we don't know what day is our day. Every day every year we go past our death date. Every year, at some point, you might die July 17th, but we go past that date every day. So
you said every year we go past our death date.
yes, like a birthday. We go past our death date like a birthday, but one year, we're gonna land. It's gonna land on that day.
We're gonna die someday. It's gonna be a day of the year. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
Hey, Mods, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom again.
So go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. You can finish what you were saying.
No, it's funny to you, so I'm going to let you continue to laugh at yourself.
I'm sorry. I laughed at what I thought you were saying, but if you want,
what you thought I was saying, though?
The way I heard it is like when you just said that, the first thing that came in my head was like final.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from because it just doesn't make any sense.
The first thing that came in my head is final destination. And so I'm thinking when you saying that every year we
go past our
overcoming death date.
No, every year we go past our death date until the year that we die. That's what I'm saying. So.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am, he's just so immature.
I know. I know he is.
I'm sorry. Okay, so see,
I know
I
he's
was
immature. I know. That's why
Yeah,
I'm not going to argue with him.
we gotta practice patience with him.
Yes.
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Brother
It's
B
okay.
Easy, I apologize.
It's
So
okay.
I'm not laughing at that.
You're laughing at me because you don't understand what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to say to you is that you gotta be a better person no matter what, if whether you believe in God or not.
Right.
And you just displayed that you are disrespectful because you're laughing at me. And hold up. I wasn't laughing. Now you prove my point. If you don't take nothing from the Bible, take how to be a better person.
Ma'am, please relax. So I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the thought that came to my head when you said every year we're like going past our death date. I'm thinking we're cheating death or we're escaping death. So I laughed at the thought of final destination. I'm not laughing at you or your experience. I'm laughing at what came to my head. Now, when you say every year we're passing the day of the year that we're going to unalive, we're passing it every year. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I get that part. But what I thought you was talking about is like I'm ducking and dodging the Reaper. And so I that's on me. But I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at because I didn't know that nigga was looking. I didn't know he was looking for me. You gotta try a little harder. I'm sorry. I'm done. I thought she was talking about the Reaper. I'm like, is his name Grim? Okay. All right, I'm done. Okay. That's my immaturity kicking in. I'm sorry, y'all. But no, ma'am, I wasn't laughing at you. I'm sorry. But you were saying that what were you saying? Go back. I'm sorry. My bad.
He needs some milk. Y'all go help her, y'all.
What the hell happened when I left?
He's weird. He proved my point.
That's
what happened. I told him, if you don't take nothing from the Bible, take being a better person, right? That's what I said at the beginning. And then he started laughing at some of my points. That's not what you do when somebody trying to explain themselves and make themselves clear. You're laughing at me. So that lets me know you're not a better person. You didn't take that from that book. Just be a better person. If nothing else, you don't got to believe in God. You don't got to believe in this. Just take what I said and be a better person.
Yeah. No, but
and you sitting there laughing like a 5-year-old kid. It's okay.
So I wasn't.
Miss. I don't know how do you pronounce your name, ma'am?
Anissa.
Anissa. Okay. Yeah, Miss. Yeah, and like he was saying, he wasn't laughing at you. It was more of a, kind of a with you thing. Like he told you he wasn't laughing at you. When you said that he pictured something in his mind. Like he just imagined someone, like ducking and running from the Reaper. And so that image that he portrayed to himself caused him to laugh. So
about the death comment?
You made the statement, and then so you see what I'm saying? He portrayed an image to himself, and that caused him to just laugh. So it wasn't at you.
Okay. Well, here it is. I realized that I'm fighting a never-ending battle because there are a lot of people on this line that feel like God is not real, this, that, and the other. I prayed. I've been through things. I know that God delivered me from certain things. he been there for me. Like I was a throwaway kid, and I prayed a lot, and God was the person that was by my side through thick and thin, and he still is to this day. I'm going through something right now, and I'm in my prayer mode. So I decided that I've been listening on this line for like 2 hours now, and I wanted to just express to y'all, no matter what, if y'all don't believe or not, just take some stories from the Bible and apply it to your life to be a better person. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying, oh, God is real. I'm not trying to force y'all to love him or understand him. I just wanted y'all to know that some of these stories, let's say finances or marriage or love or whatever, anything that you can accept from the Bible, apply it to your life. That's all I was saying. But
Anissa,
I respect y'all being atheists. Yes, ma'am.
Marriage in this Bible is slavery. The marriage that we know today, where a man and a woman courts each other and fall in love and get to know each other. And then the man bends on one knee and he asks the woman to marry him.
Solomon Gomorrah. He never condoned.
Anissa, you did not do that to Black atheist friends.
Yes, ma'am.
What I noticed is when he started talking, your voice got softer, right? And you listened to him as he was speaking. You did not cut him off. And I can't help but to think that it's because he is a man. Now, I've been very respectful to you. I've listened to you, but you constantly disregard what I'm saying and you interrupt me every time. What I was trying to say to you is that you say that if we read the stories in this Bible, it will help us be a better person, and it will help us with our finances. It will help us with marriage. One, marriage in this Bible was slavery. The women did not get to choose whom they were married to. They were property. They had no body autonomy. They either had their father over them, who would all but sell their vagina to the person paying the bride price. They had their husbands over them in authority, or a slave master over them in authority. If they did not have a man over them, I mean, the God just says, let them go free because you've defiled them. There's no laws protecting women who do not have a man in authority over them. So no, the only love, which is crazy, the love that I see in this Bible is between David and Jonathan. Whether you want to say it's homosexual love or just bros over hoes type love, David and Jonathan had soul ties, and the love that they had was a deep, divine covenantal love. Naomi and Ruth had a love that was deep. It had Ruth cleaved to Naomi the same way. Genesis 2:24 says that when a man leaves his mother and father, he shall cleave to his wife. Jacob loved Rebekah, but had children with Leah because Leah had a womb and Rebekah didn't. Rebekah had beauty. But you don't see love in this book between a man and a woman like that. You see formed relationships by parents, the finances. What story are you talking about that can help you with your finances? Can you tell me what you've read in this book that have helped you with your finances? Let me ask you this right quick. Are you wealthy?
No, I'm rich at heart.
No. Rich at heart does not give you food or shelter, clothes,
It does.
medical.
I eat every day. I got
No. You eat every day. You have never gone to McDonald's or Walmart and paid with your heart. You have to, when you go to the grocery store, you have to pull out your debit card or cash. Okay. Your finances does not equal your heart. What I am asking you is what story you've read in this book that have helped you with your finances. And if you are struggling financially, then the story ain't helping you either.
There is a story in the Bible about a woman selling perfume oils. and how she got on her feet. There is a story. I forgot the name of the story, but I remember that it was a story about her, how she came about because she was poor, but she started selling perfume. I really wish I could tell you the truth about it right now, but I'm not going to tell no lie. But what I want to say to you is this. I did not bow down to that guy because, first of all, I am a lesbian. So I don't give a damn about no man, but I do respect him. But I'm not bowing down to him. I never did.
I didn't say you bowed down to him. I said your voice got softer and
No,
you
it
did not
never did.
interrupt him. I can play
My
it back,
voice is
Anissa, if
worse.
you want
How
to
did
hear
my
it.
voice get soft for this
Anissa,
guy that I don't even give a damn about and I'm a lesbian? How did my voice get soft for him? And you muted me when I was trying to.
Anissa, I wasn't here to mute you, so I did not do that. But I can show you an example if you want to see how confident and articulate your voice is when you're talking to me versus when you started talking to Black atheist friends. Would you like me to show you an example so you don't think this is, something that I'm making up? Anissa, you're on mute. Can you come off mute? Y'all don't mute her. She's okay. Can you come off mute, Anissa?
I softened my voice for you because I'm a lesbian. I respect women.
But you didn't do it for me. That's what I want to show you.
I did. I respect you. This is your show. This is your show.
Anissa,
this
look
is
what
your
you're doing
show.
now. Look what you're doing right now.
No, I thought I had the floor. My bad.
While
I will
I'm
shut the fuck
talking.
up if I don't got the floor.
Anissa, like I can
Yes,
show you
ma'am.
an example of what I'm talking about.
No, do it.
Okay, yeah. Like even right now.
But I respect you more than I respect that man because I love women.
Okay, but I think
let's talk about the real deal. I've been calling you ma'am the whole time. Every time you was disrespectfully rude, telling me to shut the fuck up, I did that.
I did not tell you to shut the fuck up.
No, basically that's how I feel though. But I respected it.
I
respected
told you to shut the fuck up.
No,
Like,
you
that's
didn't.
not fair.
No. You didn't.
Like,
but I
why
did
are
shut
you
up.
putting that on me? Why are you putting that on me?
No, I'm saying basically be quiet. I apologize. I'm a New Yorker. I apologize. See how I'm softening to you right now?
This is soft?
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you what you did when Bar started talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on.
While it's a brief pause, I know a few seconds ago, Thinker was when she pretty much asked, like if you were wealthy, alluding to, like having some money and financial gain, what part of the Bible helps you out with, your finances. And literally in the Bible, Psalm 127:2 to be specific, it says that it's useless to go to work, working hard, getting up early and getting off late and working hard every day. It is useless to do that for the ones that God loves because he provides for the ones that he loves. So it's just pretty much saying to me when I read that, it's pretty much saying that, hey, if you have to go to work every day and work hard to provide for yourself, then you're not one of those people that God loves because he provides for who he loves.
Anissa, listen to this.
I don't hear my voice. It don't have nothing to do with me.
Hold on.
Okay. I did say that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Of the Bible, when you first came in, you said that. Turn the fan off. When you first came in, you said that we should take the stories out of the Bible and take to be a good person. We need to, you said if you don't believe in God, at least use the Bible to be a good person. That's what you said, right?
I did say that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your example you gave was Job, right?
Right.
Okay. And Thinker explained to you why even when you look at that story and you understand from a woman's perspective, it's not a good story being told.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I hear you.
And you as a woman, if put in the same situation as Job's wife, how would you feel about this situation where you're telling your husband to, you don't like to see him sick, curse the thing that's causing this to you, so we can just on a line, so we can just stop, right?
Okay, I hear you.
So how do
Do you see the difference?
No, I want you to understand something too. Can I talk now?
Go ahead.
Are you done trying to make it seem like I was submissive to this nigga and I wasn't? I also was submissive to you. So go back and because this is your show. This is your show. I'm like, yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I understand. I called you ma'am and yes, ma'am, and yes, sir. And yeah. Come on. I don't know y'all. I'm not about to be hostile and disrespectful. So I'm going to be respectful to you and him. But now you're being disrespectful to me by trying to make it seem like I'm being disrespectful to you. That's not cool. You're a bad host.
Anissa, do you
I'm
remember?
about to get off your live.
Okay,
but
go ahead.
I
All
appreciate the conversation.
Okay.
I had a wonderful time here.
Yeah, go be a better person and accept accountability for the things that you do. You can't come into a space and tell people that they need to read the Bible in order to be a better person, and you cannot accept accountability for your own actions. There were several times where I had to ask you to let me finish speaking. Not one time did you interrupt Black Bar until after Bar laughed and you lost respect for him. And you didn't like the fact that I showed you the mirror of yourself. You got to go deal with that. If you are in the guest box and you don't mean to be, please check and pull yourself out. If you are a believer, deconstructing, an atheist, skeptic, agnostic, a Muslim, Black Hebrew Israelite, any belief system or lack of a belief system across the African diaspora. We are only talking to Black people tonight because this is a conversation for the Black community. If you are of any other culture, you are welcome to stay and listen to the conversation, but I am asking that you do not request up, as this conversation is predominantly for people within the Black community. Pierre?
Peace be unto you, goddess, and the gods. I was listening to the conversation.
Pierre, did you just hear what I just said?
Yes, ma'am. I heard thoroughly what you said.
Which means?
I am that you requested that I can be up on here.
Can you turn your camera on for me?
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Do I fit the criteria?
It looks like it. Okay, you can turn your camera off now. All right, state your age for TikTok purposes.
68.
All right. And what is your affiliation with a belief system, or are you a non-believer?
I'm an Israelite.
Okay. And did you come to talk about topic 2?
Yes, but I was okay. I really wanted to comment on the sister from I'm from New York. I'm from the South Bronx.
I actually would rather not, because she's not on stage. I don't allow people to do that. Okay. She's not here to defend herself, and I don't want to have a conversation about her, and she's not here.
I wasn't going to dog her out or nothing like that. I was just going to speak on the subject that was being talked about. But it's your show. I'm not coming here to rattle nothing. I'm coming just in peace and in truth and in justice. That's how I'm traveling.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna let you start off with Black Atheist Rants or Easy, and then Bash, if you are here, this is your topic. I don't know if you want to come on back up. Black Atheist Rants or Easy? Go ahead.
Yeah. Be Easy, you well, I got it. You say your name is Pierre.
Yes, savoir-faire.
And you say you're an Israelite.
That's right.
You know what a Levant is, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you think that you are a descendant of those Israelites?
That's correct.
who have ancestry in ancient Canaan, the Canaanites. They descend from the Canaanites.
Well, let me ask you this:
The black people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That was me. That was on me. That was on me.
What are you, brother? What are you professing to be?
I'm black.
You're
E1,
black.
E1B1 haplogroup. I'm black. Yeah.
Okay.
Politically, culturally, everything about me traces back to being black. So yeah.
Okay. Well, isn't black a label?
So
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be conversational. I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just me being 68 years old.
We are of African descent. That's why I said E1B1 haplogroup.
Okay.
I was very specific. We are African.
Okay.
Have you where do you live at?
I'm in Georgia.
Right. Black people living in the black people live in the United States of America. We're not indigenous over here. We were brought over here, and majority of us are descendants of the African people who were colonized and enslaved here. So there's no way we could be Israelites unless you've done your DNA or something like that, and it traces you back to the land of Canaan.
Okay. Well, I'm in a study mode right now where, like I said, I'm 68 years old, and I was born and raised in the South Bronx, and I'm learning this new way. I was brought up as Catholic. I touched Al-Islam. I touched Pentecostal. I touched damn near every religion that there is to touch, and I'm actually being attracted to the Israelites. My grandmother was full-blood Cherokee. So I'm learning and trying to figure out, I'm in the learning stage, brother. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Your grandmother is
full-blood.
You said full-blooded. Right. Yes. Indigenous people who lived in what we call the Americas today, they owned black people as slaves too.
Okay.
And so some of us do have native blood. We do have native family members, because that we did intermingle with them. Some of us were enslaved by them. They owned black people as property as well. So some of us were grafted in. When you look at the white people, they call these the Indians. They called them the 5 civilized tribes for a reason. They were civilized because they
call them Native Americans.
I'm sorry. That's right. That's on me. The Native Americans, they're called the 5 civilized tribes for a reason. Those were the 5 tribes that was playing ball with the European Christians. So, we're not indigenous to these lands, and we're not Israelites.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no way we could be unless you've done your DNA that traces you back to ancient Canaan.
And I have not.
Right, but you said but you do know where the Levant is. Like if I put a globe in front of you, you could point out where the Levant is.
Well, like I told you, brother, I'm in the learning stage. You know what I'm saying, and I'm trying to figure out. You know what I'm saying. To be honest, me being a OG, an old head, I know my mind has been. I'm detoxing from the old way of thinking, coming into the new way of thinking. So I'm on a journey, figuring all of that out, sir. That's where I'm at.
Yes, but you said that you are an Israelite. That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what I'm proclaiming to be. Yes, that's what I'm proclaiming to be.
Which is why the first thing I asked you was, do you know where the Levant is? Because that is where they are from.
Okay.
And so if your family does not have ancestry to, if your family doesn't have ancestry to the Levant and the Canaanites, where those people descend, then you're not them.
Okay. Well, I don't know that to be a fact yet. Just like I told you, I'm studying, and I the things that you're saying that I need to do, then I need to do that. I need to follow up on my studying and get it right before I come out my mouth.
Okay, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. And also,
everything's right with that, because when you humble yourself and recognize that you don't know and you're willing to learn, everything's right with that, sir.
Yeah, that's pretty much saying the same thing. He says, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. So he's saying that that's right, like to have that attitude. So, OG, triple OG.
That's right.
So
that's right. Whatever you want, brother. I'm there, and you got to get there.
Yeah, I do.
56.
I do.
I'm
I do. I'm trying to
I
get
got a
there.
dime on you. I'm a whole dime ahead of you.
Hey, you are. I hope to one day
and
be
I'm
there.
healthy and I'm wealthy to the point where successful contractor.
I got a cane. I got a cane right here next to me. I'm
so Pierre, like the Bible tells you who Israelites originally were and are, right? Like, do you know where Armenia is? Armenia?
I'm open for study, brother. I'm not open for questions. I'm open for study. Explain to me what you're saying and enlighten me. Enlighten me.
That's what I'm getting to, and I'm explaining it just with this one question.
Okay.
So do you know where Armenia is?
No, I do not.
All right. So Armenia is a region that's right up there next to the Caucasus Mountains. And we all know what type of people are from that region, correct? Okay. So like in Deuteronomy 26:5, to be specific, when one of the Israelites, was traveling to new lands and inquiring, other people, and God was having this conversation with him, and he asked God, what should I tell them, when they ask who I am and where I'm from? And God told him to tell them that, your ancestors were traveling Armenians. So I just wanted to add that 2 cents in as well, for your studying.
Okay.
So I'm gonna read it for you, and it's actually Aramaeans. I don't know. Did Armenian
do a little more studying myself? I'm going off the dome thinking. So
no, that's okay. I know the Aramaeans were one of the first Christian nations.
I think it's Armenia that y'all are.
Armenia, yeah. The Aramaean is in the Bible. They are
yeah.
Syriac, yeah. They're in Syria. So it's Deuteronomy 26. So what the context of this is before they were able to go into the promised land and they were passing out the ancestral land, there was a pledge that each male Israelite had to say in order to qualify for ancestral land. And the pledge they had to say, I'll start from verse 1. So it's Deuteronomy 26. When you have come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess, and you possess it and settle in it, you shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the ground, which you harvest from the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and you shall put it in a basket and go to the place that the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name. You shall go to the priest who is in office at that time and say to him, today I declare to the Lord your God that I have come into the land that the Lord swore to our ancestors to give us. When the priest takes the bread from your hand and sets it down before the altar of the Lord your God, you shall make this response before the Lord your God. A wandering Aramaean was my ancestor. He went down into Egypt and lived there as an alien, few in number, and there he became a great nation, mighty and populous. So that was the ritual they had to do before they were given rights to ancestral land. They had to acknowledge that Jacob, who was the wandering Aramaean, who went down to Egypt, was their ancestor. And so Aramea, Padan Aram is in Syria. So unless you came from that region, your ancestors came from that region Jacob or Aramaeans wouldn't be your ancestors.
Pierre, I don't know if you know when you're
we
off
can't
the
hear
app,
you on.
yeah, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you when you're on teacup.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Thinker just said to you?
Yes, I heard her.
You want to respond to it, or
so if yeah, that's why I did. So
pause for dramatic effect.
If you use what she just told you,
What's so funny, brother? I mean,
and-
what's so funny, brother? I told you I'm here to study and learn, and you find it funny. What's so funny?
Why? What is with y'all? Do y'all hate laughter and joy?
I'm just asking you what made you? I want to laugh.
God forbid a black person laugh.
Okay, right on, brother. Go ahead, brother. Easy. You gonna say something, brother?
You too old to be mad at laughter.
I ain't mad, brother. See, you passing judgment. I ain't saying mad. I said,
because I'm 56. I'm gonna laugh. I ain't got long. I'm gonna laugh.
What?
Ain't no way in hell you 56. You 56 for real?
You too near me not to hear me.
Oh my God.
So Pierre.
I thought he was serious. I don't know. Black don't crack. You can't be playing with your age like that.
Oh man.
It don't crack, it don't crinkle either.
So Pierre, if you take the passage, like of what Thinker just read, so like the Bible literally telling who they really are and where, and if you like combine it with the passage in Matthew, I'm forgetting the exact verse, but it's the one where Jesus said that he was sent only for the lost sheep of Israel, the Israelites. So, to me, I can put two and two together to say that, hey, if me or my people weren't original Israelites, then this book ain't for me. This God of this book is not for me. And he shows that often by, telling his people, which, we are not literally, he tell his people all throughout the book to, go to other lands and unalive other, foreigners, and, that, hey, you can enslave other foreigners and sell them off as property, and they'll be inheritance, for your children, and etc. and things of this nature. So that God of the book couldn't care less about me if I'm a foreigner, only Israelites. So it's not for me.
Okay.
Neither you either, based on, the lineage of what the text says that an Israelite is.
Okay.
And see, you have to understand when the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, when it arises, what time period does it come out of? That's 19th century. What were Black people dealing with during that time when the Black people start identifying as Israelites? What was going on at that time? Racism, Jim Crow. They're having, when you're colonized and subjugated and oppressed, you have an identity crisis. You got to identify with something to rationalize these things, or you have to identify with something that puts you on the winning team, because no one wants to be on what they believe is the losing team. So anything but Black. That's why you had a problem with me saying I'm Black. It's like, hold on, I'm not Black because I don't want to be on the losing team. I'm an Israelite. I'm the people of the Bible, of the land of the Bible, land of God, God's chosen people. That's what you believe you are. And I'm here to tell you, you're not. That movement is 19th century. It's not ancient at all. It's not during the time of antiquity. If I took you back to that time period and I dropped you off where those people are from, you'd be the first one to go. Literally. Because who are you? You don't even look like them. You don't talk like them. If one of them walked up on you, you'd clutch your pearls. Literally. You're claiming something that you don't know nothing about. And it's okay. But now you said it earlier that you got to do a little bit more digging so you can unlearn and unpack this, because you're not an Israelite. But listen, just because you're not an Israelite, the time is not going to stop. The world is not going to end. It's not over because you're on the winning team. You're still on the winning team, because despite everything they tried to do, whitewashing history, during the medieval period, the Renaissance and the Reformation, white people started attributing black people to the curse of Ham. They start, even though we're not in the Bible, as Bash pointed out earlier when he was up here, we are not in the Bible. But during the during these periods, the Renaissance and the medieval period, they had to justify what they were doing to us. So they started attributing us to descendants of Ham, thus destined for servitude. Couple centuries later, you get the 19th century black Christians, and we're saying, well, we are Israelites now. No, that's it's, well, I don't think it's right for us to take this religion that was used on us and then go a step further and identify with the main character. That don't make us, that's not something we should do, because when we look at this text, we read these stories, the main characters are called to do some of the most heinous things. I'm not for the enslavement of anyone, especially black people, but the Bible is an instruction manual for them to go and take, for them to go and G-side and grape. So I don't want to be them either. I'm good. And you shouldn't want to be them either. You shouldn't want to identify as an Israelite. Their track record is not good. That's not something to hang your hat on or be proud of or stand with. It's not that's not liberating at all. When you listen, I'm almost through. It's plain landed. If we take their narrative, they're saying that they were enslaved in Egypt. The ancient Egyptians are black people. So you are saying you're a descendant of the Semitic people, the Middle Eastern people, the people from Canaan that were enslaved by us. That's what you have accepted. That's what you have accepted today. Yes, you're black. You're politically, genetically, culturally, you're black. Nothing you can do to change that. You are taking the identity of the people who are saying they were enslaved by Africans. No. It's wrong on so many levels. On top of how y'all treat the women, on top of what time period this came out in, on top of it being made up, you are identifying with the people who are saying their God sent plagues to us. Split the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's deeper than just trying to say, because what benefit do you get out of saying you're Israelite? What is that? What does that do?
That's why I said I stand corrected, brother. And in my age that I'm at, I don't mind humbling myself and saying, you know what? I need to go back into the books. I need to go back into my studies and revamp and really sit down and really get into studying for myself and not for what somebody else said and for what somebody else does. Coming out of Catholicism, baptism, and all of that, and Al-Islam, and the whole rigmarole of me coming up in the Bronx and just 8.5 years special forces and this, that, and the other. I've had a lot of going on in my life. So me sitting down now and having the ability to be healthy, wealthy, and stable in my mindset, where I can rationalize, like what you're saying now. I'm taking it in food for thought and going back to the lab Because like you said, I've been given a second lease on life. And I know that the Most High loves me because I'm not sick. I'm not insane. I've been married for 38 years to a beautiful chocolate woman that me and her bear 2 children. So I'm really very successful, and it doesn't have to be monetarily, but just me living a life. I'm very successful, brother. I'm a professional dad. I'm a professional husband. I'm a professional father. And I fall down, but I get back up. I don't stay laying down, brother.
Did you say you're a professional daddy and a
I'm a
professional
professional
father?
daddy and father. That's right. My wife
What's the difference?
My wife calls me daddy, and it's out of endearment. It ain't out of being no pimp or nothing like that.
So what's the difference between daddy and husband?
That's what she calls me. That's her nickname for me. And husband is I've been married 38 years. Successfully.
Okay. So you're saying what you call the Most High did all of that for you and you didn't do anything?
No, the God in me did that.
Oh, you said Most High. So is that different than the Most High in the Bible?
No, that's the God in me, sis. That's the God in me. That when I wake up in the morning, I reverence that's in me. That's moving me. That's giving me my decisions. That's helping me make my decisions on a positive level. And when I was young, I did foolish things, but when I became adult, I put the foolish things away, and I started acting according to, being positive, dealing in truth, dealing in justice, and just moving on a whole nother frequency.
So I'm just interested in the language that you use. Like instead of saying to us, I've done well for myself. I've taken good care of my health. I have a beautiful wife, 2 beautiful children. Like, why did you word it as the Most High loves me and has blessed me? And why did you word it that way if you're not talking about a God outside of what you call yourself God?
I said the God inside of me.
But that's not what you originally said, though. You said the Most High.
Right, in me.
That's not what you originally said, though, at first. So I was asking, why did you word it that way at first?
That's what I meant, ma'am. That's what I meant.
Okay, so you do not believe in a God?
No, not the way people like going to church and all that. No, I do not.
So can I ask why you were convinced prior to this conversation? Why were you convinced that you were the people in the Bible, the Israelites who had a God?
Because like I told the brother, I said I was on a journey. So when you're coming at it, when you're being detoxed, and when you're coming out of a sick way of thinking, you try to grab a hold of whatever you can grab a hold of. Because when you're in the water, you don't want to drown. So you grab whatever keeps you afloat for that moment until you come to another reality that sets you straight. That when you come to realize that, that's not really what the deal is. So now when I told the brother, I got to go back to the lab. Evidently, I got to go back to the lab. And I got to do some more studying.
So prior to this conversation...
And I love being under the microscope like this. Because that's my shit. I love people picking at me and trying to figure out what the fuck makes me tick. Yeah, that gets me excited. Because
I'm not trying to figure out what makes you tick. You have the wrong impression of me.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand the beginning of this conversation because you came up and said that you were an Israelite. The Israelites are chosen people of a God, but now you are saying you do not have a belief in a God. So I'm trying to understand if you had a belief in a God when you first came on this stage.
Say that again.
I'm trying to understand if at the beginning of this conversation, when you identified as a Black Hebrew Israelite, the people who have a God, they are the chosen of a God. Did you have a belief in a God before you came on stage?
Well,
as an Israelite?
I was learning that, and in my learning, like the brother just shared with me, I was corrected. So I was.
No, I understand that you were. I understand that you were corrected about the identity of an Israelite. I'm trying to understand how you went from having a God, a belief in a God, at the beginning of this conversation, and now
I've always believed that the God in me is the God that, because coming out of the South Bronx when I was a 5%er, it was peace God and it was the earth. The women was the earth and the brothers was the gods. And you know, I went through a lot of different trainings and different studies to the point where, like I told the brother, here I am, I'm still studying. I'm studying myself. I'm studying people. I'm studying situations and this, that, and the other. So I'm in the learning mode.
So what's going to stop you from joining another panel and then becoming something else within 20 minutes?
The same thing is not going to stop you from doing it.
No, because
if you've been corrected, if you've been corrected, and you know that, listen, you need to do your studies before you grab a hold of anything else. You know, you need to get your verbiage right, and you need to get your understanding right before you come out your mouth again.
But you do realize that you've not studied anything that we've shared with you. Like, we gave you, facts. And I read a scripture to you that you haven't read yourself. You haven't fact checked us. And just by you having this conversation, you are now no longer an Israelite and no longer have a God. Just off of our word. And I don't recommend anybody do that. I don't. I always tell people to fact check me. Reginald Wells, who's listening to this live right now, made a video about me, as a lot of believers do, who have the wrong impression, thinking that I want people to just believe what I say because I'm up here, trying to twist the scriptures and convince people to, leave their God. I do think that this God is the God of white supremacy, but I don't want anyone to take my word or anyone's word of anything that we say in here. I highly suggest that people fact check everything that comes out of our mouths and research it yourself so that you know why you're making the decision that you're making, right? And so what I observed, right, in this conversation is that within 30 minutes, you learned some new information and you made a decision right then and there.
To study.
And
to study. That's what I'm.
Well, I just asked you if you had a God. I just asked you, like Bar asked you if you were an Israelite. You said, nope, not no more. And then I asked, well, do you believe in a God? No, I believe in me. But when you first started this conversation, you did believe in a God. Like I asked you, what is your affiliation?
Okay,
right?
well, all of that you're saying, all that you're saying is true. But that's why I said to myself, to be honest with myself first, to be true to yourself first, is you got to recognize that you don't know everything. So by me,
right, Pierre, do me a favor and let me finish speaking, okay?
Okay.
All right. What I'm saying is, with this observation, you made a split decision in 30 seconds based off of information that somebody else gave you that you did not fact check. I'm asking, what's going to stop you from doing that again when you go on another live and another person gives you information that you think sounds good? Like, what's going to stop you from making a split decision?
Because I'm going to study. I'm going to study. I'm going to go back into the lab. Like I said, I'll say it 6 or 7 more times if you want to hear it. I'm going to go back into the lab and sit down and reevaluate my existence.
But do you realize that I'm saying you did not do that with this conversation?
Because I'm listening to the conversation. I'm not going to fact check you right in front of you. I'm going to go back.
But you've already made the decision. You've already made the decision to drop your God and to drop your Israelite title without fact checking anything that we said.
No, I did not. I did not make what I said. I said I'm going to go back and go to the laboratory. Can't get no more clearer than that.
Are you an Israelite?
I'm going to go back again. I'm going to go back and study what I said.
Pierre, you're 65. I'm finna be 46.
68. I'm 68.
Okay, 68.
Yeah.
I'm finna be 46.
Okay.
Right. And like I know, like you and I, you sound like a very intelligent man. And I know you know what I'm asking you, right? I understood every word that you said.
Okay.
In fact, I understood it to the point that that is the reason that I am asking you the questions that I'm asking you. And prior to the beginning of this conversation, you identified as an Israelite. You identified as an Israelite. Bar asked if you were an Israelite, you said, no, I guess not. So you dropped the Israelite identity during this conversation without fact checking anything.
No, because whatever the brother shared with me, I'm going to go back again. I'm going to go back in the laboratory in my private space and study what the brothers have said to me and do my due diligence.
I understand that. Trust me. You had. Please don't interrupt me again.
Wow. Listen.
No, wow. There was no. I asked you politely before. Right. I even said, please. I understand that you have a laboratory and you plan on visiting it. I get that you're going to research. I don't understand why you can't understand what I'm asking you or what I'm pointing out. Or I don't know if it's a lack of accountability, because you dropped your Israelite identity based on the information that you received in here. I understand that you're going to go back to the laboratory and you're going to research and you're going to start all over again and look for the right answer. But you started this conversation as an Israelite, and now you're I don't know, or I'm no longer an Israelite, without fact checking us. And I'm asking, why did you do that? And what's going to stop you from doing that in the future? It's the fact that your identity has changed on this stage without fact checking information. That's the thing that I'm highlighting.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
To you, it might. To me, I'm sticking to my story. I'm going into my lab and I'm doing my due diligence, and I really don't have to answer up to you. You know what I'm saying? I hear
You're absolutely correct. Thank you for coming up and go be a professional lab rat. I don't know. Have a good night.
If I'm a lab rat, then, if that's what you want to call me, if you want to come out your nature and start disrespecting.
You're the one who kept telling me you were going to the lab.
How difficult would it have been for him to say, you know what, you're right. I did shift positions based on what I was told, which is likely how he got into being or considering himself an Israelite. The responsible thing to do is to write down the notes, jot down the resources, and then go do the work before you decide what moves you want to make. But if you are shifting your position on your belief, oh, yep, I'm real Israelite. Nope, I'm not an Israelite. Yep, there's a Most High. Nope, it's just me. Like if you were blowing around like a Walmart bag in the wind and not doing your due diligence, that's not truth seeking. You're going to end up in another crevice or corner or cul-de-sac being blown about by the winds of somebody's information being shared with you that you didn't know before. And all I think you were asking him is to recognize that and to move, go back to the lab, sure, but look at your process of what you're doing in that lab first. Because if you don't do that, then there is no way that you can ensure that you're following information as opposed to just following people.
Thank you, Fee. You put that so eloquently. And I think he could not say that I was right because I have a vagina. He quickly accepted information coming from Bar and Easy. But it's something as simple as you accepted this information without fact checking us, and him just saying, "Yep, I did. You're right. I did do that." I have a vagina, and you can't bow down to vaginas because he's a professional daddy.
Bro said he was a 5%er years ago. Israelite, he was a Christian. Bro been a little of everything. Bro is a mutt. He said, I'm a dog, I'm a mutt.
Wesley.
But
go ahead.
I just wanted to tell everybody.
Let me see who's up
I'm
here.
sorry,
Real quick,
my bad. Okay.
Wesley. Val.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Are you what is your affiliation with belief in the Black community? Are you a believer? Are you skeptic, atheist, Black Hebrew Israelite, Muslim, Christian? What are you?
I was raised Christian still.
What are you right now? What are you today? What do you believe?
I'm still a Christian, but I'm a Christian. My family Christian. My grandma passed it all.
Okay, 1 second. Go on mute for me. Fee, I'm gonna let you take this one. Bar, what were you getting ready to say?
Yeah, it was 30 seconds. So to the people that are claiming to be an Israelite, if you're Black, what you have to understand is that ancient Africa, if you believe you're the people in the story in the Exodus, ancient Africa did not have European pharaohs until Ptolemies came in. Those are the first European pharaohs, Alexander the Greek and the Ptolemies. So if you are claiming to be an Israelite, you're literally claiming to be the people that they're saying were enslaved by indigenous North Africans. That's who you're claiming to be. And so I just was going to tell him, this is what I was going to tell him before he dropped, is to if you look into the Ptolemaic dynasty and Alexander the Greek, that's when they first start getting like Greek, Macedonian, European pharaohs. And I was going to give him the African origins of civilization by Cheek and Shadia talks about this when the Greeks started coming in. That's what I was going to tell him.
Shake. That's how you say it. Shake.
Is it cheek? Chic? Shake? Chic.
I don't know.
I heard somebody say it in
Shake after G-Up. I just know because I repeat the pronunciations from, I've heard Anthony Browder, and I heard Dr. Ben mention him, and that's how they said it. So I just
I'll go with that.
Shake.
Shake. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shake.
Yeah.
To G-Up. Okay.
Yeah, shake. Yeah.
Thank you. I got it.
All right, yeah.
Fee?
Yeah. What topic did you want to talk about, Val?
I kind of was sent something. I think I was probably requesting earlier or something, but I was sent to request or something like that.
You were in the request box.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. But yeah, since I'm here, as I believe in Hebrew Israelite because I see the maps before they were called what they were called.
I'm sorry. Can you pick up one of the topics 1 through 3?
Oh, sure, no problem.
If you are a Hebrew Israelite, topic 2 would probably be best for you.
Investigating the claim Black people or not. But that would, I don't know about that one. That one's kind of different. The use of liberation of social.
If you are a Black Hebrew Israelite, you believe you are descendants of Adam and Eve, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't think so. We don't think Black people are descendants of Adam and Eve. We don't think Black people are Hebrew Israelites. We don't think this book has anything to do with Black people who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade.
I mean, honestly, I want to go to like places like Ethiopia because I feel like that's where my faith would lead me to. So personally, I do have faith, and I was raised to have faith that we are that people. So I can't really claim anything other than that.
Having faith in something, does that make it true?
I mean, having a history. I don't think the Bible is like a voodoo book. I think of it like a witchcraft. I don't think of it like a witchcraft book. I think of it as a history book that basically just tells us.
What question are you answering right now?
Let me just answer the prompt and just done because I don't really follow the conversation like that.
No, she asked you a question about faith. She asked you a question.
What's that?
She said just because you believe something, does that make it true?
I mean, I don't really believe it. I experience it. It's the difference between believing and experiencing it, though.
But you said something about believing on faith that you are the people in this book. And I asked you, if you believe something on faith, does that make what you believe true? How can you determine if it's true?
And doing research, like I do my research and I see how the lands used to be called and the names before they are what they are right now and where they belong to, what tribe.
What does a name on a map have to do with genealogy and who our ancestors were?
Because it literally tells you, where your people was at in the time that we was that nation type thing.
You think you can look at a map and determine genealogy?
Oh, nah, I don't believe that. I just believe that it's historically recorded where we came from. And if we want to deny it, I mean, we're open to, because that's the world we live in.
Historically recorded where?
That's what I'm saying. You got to do your research. If you look at, like somebody was saying something earlier about Israel is not where our people come from. If you look over there, that's not where the people come from. And Ray Tete. But I looked at pictures that are like from the 1900s, and you see Black people in Israel. So it's like,
I'm not sure that we're talking about the same thing, Val. You can't look at pictures of people and determine, oh, yeah, that means that all Black people come from here. That's not how migration patterns work. We have ways of determining where our ancestors came from, the migration pattern that they took when they left Africa. Looking at a picture of people in Israel does not make all Black people come from this area. That's just simply not how any of that works.
I mean, like, I don't want to get off topic, but like even with the old maps where they would literally show you in Africa a place and the name of it was Judah, like it was the name of a Israel tribe. So that just shows you like they dominated that much land, that their kingdom was in that place before it changed names or changed hands.
Who's they?
Or whoever. They, the European powers that be.
Yeah, I don't know that we're talking about the same thing, Val, because your standard of establishing truth seems to be extremely different than ours. I've never encountered someone who's able to identify who their relatives are by looking at a map or looking at the name of a country. Like that's just not that's not sound epistemology. So if you're just saying that I can look at this map and see people who appear to be more melanated than I expected them to be in this part of the world, therefore Black people come from here, that's not scientific, that's not systematic. There's no methodology there at all.
Well, y'all got some interesting topics, but I don't really know how to approach them, to be honest. So
the map that you're talking about is a map from 1747 by Emmanuel Bowen. Have no relation to Dr. Bowen, or maybe, showing boundaries, rivers, and settlements. Like it was a map that was created by a European settler in the 17th century.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're in that place, you just think of it as home. But if you're coming from a third person aspect, you're going to see it as something else than just, that thing that you always known. So they knew it as Judah, and the explorer had to name it the same thing as what the people knew it as their tribal land.
No, it was known as Togo. So it was named that by the creator of that map in the 17th century.
But wasn't it like renamed to a different region in like the 1900s after they got liberated?
Yes, after the Barkova, not Barkova, what is it called? Oh my God. I know it starts with a B. Oh goodness, the Berlin Conference.
Okay.
But it was it was
I was about to say Babylonian.
yeah, like
you said B, I went straight to Babylon.
yeah,
think about
but
it,
it wasn't originally named Judah.
Like as far as they go with the first prompt, I think that the faith really has impacted the Black community in different ways because there's so many Black communities. Because like even down to the colors of African flags, they're all in a sequence with like red, yellow, and green. And that's because of that African faith that is the Christian community, that's the educated Christian community, I should say, that was making those markers. You know what I mean? So I think that the religion really has shaped, and it's not given to us from, YT or European powers. That's why I was saying earlier, I would want to go to Ethiopia because that's something that is more tied to the Black history line.
You said it's not given to us?
No, it's not. It's been translated in Greek and stuff like that, but it all goes back to Ethiopia. At least when it leaves Israel,
Where did you get that from?
Like my family gets to go to Africa, so we kind of experience a more universal Black culture. And like, my brother has gone to Ghana.
What does a universal Black culture have to do with Christianity being in I'm struggling to track your conversation, and it could just be me, but I was asking you about Christianity. Okay. All right. Just making sure, because you know what I'll be doing. You were talking about Christianity being in Ethiopia. I don't know how that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's just related to the fact that the Christianity ties to Ethiopia, because even when they say the tribe of Judah, they say King Selassie was associated with it. So I just want to see their culture, so to speak, because America is like Black activists are going to say Babylon, and really America is described as New Babylon. So it's kind of like, and they even have places called New Babylon. So it's just to show that it's kind of against Black heritage, Black Ethiopian, Black Israelite.
Yeah, but sir, like Thinker said, that map has no relation to the Bible, and the Ethiopian stuff. They had no relation to any parts of this religion, Judaism or Christianity, prior to the 4th century, when a Greek man that was born in Phoenicia, took the religion there, and King Azana accepted it. This is in the 4th century. So prior to that, they had nothing to do with any of these religions.
So the thing is, like,
but also, hold on, Val, you're not Ethiopian. You're West African. Like, why do Black Christians even talk about Ethiopia and say we had it first? You're not Ethiopian.
The influence of Ethiopia stretches, because even like in India, right? the Ganges, that's actually named after Ethiopian royalty.
But you're not Ethiopian. They're not you, and you're not them. That's a different country on the continent. That's like saying Americans are Caribbean or something like that. That doesn't make any sense.
But you can say Hawaiian. They can say Hawaiians are American and look at their culture so far from the mainland.
You wouldn't be Hawaiian.
But it's not about
proximity. It's a different people, a different culture. You're not them, and they're not you.
So I feel like
So
because the thing,
do you have an Ethiopian Bible?
No, not yet.
I want to ask you a follow-up question. What language was the New Testament originally written in?
I mean, I really don't know. Wasn't that written like with the Council of Nicaea or whatever?
It was a little bit before that. So the New Testament was originally written in Greek.
You said what language, not when.
The New Testament was originally written in Greek, right? So the Ethiopians, they did not speak Greek. They did not write in Greek. That's not their language. So it could not have got to them prior to the white people, because it was originally written in a European language. When you look up what's called the Hellenistic period is where, I'm just going to use it for lack of a better term. The Hellenistic period is where the white people come in and they are in control of North Africa, the Middle East, Asia Minor. All of that has been controlled, conquered, and they're ruled over by Europeans. It's the Hellenistic period. You got the Seleucid dynasty, Ptolemaic dynasty, and then after those disperse and they get defeated, and in comes the Romans. But all of this is white people in charge, white people in control of the infrastructure. The New Testament was written in white people's language that these Ethiopians could not read or write in. It wasn't written by them. We have if you look up what's called the Codex Vaticanus. I'm gonna put it in the chat. The Codex Vaticanus, Codex Alexandrinus, and the Codex Sinaiticus. These are Greek.
Bar, I think you kind of overestimating here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What did you say? Hold on.
I think you kind of overestimating the
My
attention span and
My bad.
I think it has to
basically,
be like in small
black
bites.
people. Yeah. We did not write the Ethiopians got Christianity from white people. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. I was about to take you down through that. The Ethiopians got Christianity from white people or Hellenized people. Hellenized people are just people who are, they have adopted European culture, European philosophy, European thought, European everything. So Ethiopians got it from white people. That's all I would say.
I think also like just the logic of the New Testament regarding Jesus, most of that story takes place in Rome. And I think a lot of Black believers don't know or don't think about the fact that Rome is on the continent of Europe. Jesus was occupied by Rome and the land that he lived in. The Roman government ruled the Jewish people at the time that this story is written. Most of Paul's letters take place in Rome and throughout Europe. I don't know how you all read that and then say this started in Africa. And then I saw Chosen's comment, Ethiopia was converted in the book of Esther. Ethiopia was converted to Judaism, but then they were converted to Christianity. None of this started on the continent of Africa, in Egypt or Ethiopia. And that ain't you. You aren't Egyptian. You aren't Ethiopian.
I am Egyptian, not Ethiopian.
You're not Egyptian or Ethiopian.
I mean, the people of the land at the time when we were there looked like me, because I literally look
It
like.
still ain't you. West Africa had kingdoms established at the same time that Egypt did. Like, you are not Egyptian. You are not Ethiopian. Like, I just wonder why you guys, when you are researching history and you're looking for your identity, why do you all stop at Egypt and Ethiopia as if they are the only two countries on that very large ass continent?
I mean, they're the only ones that I can directly say I could see my past lives from the culture and the images that portray their history. Like, I can't really say I'm American because I even know like Indians that are Black American Indians in like like the Mohican.
No, my ancestors are not. I got like 0.9% indigenous in my DNA. No, we are not. My people come from Nigeria. The Igbo. That's what's in my bloodline.
Mine is more Ghana, Kahanan, you know.
Where are you getting native to America from then?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying like I know people who are Indian, like Mohegan, and they are the real like Black Indian people. And I know I'm not dumb. I know I'm more African and more Israelite because of my faith, not because of just.
Faith has nothing to do with lineage or genealogy. Faith is a belief system and something that you cannot see, something that you hope for. And your faith is the evidence of what you cannot see. You are not an Israelite. You did not come from Syria or Aramea.
I mean, it literally tells you that the Israelites didn't come from that land neither. It was called something else.
No, it doesn't say that. Deuteronomy 26:5 literally says they are from Aramean. I mean, Padam Aram, that their ancestor is Aramean. Isaac was Aramean. Jacob, Aramean. Rebecca, Aramean. Laban, Aramean. It does not say that.
Yeah, Jacob was, but his kids, they was Egyptian and Israelites.
That makes no sense whatsoever. If his wife and him are Aramean, how the hell did his kids come out Egyptian?
But didn't they come from like the south though? When they from Africa to Israel, not the other way around?
So when two Chinese people move to America, is their child no longer Chinese? Is their child no longer Asian?
If they inherit the land and call it something completely different, then
Are
they're
they
going to
no
be whatever.
longer Asian? Does their phenotype all of a sudden give them a redneck phenotype? Like, are they all of a sudden European looking because they were born in America with two Asian parents?
That's what I'm saying though, because if you look at Egypt, they look more copper colored or more caramel skinned than the dark Nubian Africans. So you can kind of tell that they have a culture of like a caramel culture to say, you know what I mean? So I can relate to that because I'm an artist. I adore a certain type of fashion.
This is ridiculous. And this is the reason why these conversations are important, because you're just completely ignoring biology, genealogy, lineage. Like, you're just completely ignoring all of that and imagining it and stating it as fact. And then you say it so willy-nilly out in public. And then our young people hear y'all say this incorrect information. And then they repeat and regurgitate misinformation about who they are, about science, about biology, about geography. You all don't care about what you are doing to the minds of the people in our community, especially the young minds in our community who are responsible, who are responsible for the progress of our community. How are we supposed to progress if y'all keep eating their minds with bullshit?
So my question is, am I supposed to like take on a different culture to say that I'm not supposed to be Hebrew? I'm supposed to be a descendant of ancestor worship that was influenced by European people?
I mean, the fact that you can't talk about blood without talking about faith. One is they are not one and the same. You don't have faith. If you cut yourself, faith is not going to come out. If you need a kidney transplant, they're not going to go and ask, are you an Israelite? They're going to check your fucking blood type. They're going to check, like, what the hell are we talking about?
So you're saying that the blood type is saying West African, therefore I have nothing to do with Israel or Ethiopia, only West Africa.
I did not mean to press that.
I mean, I kind of agree because I know that we have a Ghanaian ancestry as the tribe of Benjamin, but in the same breath, you know, it's depending on what time frame we're talking about, which land we were inheriting, you know? Just like how you now inherit America, and it's for y'all to inherit. It's not Egypt or Israel. They have their own culture. So one day it was Israel, the other day it was that region that you said the European came to, and modern day it's America. So it's like a transition in my mind. It's not.
And how do you plan on inheriting land? How do you plan on Black people inheriting America?
I mean, they're already doing it. Like
How?
you could.
How much of America do the Black community own?
I mean, that's by their choice. Like in the work that I
No. Tell me. You said they're already doing it. So how much of America do Black people own?
All right, for instance, my friend's mom, she bought land in Georgia, and it increased in value over the years.
Oh,
So,
is there such thing as eminent domain, Val?
or can you elaborate?
You don't know what eminent domain means?
No, I really don't.
It means the government still owns your auntie's land. And if the government wants to come and take it and force her to sell it at a lower price than what she bought it, she has no choice. Black people do not own America. Black people are not going to inherit America.
I mean, you got people saying that they are the real Americans and this and that. So they, in their mind, they supposed to inherit it, or they're entitled to inherit it. You know, so you know me, I think different. I rather plan a way to, you know, see the world and have my own little corner in my homeland. But not everybody sees it that way. To them, America's their homeland. And if you give somebody enough money right now, if everybody so-called got their reparations and said they're getting $10,000 a month, I'm pretty sure they're gonna buy land out of some of that money. You know what I mean? Or if they come together, because I see a lot of places called townships, and they're always in rural outskirts of major cities. And that's how Europeans set up their own jurisdictions in their own communities. So Black people could do that, and they'll technically own it. They'll technically have a seat in the political atmosphere, as well as the local and, you know, works of the community and works of this city. So in time, if with enough education, they'll definitely be able to maneuver the hoops and get ownership.
This is sad. I don't even know what to say. I don't know. Do y'all have anything else? I don't know.
I'm sorry, but I really can't go for the science because that is supernatural. He's not scientifical, you know?
Scientifical?
Scientifical?
That's not a word.
Well, pardon me, because like even in my Bible, right, they say that Samsung, I said Samsung, I'm tripping. Solomon, the way how Solomon talked, he talked like a caveman, and he was considered as one of the wisest. So it's just how life is.
So we're supposed to consider you wise because you said scientific.
Nah, I'm just saying part of my French type shit. Like,
yeah, I don't understand this. Like the fact that you admit that what you believe is not understood, yet you still believe it. There's absolutely no way you can explain it, or demonstrate a God. The moment we ask for you to point to evidence of this God, you point to creation, which every creator God gets credit for. Yet we're supposed to see you as wise like Solomon because you accept things that you don't understand and can't demonstrate.
it's not about accepting things that I don't understand. I understand a map. I understand how to read the key of a map. So if I see 3 different keys for a same region, of course I know it's a timeline. I know it's a migration. We're not nomads. We're like, we build societies type thing. So wherever we go, we build a society. So it's just a paper trail. It's not, science fiction.
Well,
It's just sort
a map doesn't tell you that the place it's representing is real. So you can read these stories in this book. You can identify with the struggles of some of the characters or groups in this book. You can have an affinity to the protagonist in this book. That doesn't make any of this real. And the only way that we know that things are real is if those things comport with reality. But we do know that in reality, you don't establish genealogy by identifying with a story or feeling it as though it's familiar. That's the case. Every child that's ever been dealt wrongly with or by, their family members could be Harry Potter. That doesn't make them a wizard. At a certain point as adults, I think we should make ourselves responsible for ensuring that what we accept to be true, we understand and we can explain, because otherwise we're just saying shit.
I mean, so if you as a grown woman seeing like some type of art, and it resembled you or your family, wouldn't you feel like your family has heritage from that same region?
Absolutely not.
Well, that's why everybody has their own opinion, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's not smart. People have doppelgangers. I literally just saw a man yesterday that looks so much like my ex-boyfriend, but that man was not related. I mean, I promise you they could have been twins, but not even remotely close to being related, not even from the same area of the country. Right. So if you care that what you know is true or what you accept to be true, you need to hold yourself responsible for the epistemology of every truth claim you accept. And finding a story to be similar to the lore that you've been told about your history growing up does not establish a connection.
Well, personally, I feel like I want to see that side of the world because I know the story of how we reached the Americas and the Caribs, and I'm not really in love with that. I'm more in love with the foundation of, the Black faith and the Black monarchies and such.
I mean, the monarchies of our ancestors have nothing to do with the people in this book. You can go to Ethiopia, you can go to Egypt, you can go to any country in Africa you'd like, but that doesn't mean that we become the people in this book.
I'm just going by the timeline because I'm currently I'm on this side of the world. And once upon a time, I feel like we was on that side of the world. So you might feel it was only West Africa, but personally, I don't feel that way. Because like I said, if they went as far east as to say the Ganges or India has Ethiopian heritage to it, so why can't they go as far west or as far east as they want, type of thing?
What timeline are you referring to from this east to west? I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, it's in my ancestors, it's in who I believe we are, the creators of civilizations. And religion comes with that civilization. You know what I mean?
What evidence do you have for any of what you're saying? Is it just like a vibe or something that you need to be true? Because if it's true, then you can show me what makes it true. Show me the evidence. Show me like I mentioned earlier, the migration pattern. Show me some sort of genealogical record to tie you to the people that you're talking about. Otherwise, it's just a story.
I mean, I've been engaging in the whole Hebrew Israelite thing and taking on the maps and the bloodlines of what they're saying, like how Brazilians are a tribe of Asher and Americans are the tribe of Judah, and they have their own different tribes and their own different looks. And then when you look at the map of Israel at a certain time, those names had their own little section of Israel, and it wasn't like, you know, a different nation. It was one nation that had these different people in it. So I believe we came from that and then went westward until we reached here.
How are y'all?
From the truth.
How are y'all turning bloodlines into faith lines? Like, it doesn't make any sense that you are talking about bloodlines and saying the word bloodlines when studying these genealogies in this book, and then like you don't even deal with your blood. It's just faith when it comes to you. How are you going from bloodlines to faith lines?
I mean, I could run my bloodline, and I know it goes to Ghana because of the Ashanti tribe and the Maroons of Jamaica. And, you know, down in my father's mother, you know, she has Maroon blood. So it's like, and then my mother's mother, she has like, you know, native blood.
I'm talking about the bloodlines in this book and how you are tying them to the people of this book. You don't even use your own blood. You respect their blood more than you respect your own.
I mean, it goes to the fact that the West Indians, they're considered as a tribe from Israel, Benjaminites. So, you know,
I think my question went over his head.
You're saying how I like their bloodline more than my bloodline, but I'm saying my bloodline.
You aren't even dealing with bloodlines. You're dealing with faith.
You know, it's like people who don't believe in stuff, they have their belief system, even though they don't believe in the same thing as spiritual people.
We aren't talking about belief here. That the problem is that you don't know the difference between reality and faith. We are not talking about belief. We are talking about blood. Blood does not lie.
All right, so my bloodline goes to West Africa, all right? But that's just where it ends then. Is that like the solution?
I mean, West Africa is huge. West Africa has history. What do you mean is that the end?
Like, I'm telling y'all, like, you know, it's ancient, that's where my ancient family come from, and that's what I believe in. And I don't see nothing from this Western world that appeals to me as my family or my lineage. And I see these maps, I see these things. So that's what I feel is, you know, my foundation. And if it says that it comes from Adam and Eve, then so be it. Like, I'll believe that then, because that's what I accept as my lineage.
I got nothing.
I don't have anything either because words, I don't know. He type F.
I guess I do not understand.
I got a report.
Val, can you tell us anywhere in the world where, you know, people that look like us believed in anything that was in this book prior to the interaction with Europeans?
I mean, only Ethiopia, right? Because Israel nowadays don't even believe.
Negative.
The Israelites nowadays, they don't even believe in the Bible and stuff like that. So
that's negative, not Ethiopia. We explained to you where it comes from earlier. Ethiopia got it. The King Azana converted to it and stuff after he got it from his name was Fermentus. He was born in Phoenicia, but he was a Greek man. His parents were Greek, so that's negative, not Ethiopia.
Well, I mean, I give up because I don't know what to say to appeal to y'all topic, or because I understand it's a discussion, but honestly, I don't have any sources to say. Only thing I have is, like you said, like you can find them too, like maps from the 1700s and maps from the years when Christ was around and stuff like that. I didn't write them, but I just refer to them. That's all I can do.
What you said something was around when Christ was around.
Yeah.
What makes you think that Christ was around?
Because that's the ledge of it, the key of it is. Like, it talks about the tribes that were around when the time it was happening.
Wait, huh?
Like, they tell you when Israel got taken by Rome, right? They can tell you the year that it was taken by Rome and all that stuff. So it tells you that it was happening before it was taken by Rome.
No, what are you? Huh? Wait, what? What are you talking about?
You're asking how do I know that Christ is around when it happened? And I'm saying it was because it was intact before the Rome.
I'm saying no. I'm saying how do you know that Christ was around? Period.
Because the Ethiopian Bible shows them, like it literally depicts Christ.
Oh my goodness! You know what? Yeah.
That's why I said I got nothing to do.
Yep. Exactly. All right, Val. Have a good night.
I hope I enjoy y'all stream and everything. I like y'all the nerd thing, the nerd family thing. That's dope, by the way.
I appreciate you.
Have a good one, sweetheart.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you gotta send him down to the Whataburger. He get him a number 2, substitute the fries for the onion ring. Man.
That's what I was like. You were saying too many big words. You gotta say Adam, no black.
Yeah, when you saying that, we were talking about that in the chat, man. You just wasting your.
I really was going. I said, okay. He brought up Ethiopia one too many times. I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna have to do it to
him. Get your money.
Got your money. How y'all doing?
Got your money. My bad. How are you?
I'm okay.
That's good. How old are you?
69. I really came up here by mistake, but since I got you up here, I love your music. Your music is just awesome. And hello to the panel. And I enjoy you every night. I've kind of been through a lot too. I went to a couple of churches, didn't like them. Messed with the Hebrew Israelites, didn't understand what they were saying because it didn't make no sense. But since I've been watching you 100. And y'all just keep up the good work. I ain't gonna waste too much of y'all time, but I have deconstructed totally.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Got your money. I appreciate you.
Okay. Hey, y'all have a good evening.
All right, you too.
Let me down.
AG, are you in the request on purpose? Uncle Jesse? Uncle Jesse? Hey, AG.
Hey, Thinker. Hey, Fee.
Bar and Beezy.
Hey,
Yeehaw. I'm surprised, but a lot of people haven't talked too much about number one. Let's discuss the impact of Black faith in the Black community, but I want to talk about the economic aspect of it. I'm 48 and grew up in South Los Angeles. So I've seen a lot of churches come up. It's either a church and a liquor store, literally on every block. So we all know that our mothers and grandmothers and parents, they were tithing to the church, giving all their money to the church, tax money, any type of money. They would just continue to give it to the church instead of building up the community. And then the churches turn around and give that money to the banks. The banks turns around and give that as loans to other communities. So economically, we haven't really helped ourselves. Yeah. So I feel like the Black faith has hurt us in a major way.
Yeah.
And then now I'm a truck driver. So driving around this country, I'm noticing a lot of these new churches are mega churches built out of warehouses. And then the people in there are praying for jobs. So instead of the church turning those warehouses into something to where you can work out of, they're just taking more money.
Yep.
Where I live, I grew up working. I grew up doing landscaping, and so as an adult, I drive back through where I'm from, and it's like a 4-block. It's like a square. It's a 4-block radius. It's 1 red light, 2 red light, 3. It's a square though. When you it takes you like maybe 10 minutes to drive the full square. If you drive that, it's like 20. It's not even 5 streets. It's 20. It's like 20 churches. It's like there's one street where there's literally churches next door, like church, grass, concrete, church, grass, concrete. I'm like, y'all are next door. It's like people. It's when people say stuff like these churches are next door, right down. They're literally on the same street, 3 and 4 of them on the same street. The church that I went to growing up, they were it was a rough neighborhood. I'm talking about it was a bad neighborhood. And they were like a beacon of hope in the community. Everybody went to that church Easter Sunday. They had like an after school program for the kids, whatever like that. And when they got to the point where they was making enough money, they sold that building, and they on the other side of the white folk neighborhood now. Big boy church now. It's over there, people driving 15 minutes to get to church. In a nice little neighborhood now, but like they got up out of there. And all the time, money, resources that people put into that church. And when they saw a better business opportunity, a bigger building, the church fund, the doorknobs on the church, they got up out of there. They own the bigger and better things on the other side of town. And so I just think about that when you talk about the economics and stuff. Like, this is business. This big business too. We just here for a good time, not a long time. Because soon as we make enough, we sell this little church and go about our business.
I agree. Thinker said something a long time ago. She called Christianity a sweat equity company, where you're bringing more people in and they're working and they're promising you money later. And it's funny because my dad not too long ago called me and told me that he's so happy that he's about to become a deacon at a church. And it's like a promotion for him. And he's real excited, and he's talking about they're going to start paying him money to do painting, electrical, and all this other stuff. But what they're going to pay him is next to nothing. And it's real sad. Also, not too long ago, I went to Jamaica, and I heard the stories how there's so many churches, but unless you go and see it for yourself, It's ridiculous. And this was like after the hurricanes, where these people aren't even building up their houses, but they're all out there rebuilding the churches. And just a sad world.
I showed a picture one time of like a 8 top business center in Nigeria, and every business center in this 8 top was a church. And I was like, 8 churches and 1 business center? For what? They all preaching about Jesus. They all preaching about God. But the what's different is each church has a different pastor getting paid. 8 churches.
Yeah.
But that's all I want to do is give my little 2 cents. And Bar, you and these damn jokes and laughing, you're gonna owe me in a minute.
Man, I thought that lady was talking about the Reaper.
I laughed so hard that I swerved.
Because she said we skipping over this. I'm like, is we?
She did say that.
She took that shit out on my ass though.
Hey, look, and then
I thought I was on the right caught. I tried. Listen,
look, boy,
I tried to hold that laugh
like,
in.
Oh shit! Hey, act natural. I tried to clean it up.
I tried to hold that motherfucker in, but ain't nobody saying. I'm like, is we hearing this? That motherfucker said we skipping over our death date. I'm like, man, look, you know that in the Final Destination movie when they was driving in the truck with the log.
Oh, please don't. I'm a truck driver. I go behind them all the time. Please don't.
As soon as she said it, I immediately started thinking about when the logs. I started thinking about when the logs. Man, listen, I don't do no roller coaster. So I started thinking about all the stuff in Final Destination that I just ain't.
All right,
and so I tried my best. I said, I ain't gonna do it. So let it go. But she said she repeated it. She doubled down on it. I said, no, she got to get it.
She was I knew what she was talking about though. She wasn't talking about like, she was
talking about the calendar date.
Yeah.
March 1st.
Yeah, she was saying like she was saying it like in a way like you don't know what day you're gonna die, but every year that like you may die March 15th, 2035, but every year March 15th passes. That's what she's saying. Like you pass that date every year. Yeah, I knew what she was saying when she said it.
Well, you know I don't like to be up here for too long, so thank you, nerds. Love y'all, and I'm going back down to my comment section.
All right, AG, have a good one.
Take care, AG.
But yeah, the church that's a business. It's a business model. Three of the people that were my supervisors in the past were pastors. But you see, all 3 of those supervisors, I had them when I became an atheist. So, me watching how they move, I'm like, these dudes are slimy. And this is clearly like a power trip. Like, I think you said it earlier, like that was like the quickest way to get like a position of authority or a position of power back then is to be a pastor. And you just listening to how they talk, watching them move around. It's like, I see it. I see that this is a power move for them. Some of them, this like they get a kick out of all the people in the church and looking at them like they are like a messenger of God. They just so full of themselves at times. It's like you running a business with your roller. One of my supervisors, he wore big chains, nice watches, Gucci sweatsuits, all this, nice cars, all this. in front of the man, I literally would just like study how he was moving. I'm like, this is a business. He's in he when he would speak on him being a pastor, it was in the midst of him talking about all of the business things that he does. I got this, I get this, I'm a pastor. Yeah, it's a job. Let them get the pastor in the plate light. go 2-3 weeks and then you don't get nothing in that plate. It won't be a sermon. It won't be not a word gets spoken. He sent out a mass. You know, they got the ATM machines at the churches now.
Hell, they got apps. Like, you ain't coming to church, you can still give from your phone.
Yeah. they broadcast the service online and put their Venmo link down there and
yeah. You got ATM right here.
It's like, fuck CV. The church still gotta go forward. We still gotta eat.
They're gonna have a check cash in place in them Jones in a minute. You just bring the whole check down here.
Y'all see the pastor that was asking for W-2?
Wow.
He literally asked for W-2s. And then another pastor said, the Lord told me that there's 10 of you here that can go and open a credit card with a $25,000 limit and donate the $25,000, give the $25,000 to the church. He literally told them to go and get $25,000 of debt and said, God said do it, and give it to the church.
There is this, I don't know who's like, these people, they're saying that they have like a sense of morality. Christians are some of the worst people to be around. They're insufferable. They're annoying. They're not what I would call, some of them is just not moral people, but they get hyped. They get hyped up as like, oh, like even the lady, she was like, if you don't believe in God, at least read this. I'm like, these people are insufferable. They're not even what I would say humanists. They're not even moral. They're slimy. They're grimy. When you actually like be around Christians and watch how they moving, these people are slimy. Literally. Slimy, like just they're the most messy people. They're very confrontational, rude. They do the most gossiping. They the ones keeping up the he say, she say, that's them. The church let out. The church let out. They talking about Sister Catherine dress.
You see how tight it was? Up there jumping and jiggling everywhere. Talking about catching the Holy Ghost with that tight skirt on.
Yeah, that's a dress to impress competition.
My last sermon was go back and get the cinnamon. That was the last sermon I ever preached, and I talked about how sitting in the front pews with big hats and fancy suits on wasn't doing anything. They just stared at me the whole motherfucking sermon. Like they did not like that.
Mm-hmm. The good cheap perfume, cheap cologne smell. They used to call my granddaddy Scat. You say what you want. He was dressed to the he go to church, listen, sharp as all outside. I'm talking about sharp. That man was, I don't care what nobody say. That man, when it was time to go to church, he put that shit on every weekend. He used to call him Scat.
You know what?
Scat with the hat. He used to always wear a little hat.
You know what, Rook, in regards to like, to number one, and like what we were talking about like a few minutes ago, it's I think I think it was Dr. Umar that said this. Man, it's so true. It's like, man, black people, like, every Sunday, she continued doing it. And then, they take that money that black folks put in the church bucket and then deposit it into white banks. And then white banks turn around and, give that money to land developers. And then the land developers come into the ghetto, into the hood, and buy up all the land and, gentrify it and, increase the property taxes. And now grandma can't afford to pay the increased property taxes. So now grandma got to come to terms that it was your Jesus money that put your ass out on the streets. And it's like,
damn.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
And we do, even like from a we talk about black culture. In every culture, their God, their prophet, their messenger looks like them in everybody else's culture. That is not something that should be taken lightly. You can't just brush over what I just said. Oh, that's just you stuck on color, bar. Everybody's stuck on color but us. We the only ones saying that don't matter. It does. We talking about black culture, and at the heart of it, it's a white dude on a stake, on a stick. That's the heart and soul of your culture, a white dude. And don't nobody see nothing wrong with that. If we saying, well, it don't matter about color. Yeah, to the people who've been conquered, it don't matter. White man, go put a statue of black. Where is the statue of black Jesus at? Matter of fact, because I remember one day, Lord's was we was going through like all of the Jesus statues, all of them junks. The biggest, tallest Jesus statue was the white dude with the blonde hair, looking like Zeus and Jupiter. Everybody's Jesus statue is that white dude, the Soter. It means something. You can't your everybody's, prior to colonialism, everybody's culture deified who they were. That's why everybody's gods look like them. Everybody's everybody's supernatural stories was in-house. Now all of a sudden, don't nobody care about color and race, and it don't. Yes, it does matter. It does matter. Cause the the Arabs are saying you can't, if you got to know how to read and speak Arabic to understand our holy book.
But the fact that there are black Muslims who don't give a damn that they can't read Arabic.
Come on.
Yeah, here it is. I found it. Yeah, I want to play it right quick. I want y'all to listen to this. It's only like 30 seconds.
And so we have to put the black church to task and ask them, what are you doing with our Jesus money? Let me tell you what they're doing with your Jesus money. Every black church in America has their money in a white bank. It is the white banks that are funding the re-gentrification and the cleansing movement. So all of us go to church. We put $3 million in the church coffers every Sunday. $3 million goes to a white bank every Sunday. And guess what they do on Monday? They take $3 million of black people's white Jesus money, and they give loans to white land developers and businesses and entrepreneurs to come into the ghetto where the church is located, buy up all the property, and force grandma out on the street homeless. Now, grandma been going to that church for 30 years. Grandma been giving that church $50 every Sunday. And lo and behold, grandma had to finally face the reality that it was your Jesus money that put your ass on the street.
I don't too much like that dude, but that what he said was true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He got some questionable antics. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, that little part of a lot of the stuff that he be saying, yeah, it does hit home.
And so there are, because things sound good and look good on college rule paper. It look good. We can be Christian and still be pro-black, and we can be Christian and you know that ain't the issue. We can be Christian and do this black community thing. But at the heart of it, you're worshiping white people. Be Easy talked about going and changing out the images. You lose a hand. You won't come back like Captain Hook. Is that Captain Hook with? You gonna come back like Captain Hook playing with a white Jesus? Can you be pro-black and be Christian? How, when Christianity has to come first? How? In what context can you be pro-black and Christian when in Christianity Jesus has to come first, and Jesus Christ, according to the stories, came for the lost sheep of Israel? That's not you. He ain't even your Messiah. He ain't even their Messiah. The Torah observant Jews don't even. But so, does it not matter how we got the religion? Does that not matter at all? It don't matter about the eating people, the alligator bait, Jim Crow, the forced convert. Don't none of that matter. We just gotta keep worshiping it.
Maria?
Amaria.
Shit.
No, you're
My bad. My bad. Damn. My ass must be sleeping. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh my God.
I like this topic though today. I really do. Especially that it's dedicated to Black people too, because we specifically have this issue and it's getting out of hand. And I also I just wanted to share this with everybody. Like, I was doing
before you do, are you atheist, believer?
Oh, I'm an atheist.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I found out recently that the most likely race to be Christian in America is Black people. And I just found that very interesting and weird, knowing that we're the minority. You would think that, it would probably be like a Caucasian person to be Christian, but no, that's just not the case. And I just find that interesting and weird, especially that Black faith is a staple in the Black community for some reason, when that's not even what helped us get out of slavery. What helped us was herbalism and voodoo, but people call that demonic. So I don't really understand how Black faith could help Black people when it was being used against us in slavery. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't see how Black people feel comfortable being Christian, knowing your history, because if you knew your history, you would know that it was used against us. That's how I feel about the whole topic.
The European countries, you look into their how many of them are Christian? They church is empty over there. They done did all this work. All these European empires done did all this work to colonize all of these different places for them to be the ones secular. Boy, that ain't a goddamn, what they call them, catch-22. That ain't a catch-22 for you.
And they have the best countries, successful. The happiness rate is high, quality of life is high, recidivism low, racism low. They have deconstructed this God out of their cultures.
And we like we running rampant with it, and we at the bottom of everything. Like their fucking pollution is low. They got like low pollution, low crime, and we up here with low wealth, low education, low health care, low land or no land, and we got more God. Make that make sense.
Yeah, we got the best gospel singers though. I know that. Shit. You ever heard them when they really into shit? I start crying in this motherfucker.
I heard that gospel music was more dangerous than any other kind of music.
Man, listen, gospel music, if you get the right, you run into the right gospel singer, you be rethinking this little atheism shit.
No, because you'll see like on social media and these black churches, they be doing the absolute most, and it's like, what's going on? Like, what are you doing? Like it's kind of performative to me.
Cause I done heard some songs that was like, man, look, this gotta be the closest thing to a supernatural encounter. You get the goosebumps, the hairs on your arm stand up. You can't even like just lose. Just you go to that place for a moment when you hear some song. It's like that is how they got it. Cause we're musically inclined. We got rhythm. You ever seen a black person walk? We got rhythm anyway. You just be like music playing when we walk. When I be walking, I'm like, damn, like look, got a nice little stride. We just man, we are so amazing. We just do everything to the top level, and music is no exception. So it's like when you take how good we are at things, and then you add music, and then you add music that is specifically for God. And who do God better than us? Man, look, you're dealing with something. That is a hard cage to escape from, because first of all, black people singing anyway is over with. Even pop. Even a black person singing pop gonna do something. Send me your location. even when we singing pop, it's over with. You put us on God, and then we singing about God, shackles. You don't even know you in chains. This song so good. Man. It's the music for sure. Because when they used to do that altar call, and the lady in the back, they dim the lights and she get to singing like somebody, like her life is on, like, look, I'm getting chills right now thinking the lady used to get up there, and I'm talking about sang, S-A-N-G, whole church. Look, you can't even come to the altar because so many people down there when she get this for real, y'all. Like,
man. Amaria, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Oh no, that was pretty much about it, to be honest with you.
Thank you for coming up.
Of course. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. We're also looking to talk to Sadira. Are you up here on purpose or on accident?
On purpose.
Okay, give me just a second.
Okay.
If we're also looking to talk to Black Muslims, tonight's conversation is for the Black believer. Whether you are a believer or if you are a skeptic, a Muslim, a Black Hebrew Israelite, spiritualist, we want to know how you feel about the impact of faith in the Black community. Have you stepped back and taken a look at the state of the Black community? Sadira, I don't know, what are you laughing at right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the background.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Your background is too loud. Are you able to go to another room? If not, I won't be able to keep you on stage.
No, that's not me. I think that's Bar.
That's not Bar. You don't even sound 27 either. And then like you're laughing. I don't feel like that shit. I'm already irritated that like the type of conversations that I was hoping that we would be able to have tonight. The last conversation with the last guest, like it don't make sense for us to be okay with that very low level of intellect. And then him saying that he just like he don't know where to go from his belief system. Okay. Have a good night, love bug. He don't know where to go once he found out that his belief system is West Africa. Like, and that's just irritating because we will sit and we will watch our people not know how to research their genealogy. They don't understand anything about biology. They use words like bloodline, but don't know how to apply it to themselves. And like sitting there listening to him talk, I'm realizing that he has more respect for the bloodline of the people in this book than he do for his own blood that's running in his damn veins. And that's how when we have conversations with believers, the things that they say and the things that they allow or they excuse and call justifiable, it mimics that. It mimics that. Like you don't care. To me, this is what it sounds like. You don't care about what your belief is doing to your own community as long as you have Jesus. And you're willing to sacrifice human beings, especially Black bodies, for your God. And it don't make sense to me for you to be out protesting, asking police officers to stop killing Black bodies when you you do the same shit. You do the same shit with your belief system. You turn a blind eye to children being abused. You turn a blind eye to children being SA because the abuser is the pastor. The abuser is the deacon. The abuser is in your household. You turn a blind eye to the harm that your children who are LGBTQIA experience. See, like you're okay killing Black bodies as long as it's for Jesus. And then you'll say that you're not doing it because it ain't your hands, it's your fucking tongues. It's your tongues. It's the things that you preach, the things that you say, the shit you share on social media, the comments you make. That shit irritates the fuck out of me. And how y'all will go to church tomorrow morning on Mother's Day and not think twice about it. Tonight's conversation is for the Black community. If you are in the guest request box and you are not a part of the Black community, please come back tomorrow when we have our regular show. I'm going to see if we can get some conversations going. If not, then we'll call it a night. We've been on since 4:30. Sadira, love, but I don't think that you're 27. And you were playing in the comments. I don't feel like that tonight. What's up, Dan? Dan, are you there? Yola the Great, are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. Last call for alcohol. If anybody want to come up and share their thoughts on the topic, I don't know. Maybe try another night when you're not being childish and laughing in the comments.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hey, Nelly now.
How's everyone doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Sitting at the house right now.
You came towards the end. We about to shut it down.
Yeah. I've been listening though. I've been listening for about 45 minutes. Yeah, these are some good topics. Are you
I
gonna like
wish.
start doing these on Saturdays?
No, this was just a one-time thing. I
Oh, okay.
wish. I wish they gave a damn.
They don't.
Like if we were talking about whether the God was just, they'd be here. If we was talking about Allah, they would be here. They don't give a damn.
They don't. No.
Like that's what I was saying. We talk to people who say if their God told them to go back into slavery, they would go. And it's gonna be Black believers that lead us back into Jim Crow-like situations. Because they can't see. They swear they got spiritual eyes but can't see shit. Melodic.
Hey, how's it going, Thinker?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm okay. I can't complain. I wanted to come up and kind of join the conversation in reference to what you guys were talking about with discussion 1.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, hey, what's up, Bar and Faye and Fee and Be Easy?
What's up, fam?
Top of the night to you, man. I've talked about this subject with you a few times with the Catholic monarchs, but I just wanted to say this in reference to 1, the Black faith in the Black community. Something that rang out 500 years ago still rings out through our communities today. And it started with the Kingdom of the Congo. I don't know if any of you know about that, but there was the individual who created the Kingdom of the Congo back in, I think it was about 1390, was named Lukini, Lua Nimi, right? And that founder created it in Central Africa to bring some of the neighboring nations and tribes together, right? But upon that person's death, it was succeeded by another person by the name of King Nzinga. Now, it happens to be in 1491, King Nzinga decided to let Portugal in because by this time they were doing trading in that area. So, and when I say trading, I mean Black slaves were being traded, and Portugal went kind of hard at this time because they were trying to establish their dominance, and it was profitable. America wasn't even in the conversation yet, or the land that we call, North and South America, right? So it's not a coincidence that in 1491, this particular king established converting over into Catholicism, right? That went on to by 1492. Now we come into Columbus in Italy, right? So you can see through what happened then with their conversion and allowing Portugal to come into Africa and bringing the Christianity with it. It changed up completely what the Kingdom of Congo was supposed to be. Now, what a lot of people don't know at that time is that they were also the kingdom, and this is Black people, brown people we're talking about, they were already selling slaves to the Europeans. But what happened, and it was internal, they had their own internal wars where they were taking captives and criminals and thinking that they could transport captives and criminals that were of African descent to the Europeans, not knowing that Portugal and Netherlands and several other places were setting up shop inside of Africa. So that whole Kingdom of Congo thing, it kind of collapsed, and it went on from 1390 all the way to the 1900s. And so what I want to say is that the same thing that happened 500 years ago occurred here in America now, being that was the basis of it. That particular Bible, I think roughly 958 chapters were taken out of the Old Testament and New Testament. And the the slave Bible, which is the exact name of it, was created here in the Americas and in the West Indies. And no, it was created over in Britain, but it was used over here. And its sole purpose was to keep Black people from ever liberating or lifting up into anything or believing in themselves in any way. So they weren't privy, and that wasn't even a privilege, but they weren't privy to the Old Testament and New Testament.
So
They
in
were taught.
In America, they
Yes.
was. The slave Bible was only in the West Indies. They didn't use the slave Bible here in America.
Well, they actually did. They have several copies of it on display. One in Tennessee and another in D.C. It was used. It just wasn't used as much, and it didn't need to be. Actually, if you think about it, if you take it with a grain of salt, just the notion that they didn't want Black people to uplift in any way. They did use it. It just wasn't used as much as, other literature. Because, of course, like you said, it was banned. Learning was banned, but they did have copies. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can get me a source for that, because I did research that, and everything that I found says that it was only used in the West Indies. So if you could find share your source with me, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll shoot a few of them over to you as far as some of the last known books that they, were founded to be used here. It just wasn't used widely. It does say that, to concur with what you said, but it was, the notion of it was used. It did come from Britain, and it was used in several places beyond the colonies that were established in the West Indies. And I just say that to say that in our community today, the same way 500 years ago, after African nations thought that they could sell their own individuals, is the same thing we're doing right now. The neighboring countries that they were fighting with inside, same thing we're doing in the community now. Even the transfer of power on how we deal with our day-to-day, coming from the church, we transfer all of our power, all of our gifts, all of our inventive variables and things that we're capable of doing, and we put it all on this God. And we were taught basically to do that when you think about it. So the same thing that rang out 500 years ago with the Kingdom of Congo, everything that collapsed there is the same thing that is going on here, because the basis of it was basically disgusting. And, I have a little bit more stuff that I want to share with you guys, but I just don't want to take up too much time. I wanted to try to hang out with you guys so I could kind of inch this stuff in.
No, you can go ahead and share what you want to share. It's interesting that there are Black believers in the comments defending their God. You want to put all the good things on your God, but not the bad shit. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Back in, I want to say 1807, the British Columbian colonies allowed shareholders and the trade holders to use that Bible. So that thing went all over the place, around the world. It wasn't just the West Indies using it. It found its way into a lot of places. And, for that much of the Bible to be removed just to keep people from liberating is the exact fear equivalent to the fear that we have for this God here. And you listen to any of the Black churches, all of it is the fear of God. If you don't do this, if you do too much of this, or if you do that, it's all of the same exact thing. And we were basically taught that, to put everything over on this God and never believe in yourself. To believe in yourself is almost it's prohibited. So I just wanted to share, some of that with you guys. And also back in 1452, Pope Nicholas V actually placed in, he was the creator actually of the Vatican Library. And he gave Portugal the right to he gave Portugal basically the right to commit slavery, and do it through the decrees that they actually sent out at that time. And then they actually gave out official decrees permitting them to do the slave trade in the name of the Catholic teachings and Christianity. So there's a lot of people like Columbus. When you look at them, they thought for sure that they were acting in the best nature of that book when they started to enslave people. And then when, Christopher Columbus came over, they rarely say it, but King Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain actually funded this Italian's trips over here. And when he came over here, one thing that they don't mention is that he had slaves with him already. And then they also don't mention that they took slaves from over on this side of the world and brought them back over to Spain. So once that triangular trade system was established, and he passed away, then Portugal raced in. The English rule was one of the last to jump in to that race, because their thing, they were more so establishing the church aspect, the Catholic aspect, the Christianity aspect. And, others were looking at it as just a quick flip for money. Let's take these slaves over here, sell them, come back over here. So that whole system worked, and it passed through so many hands between the 1400s and the 1800s. So for those of you who don't know, that's the basis. So when you look at it on our society today in terms of faith, it's all based on what we were learning from the only books that were sitting around. And if you think about it, if education was banned for those who are in the Americas, if education was banned, then the only book that you would have seen at that time was the slave owners' Bible, which they were using as their precedent to do what they did. So just one of the things I wanted to share with you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Malavi.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
Easy, Bar, Fee, or Nelly, y'all have anything y'all want to add?
No, he pretty much hit it on the note for me.
Yeah, because see, what he's talking about, you gotta, because see, the Europeans were looking for basically other ways to make money, because the Muslims was kicking their ass and cutting them off from the trade routes and stuff like that. The Muslims was not playing with these folks to the point where they had to literally try to find hope and some resources in Africa. They had no choice but to venture off, because the Muslims was not playing. We're gonna tax you at the door, and we might unalive you just off strength of just off GP. So that's why they was trying to find gold and all that stuff. And in the 1440s, they would just raid and kidnap. It wasn't no trading. The slave trade, that's later on.
Right. Exactly.
The first contact is, hey, look, we kidnapping them. Fuck it. Load them up. Let's do it.
And part of the reason that it fell apart in the Kingdom of Congo was because, again, the Black individuals who at that time who was, selling slaves, they didn't know that they would also be on the chopping block also. Only less than 100 years later, it fell completely apart, because they were like, oh, shoot, Portugal is coming in and they're actually taking people at that time. They were doing whatever they want. So they were doing more than what those decrees said at that time. As long as it was making money, they wasn't going by the books and what was established. They just kept doing whatever they wanted. And so as they came in, it was eventually, hey, listen, I know you selling the slaves to us, but we gonna take you too.
I appreciate the history, but I'm struggling to see how this conversation is relevant to topic one. Because we are asking like the impact of Black faith in the Black community. Like the history is good, good information. But like the conversations that I was hoping to have tonight, it is conversations that open up the discussion about the current state of the Black community as it pertains to how we operate within the field of faith. And because I feel like the Black community is just ignoring we are ignoring what this belief system has done to our minds, to our children, to our communities. But we're not looking at the fact that, compared to other communities, we are struggling in, every socioeconomic category. And right now, we have a concerted effort to basically undo the progress that the Black community has made through the Civil Rights Act. And like I just feel like the conversation would be better, centered around that.
Okay. No, I get that, Thinker. And I actually agree with you. The reason why I gave that history there is because it's literally the same exact thing that's happening in our communities today, where Black people could be in so much more power if their faith wasn't based in this God. And that was the same thing that happened then. They had kingdoms. They were untapped in terms of this religion, that it didn't exist there. Like this. And once they adapted it, everything fell apart, including whatever the plan was for people to unite, it fell apart. And of course, the communities were ruined. And over time, because of converting to that religion, it was the door opener for the slavery that you see today. The hinges fell off of everything in 1491. Which created the 1492 Columbus and so forth and so on, which they credit these people to be the founders of this nation we have here. It started because of the Kingdom of Congo. So everything that's going on here today, it's only a reflection of the same things that fell apart in terms of the faith people had, because they were fine. They had whatever they believed in. And now here, it was adapted, and the same thing is running okay, if I could say it like this, the same current from that time is still the same thing that's echoing today, if that makes sense.
I don't think Black believers see it that way, though, right? Like, because Black believers see progress, in which we cannot ignore that the God did serve the religion, should I say, served a purpose when our ancestors were enslaved. It served a purpose of hope, of literacy. The churches served as meeting grounds for civil rights movements. So like it did serve a purpose in the Black community. And so they see that, right? They see progress and not necessarily the dismantling of a community at the start of slavery, because in their minds, we've come a long way with this God. Like most of the Black community don't know about the silent church. They don't know that when this God was given to our ancestors during slavery, it was given to them in a very different way. That like here in America, they weren't actually given the Bible. They were taught by white ministers. They were only allowed to go to church on Sundays. They were only allowed to frolic a couple of hours. And they were just taught, obey your master, don't steal, don't kill, love God, and be obedient slaves. And some of them were taught about Jesus and some of them were not. And so they were given a very different God than what we later see that was reinterpreted through liberation theology. And so the believers today see the God of liberation, right? They don't see that God of white supremacy, the master, the God of control, which is why when we talk to them about the supremacy ideologies or the supremacy characteristics of the God, the religion, even the text, they often fight against that idea and call us liars, right? Because they don't see the destruction of the Black community, right? This is why Black people don't do atheism, because this God brought us a mighty long way. And so I honestly think that Black believers, whether they're Muslim or Christian, are having difficulty seeing their God in society today through nationalism, because they're so used to now thinking that they're not them. Does that make sense? So everything that they see happening in society through this Christian nationalist movement, they don't think that's their God, and they think that's the devil doing this to them, and not the same God that did it in the first place. And so I agree. I think it's just the different terminology that we have to use, because they could give less than a care about the start of it. They don't want to go back that far because it's faith.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. I mean, in terms of what I've seen, it's pretty accurate to what you're saying, because I guess for a lot of people, it's just too much information, and most people don't know where to start with it, and so they look out and then they lean back on these same scriptures, these same books, and the undercurrent of it all is not believing in yourself. It's and I believe that rings out in our community in a plethora of ways that's unhealthy mentally for our communities and for pretty much for the world. It's not just our community, but specifically talking about us right now. Yes.
Yeah, like there have been multiple times where I'll talk to a believer about the Dum Diversas and read it to them, where it literally says that they have the authority under Jesus Christ to go into the continent of Africa and downgrade the people there to savages and enslave them to save their soul. And they will still say that Jesus didn't tell them to do that. Like they don't give a damn about that. And like, I think the only way, right, to even get them to see the seriousness of the state of the Black community right now is to talk about what's happening today, and kind of help them see that they do have the same agenda of authoritarianism in this God as the nationalists do, because they'll have a conversation with us about whether the God was just for killing David's baby, and they'll say, well, he's sovereign, he can do whatever he wants. While white nationalist Christians use that very same story to excuse their behavior because they're chosen and they can do whatever they want. And it's the same. They both believe in authoritarianism. They just are they think they're going two different places, but they're causing the same damage in the Black community, in the world. But in the Black community, both of them are causing the same damn damage in the Black community.
That's true. I agree with that. And everybody, it's funny how everyone believes that they are the chosen.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. Black believers can believe all they want that they're the chosen, but this is going to sound very harsh, but there's only 3 countries with a fucking military with nukes with land, with power, with influence to even contend at a chosen status, and it ain't the Black community. And every time we talk to someone who claims to be of the chosen, they are waiting on aliens to bust open the sky and fight for them, because we don't have a military, because we decided to accept another nation's God. We decided to accept another nation's help, allow another nation to come in and dig into our grounds, take our people, take our land, change our culture, change our names. And so we are loyal to other nations' militaries, to their governments, to their religious systems, to their cultures. And then we sitting here hoping and praying that Jesus is going to bust open the sky and save us. So claiming a chosen status, there was one Black guy who said that he believed he was so chosen that if Iran dropped a nuke, that God would let him not be affected by it.
That's crazy. That's almost as bad as the people who were supposed to be saved. Last year, I saw standing in videos in the woods, someplace looking up and howling at the trees and stuff because everybody thought that they were going to be saved. Whole busloads of people were told to get rid of their items and earthly items. And I wonder where everybody is at today.
Yep. I mean, humans die, whether you believe in a God or not. Except for our government. For some reason, them motherfuckers live a long ass time. They live long.
I think like, you know, things like when they say stuff like, you know, you gotta suffer now, you get rewarded later. That gotta be one of the most harmful things when we need people to, like, you know, use their voice, and we need them to you know, vote in favor of people and not fucking or vote in favor of the people and not these goddamn nationalists and white supremacists and stuff like that. It's like so many people. I talk to so many people who, like what you said, they wait on the aliens to come. They're Jesus, Yeshua, and then you ask them, do they vote? They're like, no.
That shit is
what are we doing? Like they be, I'm talking about, they be like what you said, like they're literally waiting for aliens to come. You don't even vote. Damn. Not even for on a local level.
And mind you, they believe in demons too. And we are demons for telling them that they should vote and not sit back and wait on a God. Right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know,
it's
people
kind of
need
like
to
all
know.
of the.
I'm sorry, my bad.
No, that's so good. It's kind of like, you know, when you remove the power from human to human, and what we could be doing and what we could be elevating and building, it's like that's where the problem is at, because those who believe in this higher power of some sort will always denounce people to people, you know, P2P, basically. You know, the function of what we do together is lessened when that book is around or any of those scriptures. And that seems to be the basis of the United States when you think of it, because it's written into the Constitution.
Man, these churches
M.
ain't.
Davis, I guarantee you haven't seen the inside of an election poll, a polling place.
These churches
Saying
ain't
voting
none like.
got us.
I'm sorry.
He said voting got us into this shit. Not voting got us into this shit. I guarantee you have not stepped inside of an election polling place. Sorry, Barb, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying. I'm just sitting here thinking about like, you know, we did use the churches as like a place to gather and to plan and to, you know, build community and stuff like that. But like what we used to do at those churches is not what they doing today. They're docile. They're in that motherfucker. They don't even talk like we were political. They not political. These pastors ain't talking about they it's just it's they're just trying to like they're just trying to preach a good word and get some money out you. They ain't talking about organizing for real. They won't even, the churches won't even come together as a church. They in competition. We even if we try to, you know, unite and do this thing under Christianity, which Christianity? We back at square one with a white God because there's 100 Christianities, and we can't even like that's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking about like Christianity. You know, the world is so divided, and anyway, and then you add a religion with 1,000 dominations, we're fucked. Can't even organize at the church no more.
You know what's funny?
At least a Martin Luther King was marching in the street. I ain't seen a pastor in the street unless they stepping out a Rolex or something. I don't even see them outside. Where do pastors go? Where do they go? They don't even be out. They literally preach and then go home to a nice house. They don't even be outside. I don't even see them. When was the last time you seen a pastor at the grocery store or doing something that was not tied to being at his church? When I ain't seen it. Maybe I need to look a little harder. I don't see
go
them
out much either, so I can't answer that question. But in Zimbabwe, the roads are bad. Okay, like very bad. And they have no electricity half the time and no water. The pastors have churches there. They fly in from the UK on their jet on Sunday morning to preach, fly out on their jet Sunday evening back to the UK to live.
I believe it.
That's fucked up.
It is. You're right about that. There's 4 churches on my block right now where I'm at. One of which, one of the churches, the pastor calls himself Moses, right? So go figure. And I'm active in my community. I'm the block vice president from what we call Lenox Avenue all the way to St. Nicholas Avenue. So that's a range of about 4 blocks. And when we call these churches out to help in the community, I'm also the president of a garden space called Swing Street Garden, for music and jazz music from the Renaissance era. But anyway, when we call them out, none of them answer. None of them get into the community and do anything. They really are just supporting whoever is part of the congregation that they've snatched up. They stay to themselves. They move through the block and all of them are independent to each other. None of them congregate with each other, literally. I don't understand that.
It's that faith-based initiative. That's what it was. When the government started funding these religious organizations, and if you accept that government money, you know what I'm saying, now you gotta, it's basically like hush money. Yeah, you can come get a program, nigga, but be quiet about all that. Don't be talking bad about the government. Take this money though. You know, further your church business. Quit all that liberation talk, all that, we ain't trying to hear that civil rights stuff. Be quiet. Take this money, you know what I'm saying? And you host a barbecue, give out a couple backpacks, write it off on your taxes. You know what I'm saying? Don't swing too much Democrat or, just keep it on a hush. If take this money and go on about your day. Preach a little sermon, take this money, build you a nice church, hush up. That's what happened. Faith-based initiative.
You know what I
wonder? Government funding looks good on paper.
I have to hold on for a second because I have to, like, my father's church. When my father passed away, I did help my brother get government funding, and we didn't have to agree to that. And he still gets government funding today for the food program where we feed low income children. And we're up to feeding over 3,500 children a month. And they did not have to agree to that to get the government funding. Now, the one thing that did change with it is if you do take government funding, you can't talk bad about, in our state, if you take government funding, you cannot say anything negative about over there. And that started like 2 years ago here in our state. But when we got the grant, we didn't have to agree to not do any civil rights preaching or teaching or galvanizing. I don't know if that is in other states, because I've heard other people say that. And it might be like with, but I've heard people say that they've had to agree to that with like bank loans. And like with grants that they got in other states, but in my state, we didn't have to do that.
That's very interesting. You know, I've wondered for a while, and I don't know if you guys saw this on the news also a few years back, but I've always wondered what D. Trump, yeah, I know who I'm talking about, why he took so many of the Black pastors across the nation into these meetings and into these backroom meetings with the door closed. And I still, to this day, I don't know what that was about or what they discussed in those meetings, but it was only Black pastors. There's even pictures of it.
Ain't no telling. I know a lot of them are pledging to over there. So there's no telling. A lot of them have aligned. Even the head of Blacks for over there is Kojic. So I know they have a mission of getting like 1 million Christian pastors to pledge allegiance. So and they are almost reached their goal for their first million, and their goal is to get 1 million a year to pledge allegiance.
Wow. It's the first time I heard that.
Yeah, it was all over the news. They took 1,000 of them over there, and there were a lot of Black pastors on that list. The first 1,000 they sent over there, and they have a goal of getting 1 million to pledge this year, and they're almost at their goal. And then their goal is to get 1 million a year to pledge. Yeah. Did you have anything else, Melodic? Chelsea, I only bring people up one time a night. I'm trying to get done so I can go ahead and get out of here. Did you have anything else, Melodic?
Hey, no, there's definitely some other stuff, down the line, but no, I definitely wanted to just come up and chop it up with you guys real quick, man. I love you, Live Thinker. And Bars, one of my dudes, be easy. So you guys have a good night, and I appreciate you letting me up.
Thank you. So I hope you have a good night as well.
You too.
Yola the Great, I was asking if you were in there on purpose. I didn't see a response. Gamma Ray, are you in the request on purpose? Blue, Big Blue, are you in the request on purpose? Yeah. We've been on since 4 o'clock. Okay. All right, y'all. I guess we are done for the night. Bar and Easy, did y'all have anything else y'all wanted to say? Thank y'all so much for doing this. We had some good conversations. We didn't get to the nitty gritty about what's happening in the world today and the impact of faith. We had a lot of atheists and people deconstructing
come up and talk about, what we already know as people who are thinking critically about the world around us. I do wish Black believers thought about it more and actually cared to discuss that. I think they're more scared of their faith being challenged than they are about discussing how their faith is actually affecting their own community. But I do appreciate y'all for showing up and sharing your knowledge with the community. Did you have anything else you wanted to say before we end it?
Well, I thought it was some good conversations in there. I just think they're like what you and Be Easy was saying.
Hold on for a second. See, the difference is when I'm having my lives during the week and I'm talking to deconstructionists, then y'all want to come up. But when I have a live specifically to talk to y'all, then y'all don't show up. That's the difference. Go ahead, Bar.
Yeah, I just think people they would rather talk about is Jesus God than how, like what you saying, like in reality what's happening surrounding your faith and how it's impacting the community today. They would rather just talk about Adam and Eve, because like I think somebody was up earlier. They said that's easier. It's easier to just focus on just that. But I even still I learned something. I'm gonna watch this back and just I enjoy being up here. I appreciate you inviting me up.
Thank you. No, it was some good conversations. We had spiritualists, skeptics, and atheists come up. The only person missing from the conversation were believers, and that's disappointing because the goal was to reach across the entire diaspora, and this was a special live to do that. And the only person that did not show up for the Black community tonight was Jesus. Was Black Jesus, which is also another,
And Allah.
And Allah, Black Jesus and Allah did not show up for the Black community tonight, which we are used to that. But also is another reason, right? Like I don't see any benefit in the belief system because it paralyzes you and it stops you from even fighting for yourself. It's quite sad and disturbing. And sometimes I was telling Fee, like I lose hope for us as a community. And I try not to, but it's very hard when talking to the type of believers that I've been talking to for at least the last year. It is very difficult because the believers that I've been talking to on my live and Mama Bash's live, they don't care about knowledge or education. They don't care about truth. They excuse and justify abhorrent things. It's quite scary, the mindset that they have. And they're very violent. They're very violent.
No.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it's a heartbreaking realization. But we did have some good conversations tonight. A lot of people was taking notes and learning things, and that's what you do when you're in an environment with people who have knowledge. You sit back and you learn, and there's always an opportunity to grow, and that's what's important. Easy.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for inviting and having us as well. Yeah, we did have some good conversations. It's just disappointing that more believers didn't come up to have this conversation, and just their beliefs and religion and stuff. It keeps them living in a fantasy world, and where they don't have to face real world issues, and they want to ignore them and just hope for the best, or hope that their deity is gonna solve it, and they don't have to do any work. So, and things like this shows where people like us, we're tapped into reality, and want to at least have discussions on how to repair things and move forward. But I just thank you.
I don't. I think the only way that they're willing to move forward is with their God. Like, I don't know. I did a live maybe 6 or 7 months ago that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and I really do.
I seen it.
Huh?
I said I was watching now. I seen it.
Yeah,
I remember that point.
And I still feel that way. I think Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, especially to the Black community. And that doesn't take away the fact that I can. Yeah, it doesn't take away the fact that I can recognize how the stories of Jesus was used for hope at a time, but then it became an oppressor. And then, like, it started out oppressive. Black people took it, made it their own, used it to galvanize, and then they decided to become the oppressor. And they wanted proximity to power, proximity to wealth. They wanted comfortability, and they saw what other people were doing to our community, and they decided to do it themselves. And that's where we are right now, where we are our own oppressor right now, and we're doing the work for them. I saw a video today where lawmakers were walking out of the Capitol, and they had just removed the only district in a southern state, the only Black district in the southern state, and some kids, young people, were what do you call that when they're like yelling at them?
Yeah,
I'm so sleepy right now.
That's down here. That's where I live at.
They were like yelling at them. What is the fucking word that I'm looking for? When they
oh God. Shit.
Heckling. Thank you.
Heckling. Yeah.
Heckling them. Shit. I'm so sleepy. Shit.
I was about to say patronize. That's not the word, boy. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, they were heckling them. But there were Black people with them, with the lawmakers, who helped get the maps changed. And that's what's tripping me out. So I don't know. I don't want to keep saying we're fucked, because I need to have hope. And I'm gonna keep having hope. I hope that they are somewhere having these discussions, if that makes sense. I would rather that if they sit in here and they listen to us, I would rather that they go back to their communities and have the discussions about what's important with the Black community today. Like, it doesn't matter if they don't come up and talk. If they take it back to their community and have the conversations, a win is a win. Because that's the most important thing to me. But I'm sleeping than a motherfucker. I appreciate y'all. It is almost midnight. If you are a mother, I hope you have a wonderful Mother's Day tomorrow, whether you are a maternal mother, an adoptive mother, a pet mother, or a mother from another mother. I hope you have a beautiful Mother's Day tomorrow. I will see y'all tomorrow night at 11 p.m. And I think I'm going to run Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Because that's how I'm feeling. Y'all have a good night. Love y'all. Thank you, YouTube, for being here. Thank you for the super chats. I didn't get to read them on the other live because I had to shut down because the sound went out. But I appreciate you for all the super chats. For